Hey, what's up? The Magic Pro Tour is about to start. Let's tune in. How's everybody doing? Swizzy, what's up? How's life? Hopefully you're doing well. And Dugio's in here first. Nice. How's life, Duge? Hopefully the weekend progressing smoothly here. Sorry, let me just make sure. Oh yeah, okay, you guys can see everything. All right. Oh god, I just rushed to finish eating and get the stream up. I know the Pro Tour is starting. I guess it's an hour earlier today than yesterday and the day before, so we'll see how this goes. But what did the top 8 look like? Trying the new Diablo. Nice. Hopefully it's good. No green shirt today. Oh, maybe I should change the should I change the filter? I can't tell. Is it let me see. I had to tweak the filter. It's fine right now. Sure. It's fine for the time being. Well, there's a scale on the filter, and you can increase or decrease the... I don't know what it's called. The something. Does it actually... What does it say here? The similarity. You have a scale from 1 to 1,000 where you can increase the similarity. I guess it's referring to the similarity between the color of the green screen and whatever it's removing from the screen. Like, you know, I have to tell it to remove exactly the color of my green screen. Otherwise, it'll start to show the green screen a little bit, right? So, anyway. But hopefully you guys are doing well. So, what is the breakdown here for the top 8? I haven't even looked. I know there's a bunch of Landfall. Landfall did really well. I keep saying Landfall is one of the best decks in Standard, and it's always like this. So every time a new set comes out, one new card. Oh, you know what? Is this not 1080? Jesus, this is 1080. I don't know. I'm so used to watching 2K streams now. This looks like blurry shit to me, but you know, Landfall, one of the best decks in Standard, and every time a new set comes out and people are like, oh, cool but rude. Look, yeah, Landfall's done. Oh, that's old and busted. The new hotness, blah, blah, blah. Landfall's still awesome, and then you can tweak Landfall to be like this, Selesnya Landfall, where they are tweaked to beat the prowess decks with things like main deck Melt Strider's Resolve, Bright Glass goes to get it, you know, you outvalue your opponent, and then of course Ouroboros slams the door, so not using the Harmonizer tricks that the other deck does, but this deck's got some sweet tricks, like the 1-mana removal spell Erode is very powerful in this deck. They're playing it in the sideboard, but you can effectively, you know, erode your own land, like that's a creature, and then it kills the land comes back, and then the erode brings another land into play. Like, you can ramp hard with erode in this deck. It's nasty, right? Oh, is the chat a cancer show? Yeah, I mean, it's chats everywhere. Like, look at YouTube comments. Don't make the mistake of going deep on any public forum on the internet where people have pure anonymity. They act like total turds. Yeah, I never post, I never say anything in there. I don't say shit. But it's crazy. I know a couple content creators who've been banned and kind of blacklisted by WotC because of what they've said in the WotC chat. Not something toxic, but just like, you know, calling out WotC and shitting on WotC and stuff. Man, did you see the graphic I posted in the Magic channel? Okay, Scoop, with the whole Dan Frazier thing. Other people were asking me yesterday if I'd seen it. I saw Dan, like his agent's, you know, first post about it or whatever, like a screenshot of the post. And I was like, oh shit, like WotC used some other, you know, WotC used Dan Frazier's art and like, you know, put some other image into it or whatever from some other artist. I was like, what? Oh god, here we go. WotC's in another scandal. And then it comes out that Dan Frazier's the one. He releases a statement and goes, oh yeah, I used somebody else's art in my art. Like, what? This is the guy who drew half of the Power Nine. This is one of the most famous artists in Magic. It's such an insane situation. I don't even know what to make of it. Some people are like, well, he's 81 years old. You know, maybe he just, you know, he's fucking up and he just thought, you know, maybe, but it's such a ridiculous plagiarism. Like, he literally took, it's just the ring. It's a ring. He could have, could you tell me you couldn't draw that yourself? Like, it's the most simplistic thing that he just stole so blatantly from another artist and put it over top of one of his hand-painted backgrounds. Some people are saying it's WotC that's, you know, using him as a scapegoat when it's them that fucked up. Like, there's probably many drafts going back and forth and revisions, and, you know, he sends something to them, they say, yeah, that's okay, but can you do this, and can you make it bigger, and can you blah, blah, blah. And maybe somebody at WotC used one of the old, like, reference pieces that, you know, they had just taken a picture of a ring and said, we want it to look something like this, you know? I don't know what the fuck's going, like, and the fact that WotC is coming out and like, yeah, it's not his fault and blah, blah, blah. Like, what? He fucking plagiarized. What do you mean? It's not an accident. It's like, you know, you sexually assault somebody by accident? No. You commit a crime, like deliberate crime by accident? No. What do you mean? Like, you know, it's bullshit. So yeah, it's a bizarre situation. Are you serious? Hobbsy got banned? Oh, damn. I didn't know that. I was thinking of, oh, what was his name? I can't remember his name now. Stone. Something Stone. Bald, big, long beard, shaved head. Oh, what is his name? He still does stuff on YouTube, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. I know he stopped streaming Magic, and then I think he got off Twitch, or I don't know what the deal is. What is his name? The guy with the long beard, bald guy. He used to watch, like, slap fights and stuff on his stream, and, like, I don't know. You know, I'm not a personal fan of his content or whatever, but he's a nice guy to me anyway. I rated him a couple times. He rated me back. What was his name? Something Stone. God, I can't remember now. Sodium City. That was his Strider Stone. Yeah, I also, you know, wasn't the biggest fan of his content and stuff, but you know, he was saying a lot of the same stuff I was saying at the time about the stupid shit WotC was doing, but he just said it straight to their face in the chat and, like, got banned, and then they kicked him out of the early access program back then. And I was like, whoa, okay, just for saying, like, calling out dumb shit that WotC did or whatever, like. But it's the way you do it, right? Like, I don't know if he just, like, started swearing, and you know, who knows, but. Haiku, what's up? Yeah, not all is it. That's a good sign, but I think, yeah, Landfall, I've been saying, I think is one of the best decks for a while. It's one of the decks I find the most difficult to pin down and beat. You know, you've got to go really low to the ground under it, or, like, even as a control player, it's not a good matchup, right? And we've talked about this many times, and how, well, it's the reason control isn't doing very well in standard for the last few months, but there are ways to build control to beat mono green, like you know, went on at length about that blue-white splash red version that we were playing with 3 demo fields and you know, Ultima and stuff like that. But you know, for a deck that has, you know, if you look at the whole matchup spread, yeah, mono green is awesome. Mono green is and green white, like, these landfall decks are so powerful that even when, you know, people are like, oh yeah, it's not. Landfall's you know, that's 2 months ago. It's like, yeah, but are you just playing new decks because they're new, or are you actually saying, like, is this actually better than the deck that we've been playing for a couple months, or is it just we're being captured by that honeymoon phase, that new card hype? You know what I mean? Every time a new card comes into standard, people are like, nope, there it is. Yup, I knew it. Cool but rude is gonna be the next big thing. Like, yeah, sure. And then the next set comes out and it's, oh, look at this, it's gonna be blah blah blah. No. Like, maybe the loot. A lot of people, oh, look at the loot. The loot's finally gonna put control on the map. No. I don't know. You're also bad, Naiku? Damn. Dude, with the 95. Love to see it. Thank you, buddy. I bet it wasn't just that, if I'm honest. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you mean Strider Stone. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, you're right. He's very conservative? Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. I just know he, you know, he's a bit abrasive with the way he talks and stuff. I definitely see that. I can be as well, to be honest, but I try and not, you know, make personal attacks and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what his deal was. I don't know what he said or did, but I know it was enough to get him kicked out of the early access program, which was kind of a big deal. I think it was the only guy I've ever known who had been kicked out of that program, but I'm sure there's been others I've just never heard of. Hey, Laz, what's up? Oh, no, don't apologize. I love having discussions, and I want you guys to push back. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me, like, you know, I want you to make me defend my views. I like that. I want that. So thank you, Laz, for that discussion. I thought it was great. I hope I didn't piss anybody off. Like, I you know, sometimes I say things as if they're absolute truths. And what I really mean to say is these are my truths. This is what I believe to be true. And the way I, you know, build my beliefs is on fact on reality, on data, on science, you know. But I'm not saying what you believe is wrong. Like, if you want to think something, sure. But if it's like factually incorrect, then I'm going to push back on it. But sometimes it's just my opinion and people are like, this guy thinks he knows everything. It's like, no, I'm just saying what I think. I'm not saying you have to accept it or that I believe it's absolute truth. It's just what I think is true based on all the evidence that I've seen, you know? So I like having debates. I like talking about this stuff. I like that people, when people refuse to defend their opinions, when they shut down, when they don't want to talk about it, when they don't want to discuss anything, that's disappointing. That makes me sad. Like, if you can't defend your opinions, then they're probably not very good opinions or not worth holding, are they? Or I don't know, do you even realize why you think the way you do? Maybe if you can't defend it, maybe you just think like that because that's the way you were raised. Maybe it's time to start thinking outside the box, you know, and realizing that maybe the way you were raised or what you were taught growing up isn't actually the way the world works, you know, like that kind of stuff. But man, it's like very hard to debate this kind of stuff with people who grew up very indoctrinated. A lot of conservative people, whether it's, you know, cultural indoctrination, religious, you name it, right? But anywho, I don't know. I don't think Cub's going to get banned. I think it's fine. But WotC, you never know, because WotC has such crazy parameters for banning a card. Like, we don't know what they are. I don't know what the logic or there's no like, okay, if a card is this, check that box. If it does this, if it has this much meta share, if it's this, the deck that it's in is this % win rate. You know, I don't know what the boxes are. You have to check before they go, okay, we should ban this. You know what I mean? But, you know, sometimes they ban things prematurely and you're like, whoa, they banned that card even though it's not even dominating anything. And then other times they'll ban things way after they should, like Vivi, right? Like, you never know are they going to ban something that probably shouldn't be banned? Are they not going to ban something that should be banned? They've done both of those things, so who knows? Yeah, the blue talent. But again, look at this top 8, Smoltron. I don't see a lot of blue talents in this top 8, right? So, I don't know. In Modern, if we weren't in Modern Season, you think you'd be banned? Interesting. I think Loot, yeah, Stinderwin. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I don't know, Smoltron. I think if you ban the blue talent, you're just everybody's gonna be begging to ban Badger Mole Cub next week. Cub is very good. Yeah, no, I see your point. It's very good. Should it be banned? That's debatable. I don't know if it's very clear that you should ban Cub. Just like Storm Chaser's talent. I said before this tournament, you have to look at the numbers once Standard's all finished. IZZET Prowess was 30% of this tournament. 30%. So almost 100 people played this deck out of, 300 people or whatever. 280 or whatever it is. 285. And the win rate is, I think, just over 50%. But we don't know. I want to see when somebody breaks down all the data. The day one win rate was 50%. That's fine. That's not that bad. So it's still at a 50% win rate. I said if it goes over 52, they're going to ban Storm Chaser's talent. But in the end, I'm not sure. Maybe it'll end up finishing with a 49% win rate or 50. I think that's totally fine. But yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, Smoltron. Just because you can't beat every deck in Tier 1 doesn't mean they should all be banned. Like, that's just Magic. That's how Magic works. You're not supposed to be able to beat all the top decks. That's rock, paper, scissors. Rock can't beat scissors and paper. That doesn't make sense. So that's not a reason to ban anything. It's got to have a huge percentage of the metagame, so over 30%, and post an above 50% win rate. Then you're going to see a ban. Just like Underworld Breach in Modern, or before that, Nadu, or Vivi, or, Vivi was at like 40% of the metagame, and over 55, or like 54% win rate. That's bad ban territory, right? This is very close. I'm not saying it's far away. You guys are right. It's very close, but we're not past that line yet, I think. We'll see. You're right. Yeah, it's 50%. I don't know if that's too good. I think 50% is fine. Like, if you're playing the best deck and you only have a 50% chance to win any given match, I think that's totally fine. Plus, it's a fair deck, you know what I mean? I don't think it's not a broken combo deck. It's not some, deck that takes 20 minutes to win on camera. Like, there's all these other issues with other decks that, if you're gonna have a best deck in Standard, Blue-Red Prowess is totally fine. Do people get pissed off when they lose to it? And, I can't beat this deck with my mono-white life gain or whatever. My mono-black demons deck, it doesn't work. Well, that's not a reason to ban something. That just means your deck is bad in that matchup. Play a different deck. But yeah. I don't see it, right? What's the problem, Smoltron? Please don't tell me I don't see the problem. It makes it sound like you don't know what you're talking about right now. IZZET gives 90% versus 50% of the decks. Where do you get these numbers from, Smoltron? Please show me where these numbers are from. I just told you the numbers from this Pro Tour on day 1. IZZET made up 30%. IZZET prowess. Are you adding all the IZZET decks together? Maybe that's your problem. Is that what you're doing? You can't just add a bunch of percentages together for win rate and think that that's the total. The Pro Tour shows it. Relax, dude. Calm down, first of all. If you want to show me something, post a link. I can show you a link to what the Pro Tour showed on day 1. Day 1 was a 50% win rate for blue-red prowess. So where are you seeing this? Do you want to show me? Otherwise, I'm not just going to believe what you're saying when it sounds that ridiculous. IZZET gives 90% versus... I don't even know what that sentence means. 90% win rate versus 50% of the decks. Are you talking about... where are these numbers? What are these numbers from? Did they show you some number where they added up all the matchups against all the shitty other decks and then added that win rate together or something? That's just bad information. Wizards puts out shit like that all the time. They're just putting out random statistics. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. That's not important. What's important is the metagame share of this deck, or of not these decks, but IZZET Prowess, the one you guys are complaining about, is 30% of this tournament. 30%. Not 90, not whatever, not, I don't know what you're talking, 50% of decks, or you're saying it's got 90% win rate against 50% of the decks. In this tournament, 40% of the decks are rogue deck garbage. It does not have a 90% win rate against the other top decks, right? That's what I'm trying to say here. Who cares what your win rate is against the 200 card deck that some rando shows up with to the tournament? It doesn't matter. What matters is the win rate against the other top decks. So we'll see. When you look at the other category, just throw that in the garbage. Throw all those decks in the garbage. They don't matter. There's not enough data there. They don't matter. The decks that matter and the win rates that matter are how well did Blue-Red Prowess play against Mono Green, Green White, Jeskai Control, Lessons, the Elementals deck, like all the other decks in the top 8 decks or 9 decks or whatever. I would say it's less than that. It's really just the top 5 decks. How do they play against each other? Is one deck able to beat the other decks more than 50% of the time and be the most played deck? That's a problem. Who cares if they beat a bunch of rogue decks? I don't care if their win rate is 90% versus the bottom half of the field. Every deck is 90% against bottom half. Mono Green is probably 90% against all the rogue decks and garbage that people bring in the other category, right? I don't know what the point is here. Or Wizards, they show dumb statistics like that sometimes. Yeah, they're meaningless. They're meaningless. Anyway, let's just focus on metagame share and win rate of the top decks after this tournament finishes. That's what matters. Anyway. Oh, is that your Twitter link? I don't click on Twitter links. So if you want to take a screenshot and post it, but that's cool. I don't know. Is that what you posted? I have no idea. But I want to wait till the tournament's finished. Then we can actually look at the data, because these matches actually count as well, right? But we'll see. But I don't know what the numbers are. I'd like somebody to post either a screenshot or a link to an article or something, but I refuse to give Twitter money. I'm not going to their website. There's only one deck that's good versus a deck. No, that's not, because so rock paper scissors, Moltron, right? Rock is good against another deck. One deck is good against rock, only paper, and only one deck is good against paper, scissors. Only one deck is good against scissors. It doesn't matter if there's only one deck good against you, as long as there's a bunch of decks that are good against, each one is good against one deck, that's okay. As long as each deck that they're good against is different. That's rock, paper, scissors. That's okay. That's a good metagame. 3 decks, all of them are only good against one of each other deck, that's fine. That's perfect. That doesn't mean you should ban anything. That's not bad for Magic. That's not bad. Click the image. I won't go to Twitter. I have to go to Twitter to click the image. Can you copy and paste the image and post it in Discord? That would be better. Or take a screenshot. I'll look at screenshots of Twitter conversations, like the Dan Frazier thing. I didn't go to Twitter to get that. I just took the image from the screenshot somebody posted and posted that. Anyway, or not. It's fine. I'll look at it myself tomorrow or whatever. But That takes me to Twitter, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure if I click the image, it takes me to Twitter. Did you post an image or a link? I'm pretty sure the link... You posted a link, so it doesn't matter what I click on. There is no image. I can only click on the link. Anyway, I don't care. Who cares? We'll look at it tomorrow. I think the data will be interesting. I hope nothing needs to be banned. Getting stuff banned in standard is really, really bad. So we'll see. Going in, I was a little bit worried about prowess, but it actually turns out, well, day one, it only had a 50% win rate. I don't think that's that bad, but it's scary. It's close. It's right on the edge, but that's not bannable, I think. But we'll see. If it's a 52 or 53% win rate by the end of all this, then that's probably bannable. But I don't know about mono green. Like the green-white deck's got a 64% win rate. It's the highest win rate out of all the most played decks going into day 2, right? Day 1 win rate, it was like 65, which is crazy. But yeah. Okay, I don't know. When I hover over it, I don't... There's no image. Like there's the it's the what is it called on Discord when it gives you the little embed? The embed is there. But anyway, it's all good. Green white deck is bad versus a lot of decks. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, every deck's going to be bad against some decks, but green white obviously highest win rate, so I again, I don't know where you're getting your information. A lot of decks, I don't know what a lot means, but it had a 65% win rate across the field in day 1. It was the best performing deck, so I don't know what you mean by a lot of decks, Smoldron. I'm sorry, man. You're saying these things like they're fact, and none of it makes any sense. None of it lines up with what I'm saying. Wizards posted. They posted the day 1 win rates. This was the highest winning deck out of all the top decks. Not some rogue. There's a couple rogue decks that had like a 70% win rate. One dude played them. You don't count that shit. Look at the top most played decks, the top 8 decks. Anything that's less than 1% of the metagame in the metagame breakdown, throw it in the garbage. It doesn't matter. The best performing decks, I think like 8 or 12 people played this deck. It wasn't that many. It was like 8 people. That's why I was like, oh, you got to take 65 with a grain of salt. It's probably like high 50s if more of them played it. But that's still the best performing deck. So that just flies in the face of what you just said. Anyway, I think you're being overreactive here, man. That's you have to understand what actually is bad for Magic and what's not. A lot of people, you're too emotional. You're basing it on your personal, my deck isn't good against this, so fuck this. I don't want this. This is bad. There's lots of decks that beat IZZET. Like you're acting like IZZET is like Underworld Breach here or something. Like if they don't ban something, what? It's killing Magic. This is perfectly fine Magic. This is almost like 30% of the metagame for that one deck. That means a lot of players thought that deck was the best deck. If that deck turned out to be the best deck, we have a problem. What I'm saying, and you're not seeming to hear me, is IZZET Prowess isn't the best deck in this tournament. And that means everything's fine. It's not the sky is falling. We have to ban something. If IZZET in the end only posts a 50 or, you know, around like 49, 50, that would be fine. 51, 50, I think 52 for me, like that's what again, based on historical, you know, precedent and when they ban stuff, that's usually when they ban something. If it's 52 or 53 or 54% win rate, like Breach was, like Nadu was, like VB was, at the same time, it's making up over 35% of the metagame. Those two factors, that is the red line. Again, you want evidence of this? Go back and look at every single banning they've made in the last 5 years. That's the criteria. Not 100%, but like 95% of the time, it's very close to exactly that line. So 50% I think is fine. If it's 30% of this tournament, only 50% win rate, a lot of people are going to bounce off that deck. The next big tournament that happens is at Prowess is maybe 20% of the metagame. Because now people are like, well, it doesn't have a great win rate against a lot of the other top decks. The mono green decks, I think, well, again, we'll see once the win rate matrix comes out. I want to see how mono green and this green white deck performed against IZZET. The green white deck is designed to beat it, so I imagine they had a very good win rate. But every feature match, and that's very anecdotal, but almost every feature match I saw yesterday and the day before, mono green was beating IZZET's ass. The only IZZET deck that looked good against mono green was Lessons. Lessons in the hands of CST Sock just kept smashing mono green all day. But all the other mono green decks, it looked like they beat a lot of the Prowess decks that I saw. It's weird, but I don't know. Yeah. Potentially facing bans. What is this from? We're not. It's not even May 18th yet. Before potentially facing bans, people are already talking about banning. Banning what? The whole deck? Banning stuff in the deck? Well, is this an AI written MTG piece or something? Did they post that? That doesn't tell us anything. What does that mean? That's just like marketing talk and like promotional bullshit, right? It sounds like somebody who doesn't play professional Magic wrote an article about this state of Standard. Is it prowess? You know, depending on what you want to call, is it prowess? It's been around since Corey Steelcutter over a year ago. You know, like it's in late 2025, early 2026. Like the VV decks, you're gonna say those are the same as these prowess decks, or you know, to me, all these decks that have been like changing over the course of the last year, they're all the same two colors, blue and red. But Wizards is so fucking lazy when they say stuff like that. You know, IZZET Prowess has been around since late 2025. Any competitive Magic player knows that's the way Wizards writes these things, but that's not true. They're condensing all of it into one thing. They do this with the stats too. You know, they'll say like, oh yeah, like 40-something% of the field is IZZET. And you're like, yeah, but there's like 3 different very distinct IZZET decks. What do you mean? You can't just put them all together. You know, it's like when I complain about Dimir midrange, I complain that it's the same deck because it's the same fucking deck for a year. You know, the removal spell changes, but it's 1 mana removal spell for 1 mana removal spell. Here's a different 1-drop. Okay, but the core is the same. You're going to tell me Corey Steel decks were the same as VV decks, were the same as the ones we see now? Like, they share a couple cards, but that's not the same. The decks, the number of lands they're playing is different. The card draw packages are different. The finisher, all these things are different. Like, VV Cauldron is so different than what I see people doing now, but a lot of people like, so anyway, that like paragraph doesn't mean anything. What is that supposed to prove? I don't understand your point here. The image? Okay, I'll check in a second here. Is it summer? Yeah, you could say, is it like as a color combination is overrepresented in Standard? Oh yeah, but that's like that. What are you gonna do? Ban every blue cantrip? Like you can't change that now. Stop designing so many cheap, powerful blue and red spells. But you can't just banning Storm Chaser isn't gonna make blue red decks bad. Like if you don't, there's Spellelementals. There's a whole bunch. There's Lessons. There's decks that don't even play blue red prowess. So IZZET in general is still gonna be the most played color combination in Standard for sure. But Wizards, when they say stuff like that, it makes it sound like all those IZZET decks are the same thing. It's crazy, right? The blue talent? Yeah. No. Are you kidding? The blue talent? You never played back when VV was around. VV was the core of the deck. VV and Cauldron. Completely different deck. Card draw, other stuff, the threats were different. These are all different decks, but they happen to be the same 2 colors. So this is why Wizards, what like that kind of paragraph, that's just a fluff piece for the Pro Tour. Like they're talking to people who don't play Magic, trying to get them to get into the Pro Tour. That's not for competitive players. That doesn't mean shit. Anyway, we're talking about detailed, you know, nuances of the metagame here. Wizards doesn't even talk about shit like that. They don't write about that stuff. But anyway, the blue talent is good. Yep. If you told me that the blue talent should have been banned in Standard 8 months ago, yeah, I mean, or even now, yeah, like there's an argument there, but it doesn't convince me yet. I haven't seen the blue talent decks crush in a long time, right? I mean, the last Pro Tour Lessons crushed, not blue talents. This Pro Tour, I'm not seeing a lot of blue talents in the top 8. We'll see what the win rates look like, but that's what it comes down to, right? Are you sick of playing against it? Yeah, we've been playing against the blue talent for a long time. Maybe it's time to get rid of it, right? But yeah, okay, Smoltron. VV was good because of the blue talent, you're saying? Come on. Stop for a second, go up to the mirror and say the reason VV got banned from Standard was because of the blue talent. That it was the blue talent's fault the whole time. VV was totally fine. It wasn't VV's fault at all? You sure? Listen to what you're saying, man. VV is one of the most powerful Standard cards they've printed in the last 5 years. Like, straight up. Go back to, I don't know, Oko? It's probably the next best one. a bunch of the bannings they made last, or Corey Steel, like Corey Steel and Vivi were on a power level that does not belong in standard. Those are like Modern Horizons cards. Like that's the power level. Like if Corey Steel came out in Modern Horizons, I would have believed, like, yeah, that would have fit. That would have matched the power of that format, you know? But talent is very good. I'm not saying it's bad, but Vivi was busted. Vivi was the reason the deck was... Vivi is the powerful card there. They banned Vivi. If they didn't ban Vivi and they banned Stormchaser's talent back then, people would have gone fucking crazy. People would have lost their minds. Talent's very good too. Yeah, no, you're right. Talent's good. But, you know, to say that Vivi's only good because of talent, or talent was the real star of the show, come on. It's ridiculous. You can say you're right all you want, Smoltron. It doesn't make you right. It doesn't change the facts. Yeah, you can do that, but that wasn't what that deck was trying to do. That deck barely cared about that stuff. It was Vivi. Get Vivi, get Cauldron. Cauldron turns another creature into Vivi. Stormchasers wasn't even like a big part of the equation. Vivi and Cauldron were the core of the deck. That's the deck. I don't think you played very much Standard back then, did you? Or I don't know, maybe you just... I don't know. Did you not play against that deck? Are you kidding? You were worried about Stormchaser's talent out of that deck? Really? You weren't worried about the Cauldron and the Vivi? I feel like the Cauldron and the Vivi were the most busted thing in the deck, and that's what the deck was trying to do every single game, right? Get as many Vivis as you can on the battlefield. If they kill your Vivi, Cauldron out another Vivi. That's way more important than buying back a spell, right? Anyway. Maybe shouldn't exist as a card, yeah, or keep it to commander. Like that's what it should be, really. That's what it was designed for. And it's, you know, I've complained about a lot is that this is what's wrong with standard and why we see so many bannings and things. They're designing cards for commander and trying to stick them in standard sets to get people to buy them and buy the packs. And, you know, then you have Nadu in modern destroying the format and Vivi in standard destroying the format. Like the designers have gone on the record after the fact and said, yeah, we had these versions that weren't as powerful, but we wanted to make, we wanted to get Commander players excited about playing. Like we wanted to make sure it was a hit in Commander. So we took away the, tap ability, or we took away the, whatever, Nadu trigger only once a turn ability. People have, like Majors wrote a whole article about Nadu and why he changed it at the last second to make it better for Commander. And that destroyed Modern. Like that's the real problem that people glaze over all the fucking time. The real problem is they designed casual cards and put them in competitive sanctioned formats. And they're for casual formats. And that's killing a lot of formats. I mean, take a look at Pauper and what happened when Initiative got printed. Or, like Legacy and formats like that. Like, I don't even know. Like, yeah, the Commander cards are too ridiculous because, yeah, they're designed for multiplayer with 40 life each. Each player has, like, the games are way bigger and you have to do way more impactful shit to make a difference. And like Vivi's a Commander card, right? Like that's why it's templated like that. So putting it into standard is batshit. And sure enough, it's a huge problem and has to be banned basically immediately, right? They should have banned Vivi within the first month. But for some reason, they decided to let it linger for 3 months. And it was a terrible decision. Like standard was just terrible. Nobody wanted to play it. Attendance was down everywhere. It's crazy. Yeah, Vivi was a mistake. Anyway. Well, yeah, infinite mana. You're right, Smoltron. You need something to do with the mana, but you could do a million things. Like the deck could have played. They were playing Winter Night Stories. They could play Stock Up. They could play. You don't need to play Stormchaser's Talent if you're doing you want to pay 1 mana to get a 1/1 and then 4 mana to bring back a spell when you have infinite mana. Why not just cast Stock Ups and Winter Nights and stuff? That's what that deck was doing. Don't you remember? And drawing cards with the red 3-drop, what's her face, Tursa, and all that stuff. They were drawing lots of cards. They didn't need Stormchaser's Talent. That, again, not the important part of the deck. It was Vivi Cauldron that was the whole reason that deck was so great. My point is, this is exactly what I'm saying. People get mixed up because they think that all these IZZET decks are the same, and because one card is in all of them, Stormchaser's Talent. That must be the problem. It's like, it's not as simple as that. No, it's not Stormchaser's Talent's very good. Maybe it is a card that should be banned. But it has to be really egregious. It has to be, I don't know. Maybe at this point, maybe it is. Maybe they should ban it. I don't know. But they also should not print cards like Boomerang Basics, or This Town Ain't Big Enough. Like, they give these enablers that are way too easy and free. Like Boomerang Basics is insane. That card is way too pushed. I don't know. And like Into the Flood Maw is another one I complain about a lot. Like you can't give blue-red decks tools like that. Like you give them too many Into the Flood Maws and bounce spells and everything draws a card for 1 mana. Like once you get a critical mass of that, then any old card that's good you stick in there is going to be busted. Whether it's Vivi or Corey Steel or Storm Chaser's Talent. Like you just have to ban every powerful blue-red card because all of the stuff, all of the enablers are so efficient. It doesn't even matter what you use at the top end. Like any old blue-red card that's busted that comes along is going to be good enough, right? It was like Blue-Red Phoenix in Pioneers, a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It went from being a mid, tier 2 deck at one point when, Rakdos and Mono Green were ruling the day. And then Karn got banned, but more importantly, they printed Sleight of Hand in Foundations or whatever, some standard set. Or maybe it was Bloomberg, I don't know. Sleight of Hand got printed. As soon as that was legal in Pioneer, the Blue-Red Phoenix deck went to tier 1 right away. And it was just like, it's been maybe the best deck in the format ever since. And all it took was one more cantrip. They were just missing that one more 1 mana blue, look at the top 2, put a card in your hand, and that was it. It's so weird what makes a deck go from, being mid to being amazing. It's that small of a thing. So all these blue cheap enablers and stuff and good cheap removal and whatever else they give blue-red, I think that's the problem with Magic in 2026. Everything's so efficient that the deck that does everything the most efficiently usually beats everybody else. And that's just blue-red. Blue-red does it more efficiently than anyone else, right? Once they got their shock land, they got steam vents, the deck got even better. That's another factor. Like once they get a really good dual land and their mana's smooth, because a lot of those blue-red spells, they're so cheap, they don't have colorless costs. So you really need, a lot of colored sources to be able to play multiple spells each turn and not get stuck with only like 1 blue mana or, two red spells and 1 red source or whatever. But yeah, Magic's an awesome game because of that. But yeah, Nano, what's up? Still don't want to play Standard, yeah. Smoltron's posting marketing information in here. Talent wasn't played in Lessons. The best Lessons deck don't play Talent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lessons is another one. Spellelementals doesn't play it. Like, there's a bunch of IZZET decks that are very good that don't play Talent. All they do is play a lot of cheap blue and red spells. There's just so many. You don't have to play Talent. That's what I mean. Like, banning Talent isn't going to fix the real problem, but it's more like we have to stop printing cards like Boomerang Basics in every set and, whatever, Lightning Bolt style effects and different stuff like that, preordains and that stuff. I don't know. What else do you do? But yeah, Storm Chasers is very good. Like, it sounds like I'm saying it's a bad card. Obviously, it's one of the best cards in Standard, but is it bannable? No. Vivi was a must ban, right? Like, Storm Chasers, no, it hasn't been. Corey Steel was a must ban. Storm Chasers was around back then too, and they said, no, we're not going to ban it. But now, this time, again, it depends on how well IZZET Prowess did in this tournament. The others, no IZZET decks are playing Storm Chasers except the Prowess deck, right? Like, Lessons and Spellelementals are not playing Storm Chasers Talent. So, again, like, you're going to ban a card from only one of the IZZET decks. It's 30% of the metagame, but if it doesn't perform over 50% win rate, then not a problem, right? Standard hasn't been fun since Atraxa and Shouldered rotated. Yeah, this is where fun doesn't mean shit. No offense, but your version of fun very different than my version of fun, very different than that person's version of fun. So that just means we can never use fun as a reason for anything, because how are you gonna make everybody have fun in Magic? There's always gonna be people bitching about Magic. Doesn't matter what the format is, doesn't matter what the best deck is or the metagame. Always gonna have people complaining because of that, because of fun. They're not having fun. Well, it's your version of fun that is not healthy for the game, so you're just not gonna have very much fun in this game as they try and balance it. Or, like, oh, I was having so much fun playing this broken deck and then they banned it, now I hate Magic. Like, when I told you, the guy that used to be in my channel, when they banned the cat combo deck, the Saheeli Felidar combo, He loved that deck. He was playing that deck, and when they banned it, he quit playing Standard. He was so mad. He's like, this is fucking bullshit. I hate Standard. They banned my deck. And I'm like, but dude, that deck was too good for Standard. Like, what you're sad? Like, are you mad about the money you spent or something? He's like, no, I traded for most of this stuff, but it's, it doesn't matter. This is bullshit. They shouldn't be able to do that. Like, listen how selfish you're being right now. Do you understand that they had to ban, just because you like the deck doesn't mean it's good for everybody else. It's not good for the game. I was playing that deck and I was like, they need to ban this fucking shit. Like, I was like, this needs to go. Do I win? Yeah, I win on turn 4 again. Great. Is somebody gonna ban this deck, please? All right, next. Like, I love that deck too. It was super busted. It was the best deck in Standard. That's why they needed to ban that deck. Like, anybody who bitches and moans when they get their deck banned, the fuck are you doing? Like, what were you thinking? Underworld Breach was going to be the best deck in Modern forever and they weren't going to ban it? Or I don't know. You run into people like this. It's just like, so, you know, some people get pissed off when their version of fun gets nerfed and they don't want to pivot. They can only have fun one way. And so, you know, like in Standard, Control. I like playing Control decks. Control decks are almost never the best decks in Standard. It's very rare. The last time a Control deck was the best deck in Standard was... I mean, not back when Paolo won the Pro Tour with Blue-White, but I think when No More Lies got printed, right before Rotation, right before Bloomborough came out, I think Blue-White might have been one of the best decks in Standard at that point. But it was only for a very short time, maybe a month or two, and there was no competitive season happening, and then the Rotation happened, Bloomborough dropped, and ever since then, I don't think Control's been close to Tier 1. Or it's close, but never like the best deck. But I still play it, you know? So even though, yeah, like, I could bitch and say, oh, all these aggro decks, you know, before they banned the mice from Bloomborough, I could have said, you know, I hate Standard because it's not my style of fun. But no, I'll play my decks, and maybe I don't have as high a win rate as I used to, but, you know, I'm still going to play Magic or whatever. But we can't let fun be the dictator of what we ban and not ban and how we rotate formats and everything else. Just like the rotation discussion, right? A lot of people want to rotate every year, every 6 months. Fuck it. You know, some people just want new shit all the time. They don't give a shit. Maybe they already have tons of wild cards and whatever. Like, they don't need to invest money, or maybe they have unlimited resources. They spend tons of money. They don't care. Either way, it's bad for the game. We can't let that happen, but, you know, I'm sorry that your version of fun, you know, it's like people who love guns in the States. It's like, I don't care how much you have fun shooting guns. It's not a reason to have something be legal that is responsible for an extra 60,000 deaths a year. What, 50? I don't even know what it's up to at this point. You know, children dying, and just so you can have fun, so you can have your hobby. Like, get a new fucking hobby. Go shoot airsoft guns, paintball. I don't know. Not the same. Yeah, because we don't, for a reason it's not the same. Yeah, we don't want people killing each other with these things. You don't have to win, but you can play different stuff. Yeah. Well, casuals shouldn't care about the meta. Yeah, casuals don't matter. No offense, but they're casuals. It's irrelevant what they, you know, if you're casual, the onus is on you to not care. You shouldn't care about, you're not playing tournaments. You're not playing, I love this. He puts his land and his creature face down, just waiting for because he's on the play. He knows they're both going to do the same thing. I love that. Nice little telegraphing. Nobody says shit. That's funny. He's stunting for the camera. But yeah, fun is, you know, casuals don't matter, right? Casuals can have fun no matter what. So we don't have to focus on them, right? If people don't like Standard, they make up new formats. They make up formats like Dan and Battle Box, and casuals are going to have fun no matter what. It's a kitchen table. They don't even give a shit. They're not going to high level. Casuals aren't at regional championships. They're not playing, you know, at the Pro Tour and stuff. So it doesn't matter how much fun or not fun they're having. They can make their own fun. That's the nice thing about Commander. That's what Rule 0 is, right? So we don't care about them. Man on Mad Violence. I would love for Control to be the best deck. Yeah, sometimes. I want it to be good, but just under the radar. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, the individual of fun, yeah. 90. Oh yeah. Most are casual. Yeah. That's why they're not part of the discussion. We don't do it, but yeah. Sick line, yeah. We're the ones that keep the economy of MTG. Oh, not me. Not me. The casuals are the ones. Yes. Oh, you're right. The casuals. Yeah. To WotC. Yeah, we're not talking about WotC. We're talking about the metagame. I'm talking about Standard and the decisions they make about Standard. I'm not talking about how much money they make. Yeah, of course. We know that already. Yes. WotC knows. Everybody knows. Casuals spend the most money. That's why we see Commander cards in Standard, and we have to get VVs banned from Standard. those are casuals. That's the reason they're doing that. I know that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about casuals don't matter. Fun doesn't matter when it comes to balancing a metagame. That's what we're talking about here. Stay on topic. We're talking about standard. We're talking about the metagame. What's best for the metagame? Should we ban things? Should we have a 2-year rotation, a 3-year rotation? Like all these things. We're just talking about balancing competitive standard form or competitive Magic formats, constructed formats, right? Limited is obviously different. Constructed sanctioned events like standard, modern, used to be Pioneer, not anymore. And it's really just standard and modern. Like Legacy and Vintage are basically dead. And so when we talk about, sanctioned constructed formats, it's standard and modern. The things they should pay attention to, the things they should do should have nothing to do with what casual players think is fun. That is totally irrelevant. That's my point. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, you guys, I think you jumped in the conversation late, Nano. You missed it. We're talking about balancing standard. We're not talking about casual formats. We're not talking about secret layers and other bullshit that people buy. We're none of that. We're talking about bannings is the conversation we're having. Now Smoltron's gone off. I don't know what he's talking about with casuals and having fun. Nano, you're going down that path. We're not, come back. Stay with me. We're talking about standard, talking about balancing. What's the best thing for the game? For this game, standard, metagame. Not the fucking Magic as a game in general, and money and Hasbro's stock price. We're not talking about that. And now everybody else thinks that's what we're talking about, so you guys are all off on a different tangent. We're talking about, let's focus. We're talking about the standard metagame here. That's it. No. I disagree, Smoltron. That's not a good metagame. I mean, that could be good, but that kind of a thing that you're imagining is impossible. That's not what they should be trying to achieve. That's not the goal, because you're never going to get there. That's not having one of each archetype. That's never going to happen. A good metagame is when there's multiple decks that are all viable and all play, interact well with each other. No one deck is on top of any of the other decks. Like, no one deck is beating all the other decks. All of the decks lose to at least one of the other decks in the top tier. It doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter if it's control or aggro. Ideally, you want a spectrum, a range of decks, yeah? But it doesn't have to be a totally wide range. Like, you could have a bunch of, what's a good example? Like, you need a good low-to-the-ground deck. You need an aggro deck. Ooh, Matt Nass winning the quarters. But you don't need a control deck. You could have, like, a slow mid-range deck be the late-game deck of the format, and that would almost act as a control deck. You know what I mean? So, combo? Like, I don't think you need a combo deck to balance it, but yeah. Anyway. I don't know. Cub? I don't know if it's aggro. I don't think so. I think it's more mid-rangey. We had what with Atraxa? Please stop saying I'm wrong, Smoltron. You can say capital letters, you are wrong, all you want. Doesn't mean anything. You just look like a child. Stop that, please. You're just with Atraxa? What is that? What is that? Is that an explanation for something? Come on. Use your words. Make a sentence. Tell me what you're actually trying to say there. The format with Atraxa, standard with Atraxa was perfect or something? Is that what you're saying? No, it wasn't. What you were hearing nobody? Were you hearing nobody complain back then about the metagame? I was still hearing lots of people complaining about the metagame. Mad Trapper, what's up? Yeah, the last 5 sets. Yeah. They've been getting a lot of support. That's what I mean. I mean, that's what they have to do. Instead of banning a bunch of stuff, they need to stop building in this kind of like, huge foundation for these blue-red decks to build off of, like all the cheap cantrips and all that stuff, right? That's true. Doesn't mean it isn't perfect. So hold on. I'm sorry. What are you guys trying to argue now? You keep jumping around. Are we going back to the Atraxa metagame? You're saying that was the perfect standard metagame? Is that what we're saying now? Awake, sadly mad. Sorry, buddy. Aggro, mid-range control, and combo. Well, that wasn't the metagame. You could play all those decks, but the top decks were not all those decks, right? Like, I mean, a year ago, it was Corey Steele and Omniscience combo, and that's it. Those were the two best decks. That was not a great metagame. You go back further to what, like, I don't know, Domain being one of the better decks? That was an interesting time, but Domain kept basically everything out of the metagame. Like, it was the best deck, and Control was non-existent, because Domain was just Domain was like the better control deck. It's like Tron in Modern, right? Control can never beat Tron. It just goes way over the top of you. The ramp decks and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I think you're saying all these things. Maybe you had a lot of fun back then, Smoltron. I don't think that was a perfect standard either. I could find a million reasons to you can go back and look at the metagames back then. I think there was still, you know, some decks that were way overrepresented and had way too good tools. And that's the problem. We've been getting bannings for so many years now. Okay, anyway. 40 lands in limited, nice. Oh, to me saying no one complained. Oh. Sorry, so I missed it then, Acute. I don't know what that was referring to. All those decks were top. Okay, I don't know. Sure. At one point, aggro was the best, and they literally had to ban a bunch of the mice. You know, there was a point where Esper Pixie and Low to the Ground aggro was good, and like there was very little else. There was no control, there was no combo. Once they banned Omniscience combo, that was it. You know, even decks like Reanimator, the Reanimator deck has never been a tier 1 deck in Standard. People can point to that and say, look, we have combo, the metagame's great. And it's like, that's not a, look at this Pro Tour, look at the top level tournaments. That's not, those decks, just because you can build a combo deck in Standard doesn't mean it's going to be a tier 1 deck or that it makes a big portion of the metagame, or, you know, that doesn't give the metagame balance just because you can make combo. Combo actually has to be good to be said as to be used as a pillar of the metagame. Like when Omniscience combo was around, that was a really good combo deck. At the tournament I played, 41% of the players were on combo. That's an insane number. I don't think that's a balanced metagame. It was like, for me, last year was just Corey Steele and Omnitel, and then or Omni combo, and then it was Vivi after the rotation and the bannings and everything. Esper Pixie was a big deck for a while, but okay, Charlie, take care. Thank you, buddy. See, what? Oh, you're going way back. Oh, you're going to the Khans of Tarkir Standard days? Yeah. Those were interesting days, but again, a lot of people complain still about the mana being too good. Like Jeskai Black and Abzan. It wasn't just Abzan, it was Abzan Blue at that point by the end of it. And all those decks became so, every deck was very similar. Every deck could just play all the spells. It was crazy. But yeah, that was a good time. Yeah, that was a good standard. There were some great standards back then, yeah. So, I don't get it. What's the point? Oh, you're saying because each archetype had a portion of the metagame? Yeah, but not all of those decks were equally good, right? At one point, Esper Dragons was the best deck, and it wasn't even close. At one point, Jeskai Black was the best deck, and all those other decks were not even close. No one was... Abzan had its time, then Jeskai Black had its time, then I don't remember what order that was in, but I think if you're looking at all those decks existing at the same time, they weren't all equal. I don't think that's... Like, I played in those days. I remember I played tons of Esper Dragons. I loved that deck. And Jeskai Black. Jeskai Black was the best deck, and it was not even close. That deck was awesome. It's just like Delver. Blue-White Delver was around back then, and in those days, a lot of people loved that metagame as well. Splinter Twin and Delver, and there was crazy shit. There was like some kind of weird Reanimator, like 5-color Reanimator deck. But everybody who was competitive knew that that's not the real metagame. Delver's the best deck. And when you would see a big tournament, sure enough, Delver was like 40% of the metagame. Meanwhile, you talk to other people, they're like, oh, the metagame's great. I play my deck, I do this. I don't know. Those decks existed, but they weren't all equal. Some of those decks were the best deck for months at a time. Like, Esper was not long. Esper was very short that it was, I think, the best deck. But Jeskai Black was the best deck for a long time. Abzan was long gone by then. It wasn't even the same metagame. But anyway, yeah, Khans was a long time, right? It was around for a couple of years, and there were many, decks that came and went. But there was a metagame where Abzan was the best deck. Like right after Khans came out, Abzan was the best deck. But then other sets came out, and then Jeskai became the best deck. And then so they still existed in the same metagame, but it's not like they were all equal, is what I'm saying. If you played back then, you would know. I did. Ooh, Ben Stark with the 11-5 barely missed top 8. Or did he get top 8? You need 12 wins, right? Wow, that's close. Pixie's gonna win the green-white deck, yeah. I don't know what which deck is favored in the mirror, green-white or mono-green? I wonder. I know green-white is kind of trying to beat blue-red prowess, but I think mono-green is, I mean, they've got the combo with Harmonizer. I don't know how well white can fight that. I mean, they've got to side in those, the white Path to Exile spell, whatever it's called. But yeah. Mono-red is dead. I think there should be a good aggro deck, but I think blue-red prowess is basically the aggro deck of the format, so that's fine. We do have a good aggro deck. It doesn't have to be mono-red. We just need an aggro deck. It could be blue-white soldiers. Remember that? That was the aggro deck of Standard for a while, and it might have been the best deck at one point. But it's always good to have an aggro deck. But aggro, like red aggro, wasn't good for so long. Not until they printed those mice in Bloomborough. And then it was almost too good, and it was like the best deck for a while. And then they banned the mice. But yeah, Delver was a shit show. The real name for Jeskai Black? No. Mardu Green? Oh my god. Mardu Green. That's what I mean. Those days, everybody was playing 4 colors because everybody had fetch lands and shock lands and whatever. It was so ridiculous. But the dumbest deck I ever played in Standard, like on power level, for me, there was a brief moment. Back then, the rotations were very weird. The new, like, rotation would start, like the newest set would start, but then the other stuff wouldn't rotate for like a month or like a month and a half after. So, you know, now they time it with the set release, right? Or just before, like there's a rotation and then the new set comes out like a week later. Back then, for like a month or month and a half, I was playing a Jeskai control deck with the Cawblade combo, so Stoneforge Mystic, Batterskull, Jace, the Mind Sculptor, who was, at that point, you know, the best Planeswalker that had ever been printed, was awesome in that deck. Ponder, Preordain, Splinter Twin with Deceiver Exarch combo, and then, you know, other stuff, Sweepers and stuff like that. Splinter Twin combo and Stoneforge Batterskull combo in the same deck, in Standard, with fetch lands, with like, or I don't know if there were fetches? No, there were no fetches yet. What am I saying? Bunch of duels? But it was insane. And the mana was rough, but it worked. And it was the most insane deck. And then it was gone. It was like, you could play it for like 3 weeks and then it was gone. It was insane. That was by far the most powerful deck I played in Standard. I played a lot of powerful combo decks. Like Cat combo was really good. Splinter Twin was actually good. I mean, Omniscience, I thought Omniscience was a, you know, the best deck in Standard at one point last year. Sure enough, it got banned. I'm trying to think of other combo decks I've played, though. Reanimator and stuff. Like, yeah, I played Squirming Emergence, and I played the Breach combo decks, the Blue-Black Breach deck. But those were never as consistent. Like, those weren't Tier 1 decks. Like, Tier 1 combo in Standard is rare. It should be, right? I mean, there shouldn't be. Like, if Kona was the best deck in Standard, that would be a disaster. Or if, you know, Reanimator, some flavor of Sultai Reanimator, if that was the best deck in Standard, now you have a big reason to complain. This is Lessons. I was going to say, these kind of decks, like, you can beat these decks. Like, these decks aren't Tier 0 decks. Like, Blue-Red Prowess, I don't think you need to ban stuff from the deck if the deck is very beatable. And I think the green decks showed that these talent decks are pretty beatable. But this IZZET deck does not play talent. This is the Lessons deck that everybody's like, oh, Lessons is old and busted, not good anymore. And I'm like, look at the results. Every single tournament, every single MTGO challenge, there's always a Lessons or 2 or 3 sometimes in the top 8. Like, why are people saying it's just because you're sick of it? Yeah, I know. It's, you know, it's the same shit. It hasn't changed. There's no new cards here. Nothing. You see a single Strixhaven card? There's that Spell Pierce, I guess, but that's just the art style, right? The Ralster. But yeah, you can beat that deck pretty easily, right? Oh, this guy top 8'd with Azorius Tempo. Holy cow. This is his second top 8 with a like total kind of rogue deck. So this is the deck that's trying to High Noon and then just bounce your spell on the stack every single turn after that, right? Yeah. Let's see. I have not seen this deck in action, and I saw the other blue-white. There's a blue-white Tempo deck. I think it's just blue-white Azorius. No, I don't know what they called it. They're calling this one Tempo. Whatever the other one's called. There's another blue-white one that's not playing High Noon in the main. Petrified Hamlet to shut off the Bossing Say. I like that. Yeah, people thought that's what that was going to be used for. But infinite turn combo? Oh no, I don't know. In standard? I was just talking about standard combo. I've played lots of other combo decks outside of standard. Storm, lots of different versions of Storm, and you name it. I played Krark Clan Ironworks, and I can't even, there's probably a long list. But just in standard, I was talking about combo decks, right? Oh, yeah. But that wasn't a combo deck. That's not a combo. That's not what I consider a combo deck. That was a great deck, but that was just a blue-red control deck that, yeah, you didn't go infinite, but all you needed was two extra turns, and that was it. But yeah, you would copy your Time Walk spell, but that was that. I don't know. I don't consider that a combo. It's almost just like a win more, like loot, the new card, the loot decks, right? You saw me playing that loot deck. I think the loot deck is not a combo deck. But there are people who would think it's a combo deck, but it's not. A combo to me means like, yeah, you do those two things and you just win. It's non-deterministic. It's just like, bam, you win, right? Deterministic, I should say. It just the game just ends. That's the kind of combo deck I want. But the Alaron's Epiphany combo, like when you're talking about the Time Walk deck, sometimes you would take 2 turns and you could still lose the game. It depends on what your opponent was playing and if they were lucky and had action in their hand and what happened in the game up to that point. Like sometimes you had to go for the extra turns and the opponent was ready for it with, some kind of wrath effect to kill your birds. Now you can't kill them. You don't have enough birds to kill them with. So then they get another turn. After you took 2 free turns, you have to still give them a turn and then they kill you. Like, that could happen. I want to play Splinter Twin, or Cat Combo, or Storm, or Omniscience. That Omniscience combo deck, as soon as I play Marang River Region and I start bouncing, it's game over. You can't win anymore. It's full, like, that's it. You don't get another turn. That's a combo deck to me. I think a deck that just has 2 cards that go together, or like the Loot deck. The Loot deck's not a combo deck, but I know there's people who probably would call it a combo deck. Combo Control or something. Ramping is not combo. So I don't know, like, it's like saying Domain is a combo deck because Leyline goes really well with Tri-Lands or something. It's like, that's synergy though, right? I don't know. Combo Forced Wizards? 7 made top 8. Oh, really? Wow. To make timers? Oh, that's best of 1 shit though. That's not real Magic. They made timers because of best of 1. Because in best of 1, you could just, infinitely loop and just never ever do anything. Never win the game, never let your opponent take a turn. Yeah, they had to do that with best of 1, right? That's why they did timers. Are you talking about the Alaron's Epiphany deck? Oh, you're talking about something else? I don't know what you're talking about then. Oh, the, what is it called? Wilderness Reclamation with Nexus of Fate. Yeah, that one. Yeah, right. That's why they put timers, but it's best of 1. Right? I guess you could in best of 3 do it with Nexus too. Yeah, you could just sit there doing it forever, but yeah. I thought it was just for best of 1. I remember them doing that in best of 1 because people were doing that in BO1 to people. But, because I guess BO1 doesn't have timers? Oh yeah, wait, BO1 doesn't have any, right? So you could still have done that in BO1? I thought they did have timers in BO1 for that reason. The rope, right? The rope will just keep going even if you're trying to play spells? No, because with... I don't know. I don't remember how that worked. It was so long ago now. I played the deck in real life. I never played Arena back then. I mean, it existed, but I don't know anybody who played Arena back then. We just downloaded and we're like, oh yeah, this is cool. Meh. Maybe I'll play it someday. Like, none of the cards are on here. None of the shit's on here. I don't know. I want to play with my friends. But yeah. I forgot about that. I remember, yeah, they made timers for the Nexus loops. I thought it was in best of 1 that people were doing it, and they had timers for best of 1 at one point, but now they don't, so I don't know what the hell happened there, but... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could just, because Nexus goes back on top of your deck. Yeah, right. No, you can't lose to decking with that card, because Nexus of Fate puts itself back on top. So I do remember when they said that, when that combo on Arena, apparently people were just sitting there making people waste their time, basically, until they conceded, which is, tells you a lot about what Magic players' mentalities are like, but yeah. Okay, Blue-White Tempo, they have the High Noon. This is going to be very, is that? Yeah, that's High Noon. So this is going to be very tough for the Blue-Red deck. The Blue-Red deck needs to... bounce that somehow. I don't know what CFT Sock has in their deck, but you can't play 2 spells. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. Gets no triggers here. Okay. Oh. What? Oh, on upkeep. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, on his upkeep. Okay. There was a hesitation there. Ray must have been saying to Zevin, I want to stop on upkeep when he untapped there or whatever. Okay. So this is on the stack. Each of them can only play 1 spell each turn. So how many lessons? 2 lessons in the yard. This is going to be the 3rd. And then CFT Sock can draw 3 cards next turn. It's pretty nice. We're also going to see Artist Talent trigger here. I don't know if CFT Sock is discarded and drawn yet. I guess they must have. Is that what they did? They put a card in their hand there. I kind of saw at the end. Okay. Or that was the draw off the monument, maybe? Okay, Zevin does nothing. Zevin planning to play a spell on CFT Sock's turn. So this is interesting. CFT Sock could wait until Zevin's upkeep again to play a spell, which I would do. I think that's what we just saw here. So is Zevin gonna... Yeah, I think CFT Sock just passed. And let's see if Zevin does something on end step. I think that's what we're waiting for now, is Zevin to say, okay, my turn. Is he going to flash in a creature? By not playing anything on Ray's turn, they are making Zevin have to use their creature for no value. Like, is Zevin just going to flash in a 2/3? Okay, so he goes, no, I'm going to go to my turn. Draw. And Ray says, hold up, upkeep. Nothing to target. Are you going to draw 3 here? I like drawing 3. I would go for it. Yeah. Go on upkeep. This is going to tap out Zevin on upkeep if he wants to bounce this, and then he won't get to play another spell. You get to untap, then main phase draw, and then maybe play a land drop, take your turn. Yeah. So this is on upkeep, trigger Artist Talent. Discard, draw, trigger, treasure. He's got 2 card draw spells in hand. I would make a treasure here with Monument, because he's they are choked on mana. They draw. Okay, maybe looking for a land instead. That makes sense. Okay, Aang bounces that, so he doesn't draw from, or they don't draw from that. Okay, that's airbended. Nice, they got the tag for airbended. Airbent? Airbent? Shouldn't it? I don't know. No? Get bent? Blue player behavior, yeah, right. That's what it is. It's those asshole blue players. That's exactly who would do something like that. All I want to do is draw cards and just keep making land drops and not die. I'm not trying to kill you. So yeah, it's totally a blue player who would never end the game. Absolutely. Search. I remember Search for Escante. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, those. I had Korean promo foil of Nexus, or a Nexus of Fates, that were $200 each, and I should have sold them. And I just knew that the deck, that was one of those decks where I was playing that deck and I'm like, this deck's going to get banned. This deck's the best deck in Standard. It's not even close. This deck's getting banned. Like, I don't even, but I win. I win prizes. I'm winning stuff, and I end up winning like 4 Korean foil Nexus of Fate. Nexus of Fate was such a fucking shit show because it was a promo card. It was a standard legal card that you couldn't open in a pack. It was only available as a box, a booster box promo or something, right? It was so terrible. And me, along with everybody I knew in the community, we vocally, if I was streaming at that point, I would have been railing about it on stream. What a boneheaded fucking thing to do. And so the Korean foil promo version was really expensive. It was like 200 and something bucks, and I should have sold all of them, but I was playing with them and I was winning tournaments with that deck. It was so ridiculous. Those were crazy times. And then the blue-green decks, it became so inbred, they just kept trying to go over the top of each other. But wasn't 3 mana Teferi legal at one point then? I think that also, that was just the mirror breaker, was 3 mana Teferi. That's another thing, like the passive abilities on Planeswalkers. I hope they never do that again. I hated I loved 3-mana Teferi, and I hated 3-mana Teferi. Like, it's like, oh. It was kind of like Jace, the Mind Sculptor back in the day. Like, he was so powerful, and the Planeswalker rules were different back then. So, yeah, he you know, when your opponent Jaces you and looks at your top card and leaves it there, and you're just like, oh my god. I don't even want to look. I should just scoop right now. I don't want to even look at that. But anyway. It was fun, for sure. It was so powerful. It was so ridiculous. And with Wilderness Reclamation, I mean, that card got banned in Standard, right? Was it Nexus and Wilderness that got banned, I think? Or, I can't remember now. But Nexus of Fate was great. No, it did get banned. Didn't Wilderness? Wilderness got banned for sure. I can't remember if Nexus and Wilderness got banned. Or Nexus is banned in Modern still. I know that. I don't know. You guys probably have to look it up. I don't remember anymore, but something did get banned from that deck. I can't remember what it was now, but it was Wilderness? Yeah, okay. But not Nexus. I thought Nexus, yeah, Nexus got banned in Modern and Pioneer and other formats, I think, but I can't remember it because, yeah, so many formats, it's banned in some but not others. I guess it didn't get banned in Standard. Interesting. I'm sure there were other ways to break that card back then, but again, I don't remember the metagame. Like, there's probably other better stuff to do, right? Once Reclamation got banned. There were other decent decks. I remember playing like a blue-white deck that used God Pharaoh's Monument or something. Some Amonkhet artifact that was like 7 mana, but every turn it would reanimate dudes, and it was like this. Like, it was a reanimator deck, blue-white reanimator, using an artifact to like bring back all your embalm guys and stuff, and it was very sweet. God Pharaoh's Gift, was that what it was called? Something like that. I gotta look this up. I think that was around the same time, but is it God? Is it, maybe there's no hyphen? Am I spelling Pharaoh wrong? I don't want to put the last couple letters. I know there's an AH. I think it's AH at the end. I was hoping a partial spelling would autofill it there. God Pharaoh's Gift? Oh, does have a hyphen. I did spell it wrong. The A and the O are switched. I knew it. I always do that. That's it. The 7 mana artifact. Yeah. And every turn at the beginning of combat, so you cheat it into play, and then every turn it brings back. So the first couple turns you're filling your graveyard, and then you would play like this. I can't remember what we were using to put it back into play. There's something that cheats the artifact back into play. Aaron, yeah. And then you reanimate this stuff. You eternalize all these things or whatever. That was a sweet deck, and it was not a tier 1 deck. It was like it was just below tier 1, but it was not. Nobody was playing Graveyard Hate, so if you could do the thing, it was super powerful. Like people just couldn't beat it because nobody was able to get the gift off the battlefield once it was on the battlefield. Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm going down memory lane and remembering all these decks we used to play back in the day. There were so many great decks over the years. I mean, yeah. Even now, I mean, people bitch about Magic now. They bitched about Magic then, too. You can go back, back in Ravnica days or Cons or whatever. Oh, Standard was so good. Dude, I played through all that shit. I promise you, back then, people were still complaining. A lot, not just a little. People are still bitching about certain cards being too good. They should ban this, they should ban that. That kind of discussion never ends. It's every format. There's people who think stuff should be banned. But also other people who just didn't like the decks that were on top of the metagame saying, aggro's unplayable, or some other, archetype's unplayable, so Standard sucks. It's funny, like, it doesn't matter what time you go back to, it's still us complaining about shit, but then, years later, maybe people will look back and go, well, after they banned Vivi, I don't know, Standard was pretty great for a while. I mean, it was a lot of blue-red decks, but when you look at the actual lists, like, most of them are different, and they're all, kind of doing different-ish stuff, and attacking from different angles and stuff. Or not, I don't know. Again, like Stormchaser's Talent, when you look at the top 3 decks that are blue-red, only one of them is playing Talent. I guess this deck has it in the sideboard, maybe, but you know what I mean. It's not a core part of this deck at all, the Lessons deck, and Elementals isn't playing it at all, right? So, I don't know. Back in the day, like, when there was a card that's in all the best decks, like Smuggler's Copter. When Smuggler's Copter came out in Kaladesh, holy fuck. I was playing a Grixis Copter deck. It was like week 1 of the format, and it was so ridiculous with Key to the City, and I'm just like, this is going to get banned. And everybody knew. All of the players I talked to, everybody's like, oh, well, yeah, of course. Yeah. Dude, sell them. Why are you still playing that deck? Like my other friend Tyler would always be like, dude, why are you still playing Grixis? I'm like, because it's fun and it's so good. And he's like, sell the fucking copters before they ban them. I ended up with 2 copters still in my collection that after the banning. But, you know, Reckoner Bankbuster was kind of close at one point, but Reckoner Bankbuster was in a format with Fable the Mirror Breaker and everything. So I think Reckoner took a bit of an L, but it was the same kind of situation. Colorless card, super powerful. Because it's colorless and cheap, it goes in every single deck, even a mid-range deck that normally wouldn't play a card like that. Like, that's kind of a control card, Reckoner Bankbuster, right? But it's too cheap and too good. Other decks, even lower to the ground mid-range decks, would side it in and stuff. Like Esper and whatnot. But it's interesting, but yeah. People always complaining is basically the thing, yeah. So what do you do? So as the game maker, let's say you're the developer of the game, not Hasbro and you're talking about profits, but you're a designer working on cards. You're making cards for new sets. You work at WotC. What do you do when everybody's bitching all the time? At some point, you just have to like not listen to any of them, right? Because the people who make the game know that people will never stop complaining. Video game devs are the same way, right? People who develop video games, like their fans get so obsessed with their game. They want this, they want more. And the devs like, I can't keep giving you more of the same shit. Like I want to make the next version of this or some other thing that's evolved from this. But people just want what they want. They don't want anything different. They want, you know, every music act, every new album that a band puts out, you know, some people just want the same as the last album. But a lot of music artists understand, yeah, you know, sound and music and what's, you know, and I want to experiment with new things. Like everything changes all the time. But I don't know. Magic's always changing. I just want it to change for the better. And I feel like the trajectory for the last few years has certainly been changing for the worse. So we'll see what happens. But High Noon and Ghost Vacuum in play. Interesting. How is Lessons going to get out of this? I'm assuming they sided in some non-creature removal, like into the Floodmaw or something. Wow, Lessons is up 2 games here? Holy shit. Almost perfect in Bloomborough? Maybe. Bloomborough was a reset. I think that's probably why it felt better, right? Bloomborough, suddenly the format shrank. And then it's never going to get that small again, I think. But that was after... Bloomborough was the first set after a really big rotation, right? The first 3-year kind of... We're getting on the 3-year rotation. Sholdred was still in... People were so sick of playing against Sholdred by that point. That card was in Standard for so long, and... You know, other cards like, isn't that when Rafine rotated and like all that stuff? Rafine, like, you know, was the most played card in Standard for the whole time it was around. That card was insane. Even though even Grixis Midrange was the actual best deck, Rafine decks, when you actually look at all of the time that those cards were legal in the same format together, Rafine was more played than anything else in Standard. People were so fucking happy to see that card go. Wandering Emperor was another one people were very happy to see go at that point. So yeah, I think a lot of people look back fondly on Bloomborough Standard, but why? Was it just like, you know, I'm just saying there's other factors, you know. Yeah, maybe it was the metagame. I can't remember exactly what was good and what was bad. It was mostly just fresh. So people love a fresh metagame, new metagame, you know, big rotation just happened, new set came out. But I think part of the reason people probably thought it was great at that time was because, yeah, it was a lot of cards people were sick of playing against finally leaving the format. That probably was, you know, a big factor, a big catalyst for people's fond memories of that time. I don't know. I wonder. It's again, this is what I mean. Nothing's black and white, right? There's always so many factors influencing everything. So when we say the metagame is rock, paper, scissors, like that's not exactly true, of course, right? When we say, is it prowess is the best deck in Standard? I mean, we're talking about win rates that are 50%, 52%. Like 52%. You go to other sports or other games, and you talk about win rates like it's the best deck in standard. It's 52% win rate. And people are like, what? So you basically just flip coins every match, or what the fuck you mean 52%? That like the best decks in standard are like 54% win rate. Whoa. And it was like 20% of the metagame. So hold on. Like other people from other games listen to this and must be like, hold on, you're saying one deck in a tournament of hundreds of players, you know, a quarter or a fifth of the players chose to play this deck. So not the majority, not even close, not even half, not even close to half, a quarter or less played it. And it ended up with a 54% win rate. And that's it. That's enough to make something be the best thing ever in Magic, and they have to ban something from it. And as a Magic player, I would have to say, yes, that's exactly right. That's true. That's it. And can you imagine coming from other games where you have 80% win rates and, you know, professional teams are like, you know, you hear that kind of thing and you're just like, that is like a slot machine. Like, are you guys just gambling 50% win rates? Like, you know, look at the best players in the world. Kai, the legend, the GOAT, or John Finkel, or take LSV, anybody. Their win rates, lifetime, when you add all the tournaments they played in, not just the ones they did well at, their win rates are in the 60s. Maybe 60-something%. I don't think there's any light pro that's over 70% lifetime. Am I wrong? Unless it's a pro that just started a year ago and they happen to have been doing well. Maybe Zevin. Zevin only plays the pro tours at our season stuff, never goes to F, never plays smaller tournaments, and his win rate is insane. I don't know. But like Javier's win rate, they'll give you the statistics for the pros, and they'll say Javier Dominguez, over the last 4 pro tours, his win rate's like 71%, but they're only counting the pro tours. They're not counting all the other tournaments he goes to. He went to the Star City games, or not Star City, he went to the, whatever it's called in Europe, Showdown, and didn't do well, because you never heard. Simon Nielsen ended up winning it, another amazing player. His win rate on the pro tour is like high 60s. His win rate overall lifetime is not. You know what I mean? Lifetime win rates are like 60 something, right? Yes, exactly. Some sports, okay, sure. Goaltender in hockey or lacrosse or something might be similar. But look at chess. Look at like the win rates of people like Magnus Carlsen, or imagine being a boxer with a 50% win rate. You'd have brain damage already. You'd be done. There's nothing, you couldn't do that. What if you were a batter in baseball that only, I guess batting 50% is actually pretty good. A 5, that's actually, never mind. Baseball is another one of those sports that maybe you only have to be like half successful to be good enough. That's Magic. That's how hard this game is and how much variance is involved, right? To have the best players in the world have a 60-something% win rate. Like, let that sink in. Hall of Fame GOATs. You know, not like, Michael Jordan, Gretzky, like people over the, like people who have all the records in their respective sports. The win rates, the goals versus the average, like it's, 50%. I don't know how to translate that into every sport, but it's just funny when you think about it. That's all I'm saying. It's funny, but it's true. Like, yeah, if a deck is 30% of the metagame and they have a 54%, like if Blue Red Prowess had a 54% win rate in this tournament, you would absolutely 100% see Storm Chasers banned, and maybe even one more thing. I don't know, but if it has a 50%, like that's okay. But that's the kind of margins we're dealing with in Magic. It's like these tiny, like one little tick, and it's a huge difference in Magic, right? Unlike other games. But, games where you're dealing thousands of damage and enemies and things have thousands of HP and there's, cycles of damage, and like League of Legends. Think of a game like Dota 2 or League of Legends or games like that. When they want to buff or nerf something, they can adjust it so small. Like 1,000 HP, we could give this guy 1,005 HP, 1,010, 1,050. We can just, until it's perfect. But Magic, we have like chunk, like 4 settings, not 1,000. It's 1, 2, 3, or 4, or sometimes 1, 2, 3. Like, look at the casting costs on cards, right? A card costing 2 versus just take one of those pips away, and that card goes from being unplayable garbage to one of the best cards in the format, must be banned. I'm not exaggerating. That is how Magic works, right? We've seen it happen many times. Look at the Oko. A +1 instead of a -1 had to be banned in every format. Absolutely huge design mistake. Tiny thing, but huge design mistake. Like that is true. That is how Magic works. It's a big chunky dial with not many settings. It's not a fine-tuned knob with a volume. Imagine having volume that goes from 1 to 100, and Magic it goes from 1 to 5. So every time you turn up the volume, it's like, whoa! It's like, it's way louder. Holy shit. Do you not have a setting in between? No, we can't do half mana. That would confuse. We can't do like a third of a mana. You know, draw half a card or something, and then you have to track it. Oh God, please don't ever do that in this game. But you know, if you could have a fraction of something in this game, that would make it more granular, and I think it would be easier to balance, but you just can't. So you go from, is this, oh, nobody can hear this, to, junk, oh my God, are you guys okay? Should I turn it down? Is it too loud? Okay. Oh, okay, let's make that cost 1. You're right. That on 2 mana, that thing's way too insane or whatever, right? It's a 1/2 instead of a 1/1. Big difference in Magic, like Gran here. Being a 1/2 is huge. It gets you out of so many spells that do 1 damage to all creatures, or, you know, another creature that is a 1 power creature can't trade with you, etc., right? Like all these little things, like tiny little thing in Magic, big difference. I pointed out the difference between Field of Ruin and Demolition Field the other day. That difference is so small. One word, May. One of them says May, one of them says nothing, no mention of May. And it's a completely different card. One of them is so much better than the other, right? It's funny. Okay. High Noon is gone. I wonder how he got rid of it there. Missed that. Oh, he spell snared something. He bounced it and snared it. 2 lessons in the yard. Zevon's on the ropes here. Consult is in whatever land. Airbending land. The other guy's warped. I don't know what's the deal with the Consult over here? There's no airbend tag on it. What's the thing under it? I can't tell what that is. Anyway. Is it not working? Wait a second. The dumber for hearing it didn't work, Daza. Hold on. It did work? I didn't even hear it. You want to play the Zevon Faust deck? Yeah, it could be fun. Yeah. Tempo, you know, you get to play at instant speed on your opponent's turn. It's kind of a control deck in a way. Yeah, you try and get them in this like soft lock of, you know, every time they play something, you bounce it to their hand. They can only play 1 spell a turn, so now you get to go on your turn. Like all your stuff has flash, so you just, you know, get to play on their turn every turn cycle. But Quattro de Cinco, nice. Am I not seeing it? Why am I not seeing this?
What you just said.
Oh, you know what it is? I'm an idiot. It's my headphones. My headphones turned off, so I didn't hear it. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Was I talking through it? I didn't even know it was on. I'm an idiot. Okay, because this doesn't have volume. If I had volume here,
questions at every single,
you know, then Zevon took it down. If I had volume on the video, I would be the headphones would stay on, but they're not hearing anything, so they just automatically turn off after a minute or whatever, 2 minutes. And I didn't even hear that alert because I need to hear it in my headphones, right? It does look fun though, yeah. Okay, I'm glad I looked because I'm like, oh, did that not trigger? I didn't even hear it. Turn it to 11, Big Spartan. Yeah, that's what some players want, right? There's always going to be a contingent of players in any game who just want to go to the extreme, right? They want it to be, you're an Arc Raiders player, you want it to be PvP. Why don't we do more PvP? Let's get different PvP modes. I'm all about the PvP. Other players are the opposite. They want something else. That why doesn't Magic do this or more universes beyond? I mean, there's got to be players who are begging Wizards, do this IP that I love, do this one, please. Oh God, I can't wait. Hopefully they do like 10 Universes Beyond sets next year and one of them is this, or I don't know. Like, you know, there's got to be players like that. And I am happy that they're happy. You know what I mean? I am happy that there are people out there who love the way Magic is going right now. It's right up their alley. They don't play competitive Magic or whatever. They just play at their kitchen table or their commander group or whatever it is. And they love all the new stuff that's coming out. They love all the different styles. They don't, maybe they have, or I hope they have the money to spend on it and they're not going broke from Magic, but, and they're all about it. And, you know, I am happy for them because I want people to enjoy this game. So if there's people enjoying it in ways that I don't enjoy, that's good. I'm happy for you. I'm glad for you, but I'm not enjoying it. I'm suffering with what's happening with this game. So, you know, it's, I don't know. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but at the same time, you know, I am happy for the people who love all the Universes Beyond stuff and everything else. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, goddamn. Colin got a box of cards and some other people got cards and super excited to open them. And that's awesome. I am excited for them. Like when they open something sweet, it's like, oh, that's actually awesome. Some of these sets, like Spider-Man had that crazy Soul Stone that's like 15 grand or I don't know, whatever it's worth. It's insane. Stuff like that, great, man. When that dude, the way the One Ring saga ended couldn't have been more perfect. Like, dude from, I don't know, Toronto or something, where he's from, somewhere in Ontario, Canadian guy, opens the actual One Ring, and Posty meets him and he makes this guy a millionaire overnight. Like, it all just came together perfectly. You know, Posty didn't try and fuck this guy over like he did. The guy ended up being a totally normal dude, like not some fucking weirdo who tried to, I don't know, you know, like the ring didn't end up in a landfill somewhere. Like that could have totally happened. Like there's so many ways that thing could have gone badly, but it didn't. And it's like, oh my God, that was the 10 out of 10 perfect Magic moment there when that happened. As much as I hate artificial scarcity and I bitched about it and I said, this is fucking bad for the game and they shouldn't do this. And this is a bad path we're going down. And these are already loot boxes. Now you're turning them into like Pokemon level loot boxes, you know? But man, you see that guy win that thing and just, it all worked out perfectly. Storybook, you know, and fairy tale ending. And I you know, I'm so happy for that guy. Like I love to see that, you know, that despite all the, objectively speaking, this whole thing is bad. Hey, you won the lottery, dude. Congratulations, man. That has to feel incredible, you know? But collectors, not players. People came in for FF. Oh, yeah. I wrote a whole article about this that's now gone, but when I criticized, when they made the announcement that Universes Beyond was going to be put into standard, I wrote a 3,000 word article about what I felt were the 3 or 4, I think I stuck to 3, but I ended up on the podcast talking about a 4th, pillar of like big reason why this is bad. And, you know, the bunch of different reasons. But one of them was exactly what you're saying. Like the money that, what Universes Beyond is going to do to the Magic ecosystem and how much product is going to cost when you have another huge number of people who don't play the game but want to buy the product that's used to play the game. They come in from the outside, buy a ton of it, and then it effectively disappears. It doesn't go into the secondary market. It doesn't go into collections which then get sold to LGSs, which then, you know, get back into players' hands via singles on a website, on TCG Player or whatever. Like once cards are opened, they're put into the ecosystem. That's why big box retailers like Star City Games and Card Kingdom and stuff, they pay people. They have a whole bunch of people. Every time a new set comes out, they crack like hundreds of boxes. Like Star City Games immediately has a bunch of the serialized cards for sale right away as soon as the set's out, because they have literally dozens of people just open a shit ton of stuff until they pull enough stuff that they can fulfill everybody's orders and everything else, right? But people who come from outside the game are buying a lot of this product that normally would go into the ecosystem and removing it from the ecosystem. They're not opening it ever because they just want to have it forever, and they're never going to sell it. It's part of their Final Fantasy collection. Or they open it and they see what, you know, I don't know what they do with it. Maybe they play with it. Maybe they keep it in a binder. Maybe even they play Magic. I don't know. Maybe they do try Magic. I would like to think there's obviously a lot of them that end up continuing to play Magic, but the whole issue with Universes Beyond with that is, of course, I don't know, how can you make somebody care about an IP that's not the one they care about? The one that got them in the game is the one they care about. Now that's gone and never coming back for all intents and purposes. So do you want to keep playing this game now that it's not about what you love? Like, watch when these Universes Beyond sets start rotating out of Standard. I wonder if people are going to drop off of, like, a lot of these new players are going to disappear. I think a lot of them already are gone, but I don't know. But the cost going up, yeah, that's a huge problem. And I talked about it in this article, and I basically said exactly that. I'm like, and then Final Fantasy hit, and it was $1,100 boxes and stuff, which was batshit. That's insane, right? Avatar was not as crazy as Final Fantasy, but Marvel is going to be nuts, right? Marvel, we're going to see crazy prices again. Like, this is what I mean. Every Universes Beyond set, the argument I was making in the article wasn't that every set was going to be inflated, but almost, like, there's no reason not to think every set's going to be at least a little inflated. Some of them are going to be crazy. Like, Final Fantasy was nuts. I think Marvel's going to be nuts. Star Trek, maybe nuts. I don't know. There's a lot of Trekkie collector types out there, right? I could see that set being spiky. But, like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I wasn't surprised that those boxes didn't go through the roof, you know? Also, small set, you know, Spider-Man, same thing. Small set, very reviled by the community. So, you know, you're comparing apples and oranges when you compare that to, like, Final Fantasy, a well-designed full set. Yeah, huge, right? Plus, I mean, there had just been a bunch of bannings too in Standard right before it dropped, like a month before, something like that. So I think that probably actually helped Final Fantasy as well. Anyway, it's crazy. It's crazy that, yeah, the ripple effects from Universes Beyond that people don't think about, right? Prices are just one of them. I talked about the flavor and lore aspect of the game. You know, the design choices for a lot of the Universes Beyond sets, they just aren't Magic sets. Magic sets are telling a story. That's the beauty of a Magic set for the last 30 years, was each one takes place in a specific place, has a specific cast of characters, and tells a story or an arc, a part of the story through the cards, through the flavor text, through the names of the cards and the creature types and all the things that you know. And I guess if you really wanted to, you could kind of piece it all together, but then they released their articles, and back in the day there were books and everything to kind of tie it all together. But the point was, the set was a cohesive set. It was cohesive. It felt more immersive because it was all built with itself in mind. You know what I mean? There was no outside external anything. But you look at Final Fantasy or any Universes Beyond set, there is no cohesive anything. It feels like a checklist of cards. It's just a checklist of things from that IP. That's all it feels like to me. You know what I mean? Final Fantasy especially is so many different worlds. The set doesn't have any cohesion. There's no overarching story. There's no the cast of characters is, none of them even know each other. They're all from totally different games, like half of them, you know? It's like, to me, that's not a Magic set. That's just a bunch of cards off a list, like, you know? And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles kind of felt like, they all kind of feel like that. Like, oh, there's Bebop and Rocksteady. Okay. There's Aang, of course. And I mean, I know the animation, like, Avatar has an actual story, and it's got an animation to go with it and whatever. But so maybe Avatar is one of those few exceptions that does feel like a fleshed out world. But again, my point isn't that every Universes Beyond set is going to be bad in the same ways, but they're all going to be bad in some of these ways, guaranteed. Whether it's the price or the set cohesion and it feeling like it belongs in this universe, it's very jarring. Like Spider-Man was really bad for that. And then what was the other factor? I can't remember now. I had like these three kind of main points I was making about why Universes Beyond was going to be an issue. Oh, it was the, no, because I remember after I heard Brian Kibler talk about another point, and I was like, yep, I didn't even think about that. That is exactly right. He was talking about the rotation and the fact that we didn't get Shocklands until Lorwyn, when we were supposed to get them at the end of last year because of Universes Beyond, because of the contract they signed with Nickelodeon, having to put Avatar in the previous year instead of this year. you know, it was supposed to be swapped with Lorwyn, I guess. That totally fucked up Standard. Like, I mean, I don't know how many people realize the impact that had, but it is an impact. Like, Standard would have been different had Shocks come out in when they were supposed to. Like, we were supposed to get really good mana sooner. That affected it, right? It's interesting. I don't know. Who knows? Like, it's impossible to predict how much or what would have happened. But to say that it didn't have an impact is absolutely false. So I didn't even, Brian Kibler came up with that one. I'm not going to say that was my idea, but when he said that, I was like, yep, I could have added that too to my article. That's another good point. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So anyway, when you start digging into it, like there's all these ripple effects. The average person just says, hey man, come on. People like what they like. If they want to print whatever, it'll be fine. You're overreacting. Like, don't worry. And you're just like, you know, it's the same as people who say, oh, AI, you're worried about AI, dude. It's all hype. Don't you get it? They're just promoting their product. Oh, Mythos can do what now? Oh, sure. Yeah, they just want to get more investment. It's all bullshit. It's all going to come crashing down. While I agree that it is all investment for literally nothing right now, like what we have right now is so far from AGI, like they're spending so much money, so much investment is going into AI that it's, you know, you're getting very little for your return so far. But to say that it's all hype just shows you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, really, you are dangerously ignorant about something very important. It's not all hype. Are there people who are hype men? Are there people, you know, it's like saying, it's the same people who are like, vaccines. The vaccine companies make money off medicine. So what do you say? So you're saying you're never going to take any medicine or vaccines because companies make money developing it? That's how we have to develop drug. That's how the system works. It doesn't mean that they don't work or they're like a sham or something, like something you get off of fucking the shopping channel or whatever. What? Like, but these are the people who watch the shopping channel, so they think it's probably the same thing. Just another company making money. Yeah. Anyway, this is a close game. Devin with only High Noon, no hate cards for the graveyard, and Ray with like a full grip here. 7 cards. I keep calling them Ray, but their name is spelled differently, and I don't know, am I saying their name wrong now? Maybe I should listen to the commentators when they interview them. Rui? I don't know if they changed the pronunciation, but they did, Jub? Damn. What are the taxes on the transaction? Yeah. Friday the 13th set. Yeah. I don't know who owns the IP to that now. Because I remember the video game, they yanked, the IP holder changed and then they totally shut down the video game after it came out. It was supposed to have all this other content and everything. It's a really funny video game. I play it every Halloween. Nobody's plays that game until Halloween. You go in October, you can jump onto a server and it's full of players. It's great. Like all these people just come back in October to play Friday the 13th. It's fan. Have you played it, Daz? I'm sure if you're a Friday the 13th fan, you've played it, right? It's Rui? Well, Zevin, yeah. Zevin I know, but Rui. Well, their name used to be Ray. It was R-E-I. If you go back to the last Pro Tours and stuff they played and articles that reference them. So I don't know if they changed. They must have changed the spelling of their name for some reason. So I don't know if it's pronounced differently now. But Zevin is Zevin, yeah. Do I keep calling him Devin? I hope I'm not saying Devin. Maybe my brain is autocorrecting. Zevin is way cooler. Zevin sounds like a name from the future. Zevin time travel. That's how he keeps top 8ing these Pro Tours. He knows. He knows what everybody's going to play. Zevin. Lucky number 7. 7 versus 1? Yeah. It's crazy. And it's gory. It's like graphic and yeah, it's just ridiculous in all the right ways. It's funny as hell. I got to go back. I'll be playing it this October, I'm sure. I got to go back and give it a shot. Anyway, so yeah, Magic, complicated game, not just to play, but also all the stuff around it. Right? There's so much going on. It's so impossible to balance and you know, even just keeping people interested is very hard. So I forgive Wizards for a lot of the mistakes they make. You know, you should give them a lot of slack. It's impossible job what they have to do. You know, what they're trying to do, what they've been doing successfully. I mean, they're still around 30 years later. That's no other game lasted that long, not even close. So That is, it's amazing. But, ooh, discards. But when they do make mistakes and they continue to double down on things that are bad for the game, you got to call it out. You got to complain about it, and they do listen to an extent. Like, they've changed a lot of things because of what players have said over the years. I mean, we talked about the rotation. When they tried to shorten the rotation to 1.5 to less than 2 years, people lost their minds. Like, there was huge backlash. That was one of the quickest turnarounds I've seen with them on something that big. Like, that's a big announcement. And then within like a year, it was back to normal. It was like crazy. But things like cards and stuff, like certain eras of Magic, Mirrodin, when Affinity was so good that was the first time they saw a huge drop in player attendance for tournaments. Like, that's players saying, fuck this. This format sucks. I'm not going to play it. I don't give a shit if it's a PTQ. I don't care anymore. I'm not playing this shit. And they just stopped going to PT. Like, PTQ attendance was way down. Wizards immediately, that was the biggest banning they had ever done in one shot until last year, actually. But then we got a tie. Yeah, it's so hard, Dazza, right? Now, card design is another thing. Yeah, how many new planes can we really go to? Now, they've gone back and milked a few of these for all they're worth, right? I mean, how many times have you been back to Ravnica or whatever, Innistrad or Zendikar or whatever at this point? I don't even know what are the most visited planes. Ravnica is the first for sure, because even things like Murders at Karlov Manor are on Ravnica technically, right? But they're still coming out with bangers. I mean, even after all these years, Dazza, look at last year. Duskmourn. Remember Duskmourn? That was an awesome... 2 years ago. Duskmourn was awesome. That was a super weird-ass set that, like, when they announced it, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm the kind of guy who's like, you've got CRT TVs and, like, VHS video cameras and stuff in Magic, like some stupid, like, Stranger Things riff. It was awesome. I will be the first to admit, and I've had to admit this several times in Magic, when I say this set looks fucking stupid, this is gonna be so dumb, and then I end up loving it, and I'm like, I was totally wrong. Throne of Eldraine was another one. Throne of Eldraine, when they kind of started spoiling and talking about the vibe, and I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Fairy tale shit, here we go, what's next? Pokemon? Back then, that was a joke you could make. Now, truth is stranger than fiction. Loot is a Pokemon. We ended up getting there in the end, but I thought Throne was going to be dumb as shit. It was awesome. It was great. I loved even like Beauty and the Beast and all that. You could see what they were alluding to without actually using any IP from Disney or any other fairy tale, like it was, but you knew all these characters kind of like, oh yeah, that's this thing fairy tale and blah, blah, blah. I thought it was great set. And like, it was so awesome for limited and just it was powerful in standard. It was an awesome set. So I've been wrong before, but Duskmourn was cool. Duskmourn, yeah. Well, it's very highly rated among limited players. I think most players consider Duskmourn to be one of the best limited formats of all time. Not an understatement, but... Okay, now, power level was a little high. Yes, Once Upon a Time was a mistake. I mean, Fires of Invention got banned in Standard. There was at least one more card. Well, because it was overlapping with Companions at that time. Hold on. What wasn't there? There was at least one more thrown. Oh, and the adventure shit. I mean, they had to ban uncommons, right? They banned Lucky Clover. They banned... there was one more, wasn't there? They didn't ban the Adventurous Innkeeper or whatever. That was the card they should have banned. That was the true best card in the deck. That guy. Yeah. Lucky Clover. Oh, and Oko, yes, of course. Oko, thank you. Yeah, Throne was an insanely powerful set, had a bunch of cards banned from it. But in terms of flavor, I thought it was really cool. That's how I thought, that's how we did Universes Beyond before. There's been many sets like that, right? Initially, they used Arabian Nights, straight up lifted from the folklore Arabian Nights, 40 tales, or what is it? 40 nights in Arabia or something. I can't remember the original like book or whatever it's from, but at some point they realized very quickly we can't use other people's IPs. We can't put quotes on here. Like a lot of people are gonna, we've got to come up with all our own shit here. But I like the way, they did it from then on, was basically that style of like, everybody kind of knew what they were doing. Oh, it's Frankenstein's monster, but we don't call it we call it it's a goal, it's blah 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 golem, or it's this, or it's The Lurgoyf. Lurgoyf is from Beowulf, right? That's an actual, but that's like nobody owns the rights to that. It's open source, old shit, right? But I think it's from Beowulf. Lurgoyf isn't a name they made up, right? The Lurgoyf. I feel like that's. Oh no, that's the Jabberwocky. Jabberwocky is from Beowulf. Why did I think it was Lurgoyf? Maybe I read something that the Lurgoyf was based off of Jabberwocky initially. I don't know. Anyway. Clive Barker Game Aware Jericho. Interesting. Fairy tales and magic makes sense. I mean, yeah, magic and things like that, but like literal fairy tales, like it's, to me, it would be weird to see Sleeping Beauty in a magic card, you know? But the way they did it, it was glass coffin. Like, okay, like I get what this is, but it's also like not that thing, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, fairy tales make sense, but when they told me it was going to be fairy tales, I thought, what do you mean you're going to literally how are they going to do this, you know? I couldn't grasp it. I'm not creative enough, I guess, or whatever. And when I saw how they did it, I said, oh, that's actually really good. That doesn't make me go, oh, you know, it's just called, like they didn't, it's not too on the nose, you know what I mean, with a lot of the cards, which I like. It's you know, and the adventure stuff was really cool, like the not questing beast, what was his name? Lovestruck Beast. You know, the card's a beast, but it makes this 1/1 human token. And of course, the art was like a young girl, and you're like, okay. You know, that is good. That is clever. I love that. I thought that was awesome. That is, okay. I thought it was going to be lame and on the nose. You did it in a really subtle, really cool way. That's fantastic. You know, subtle and that kind of stuff. Jabberwocky, yeah. Was Alice in Wonderland? Jabberwocky? Really? I thought it was from Beowulf. Or maybe, maybe it's both? I don't know. Not Alice in Wonderland. I'm pretty sure Jabberwocky's Beowulf, but yeah, and the art was really cool, Nano, right. And that was the first set when they had they had gorgeous art for non-rares. Like up until then, they only did the really crazy, like fancy art versions for like masterpieces and rares and mythics and stuff. But I think maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's the first time I started to see commons and uncommons with this gorgeous, like wood chiseled frame with vines going around it. Remember, like the Lovestruck Beast alt art was gorgeous. Like all those cards, all the adventure cards were gorgeous. Even the bounce guy, the blue dude, the blue bounce card, whatever his name was, Brazen Borrower. He might take the award for the dumbest animation I've ever seen on Arena. When like way back then, if you were playing on Arena, it was kind of when they were still putting animations on almost every card. And Throne of Eldraine probably had the most stupid animations, and they were problems. Like Brazen Borrower, it would fly in and like sit in the middle of your screen for a second and do something. I can't remember what he did. He had like a bell or something. You know, he had a bag of loot, whatever he had. And then he would fly off the screen. It was so just jarring and distracting and like in your face. Yeah. He would fly in and then stop. But do you remember the worst one was the 5-mana sweeper that you could play for 7 mana. It was a 7/7. It was a giant. I can't remember what the card is called, but the 5-mana sweeper, if you cast it for the adventure side, it was a huge hand that just went boom on the screen and went brah and like swept the screen with this huge fucking hand. I swear to God, when that first came out, it crashed every single time. Every game I played where somebody cast that, it crashed the game in limited. I'm not fucking joking. The animations were so dumb and they were so ridiculously like, whoa, it was like you almost jumped. Like the first time you saw it, it was so fast and this huge thing. You're just like, what the fuck? It was like a jump scare. It was ridiculous. You remember Sims. Yeah. And then you see it and it's like, yeah, it is kind of funny in a way, right? Like it is like now you think about it, it's like, that's actually cool. But the performance drop you would see when these animations would happen, I swear, a bunch of those animations are solely responsible for people crashing, having bugs, all that kind of shit. But they were great in a way. Some of them are so dumb. Uro, the Titans had animations, didn't they? Uro was like, brrr, like the whole edge of the screen would like, it would rain or whatever, like whatever, his vines and shit would come down. But that's not a big deal. Like the edge of the screen, the hand, that was the most ridiculous one. And Brazen Borrower right in the middle of my screen. Get the fuck out of here. It's like my opponent's comboing off and I'm waiting to, and I'm seeing who's he attacking with? I'm just, oh God, get out of here, you idiot, fuck. Like, I'm looking at the game and this thing just right over top of everything that's happening. What the fuck's happening? God. PC's way better than Arena allows. Yeah, well, it's not about the PC, it's the client. The client's garbage. I have a fantastic PC too, and the client still bugs out all the time. Like visual glitches, crashes, disconnects. Sims, you draft a lot, right? Have you not clicked on a card? Like, when you click on a card and hold it and you go to drag it over to your pile and you're like, oh, maybe I should take blah, blah, blah. And then the timer runs out. And if you haven't let go of the card, it disconnects you from the draft without showing you. So the next pack will come up, and when you try and click a card, you can't click anything. It highlights it, but I can't drag it. I can't click it. And then it just picks a random card. And it just keeps doing this. It happens every single time. If you click and drag a card right when it ticks over to 0, it will disconnect you. That has nothing to do with my PC, you know what I mean? Or my internet connection or anything else. That's just the garbage client. It's the client. But you never takes max time? Well, yeah, I'm streaming. So you used to stream, but I'm yakking. I'm like right to the end, and people are asking me, why not take this? And I'm like, well, blah, 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 blah. And I'm holding the card. So I guess in my brain, I would assume that I've got this card reserved. It should take this card that I'm holding and just add it to my pile when the timer runs out. Like, that's what every other game would do and does. I've played many, but not Arena. Arena will literally disconnect you from the draft, and you have to restart your client to get back in quickly before the next. Wow. That went to game 5, and CFTSOC pulls it out. Holy shit, that's a crazy. Is that the semis? Or we're still in quarterfinals, right? It's wild. But oh, really? You're playing off Epic Games client? I don't know anybody who's done that. I'm still using Steam, and it's been fine. I mean, back before I switched to Steam, it would actually just like crash. Like it would like if something weird would happen, it would bug out. But you had to go back and make sure you uninstall the old versions of Arena and all that. Like, Steam was so much better because it cleaned all that up. Like, that was one of the reasons I was crashing, and I didn't realize till I figured out, I saw somewhere somebody's like, yeah, go into, your program list, and regular MTG Arena client, it's like there 4 times. Like, the old versions don't remove them. When they update it, the new version doesn't remove the old versions. Again, if you're a programmer or if you make any kind of computer software, you know how fucking amateur hour that is, right? But that's how it worked. So as soon as it got on Steam, it was like, okay, switch to Steam. Now I don't have to, Steam will keep all of that up to date and remove old versions and stuff, right? But I didn't think about the Epic Game Store. That's interesting. Why? You just think it's more stable? I wonder if I should try that. Hey, Heist, thank you for the follow.
Heist, welcome to the squadron. You're a goddamn legend.
You look great. Yeah, Steam pissed me off from another game. You refuse. Oh, I see. Wow, refusing. I have too many games on Steam. I couldn't not use Steam. But anyway, I have Epic too. I have lots of games on Epic. But I should try it. So wait, you're not doing it because of performance then? Okay, I thought you were saying Epic because it was like more stable, or I don't know. I wonder. But I don't think that's going to fix the kind of problem I'm having. Like in Draft, where I click and drag and sit there, that like the fact that it doesn't put the card in my pile. I don't think that would be fixed by switching to Epic, but I don't know. That would be crazy if it did. Yeah, I know. I have like 600 games on Epic, and some of them I still play through Epic, but very rarely, yeah. Could be. Yeah, and these days there are alternatives to Steam, but I still think Steam's the best one. I mean, a lot of these other places, they don't have the 1-hour refund policy. They don't have like Steam Big Picture mode if you're doing that stuff. It depends on your needs, right? Steam, I think, serves users a lot better than any other client out there, for what it's worth. Epic's okay. Epic's client is fine, but it's lacking tons of stuff that Steam has, right? I mean, not to mention Steam forums, the Steam Workshop, like all the mods and all the other stuff. I don't know. Epic's fine, but for me, Steam is still king. I can't imagine not using it. That's wild. But yeah, I got a lot of the free games. That's right. Yeah, I think I remember that, Jub. Yeah, because people were telling me, and I'm like, yeah, should I? I'm like, why? Like, and they're like, it's probably more stable, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're probably right. I should just switch, and I did. But on a Steam Deck, I imagine it should be. It's on mobile, so yeah, I would imagine it's on Steam Deck. I don't know. But it's funny what Steam, the Steam controller came out, and I was telling people, like, I don't know, some people are bitching about the price of the Steam controller, and I'm just like, do you know anything about controllers? Like, that's a really, really nice controller and has a lot of different stuff going on and functionality and comes with tons of stuff. And it's $100. People were complaining about the price. It's like, PlayStation controller is twice that price. Xbox controller, twice that price. Like the nice ones, right? The, whatever it's called, the Edge, the Xbox one, and the PS one is the DualSense Pro. You're looking at over $200, But it's not metal. It's not metal, though. Oh, nice. The Astro C40. I've got an 8-bit dough. I'm happy with my 8-bit dough, 8-bit do, however you say that company's name. But I don't know what an Astro is. Damn. Oh, cool. But you're talking with a controller in Fortnite? Dear God. Oh, I guess the aim assist is crazy on Fortnite, maybe. Like, Call of Duty was like that. People who played on controller were like, dude, the aim assist is like, it's insane in Call of Duty. If you're a pro, you'll play with a controller. You're just giving up edge by playing with a keyboard and mouse. And I was like, what? Holy shit. That's crazy. Yeah, I had no idea. Those games, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, there's probably some nice ones. I don't play a lot of games with controller. So, all my FPSs, I'm playing mouse and keyboard on PC. So I don't use the controller except, racing games. This month, we've got Forza. I'm going to be playing Forza Horizon 6, is it? Is it 6? I can't remember what we're up to already. And when I racing games, controller. Fighting games, controller. Side-scrolling games, controller. There's some genres that I have a controller for that. But yeah, so I would never buy a $100 controller. It's not for me. I don't use it enough. But that 8-bit dough is like $40. It's fantastic. It feels good in the hand, good weight, good functionality, Hall effect sticks, like pressure sensitive, like analog triggers, all that stuff. My brother's just got a Switch 2, and he's talking about the Switch 2 Pro controller. The Switch 2 Pro controller is like $90, and it doesn't have Hall effect stick, and it doesn't have analog triggers, and it doesn't have a lot of shit. If you want all that shit, you've got to pay $200 for a controller. And the Steam one has like mouse pads and stuff, so I don't know. It seems like a no-brainer to me, but I'm sure there are even crazier controllers, like the Astro one that you're talking about. How much was that, Sims? How much did you pay for it? Yeah, it's Forza Horizon 6. Sweet. You saw your screen hitching, so you just started shooting? Jesus Christ. Okay, Switch 2 is still great. Yes, I'm just saying the controllers, when people talk about controllers, wake up, look at everybody's controllers and realize not all these controllers are great. The console can be great, but it doesn't mean the controllers are ideal. Like, people have been bitching about Switch controllers having drift for so long. And everybody thought when they make a new Switch, they're going to put Hall effect sticks, right? And they didn't. What? Like, is it that? Like, I know at that scale, it's hundreds of millions of dollars more or whatever, but it's very frustrating. Is the Switch 2 shitty? No, it's a great console. It's awesome. It's selling more than almost every other console. It's incredible. But the controls are not amazing, and you're paying $90 for one. 90. That's the Pro controller I'm talking about, not the regular ones that come with it, right? $150. Okay, that's not bad. So, yeah, see, that's still less than what you'd pay for a DualSense Edge, or the what is it called? I can't remember the Microsoft one. Each Microsoft, and those are awesome controllers. Like that high-end $220 PlayStation controller is amazing. It feels great. It's awesome, but it's $200. Like I don't know, man. You can get a great controller for $40. Like you can get an amazing one for the Steam one looks amazing for $100. It's way better than the $90 Switch 2 Pro controller. Just looking at the hardware, it's like holy shit. It's not even close, but. 150 even if you're gamer like Sims, you want to buy something nice like me. I've got a really nice keyboard now. I've got basically super nice everything after my wife got me a keyboard for my birthday in February. And now my gaming rig, all of my stuff is in my about section. You can see my PC and stuff. It's not a 5090, but it's definitely good enough to play basically anything I want and play it at a high level, which is awesome. but I want it to feel good. I'm about the experience. Like, I won't game if I'm not getting 60 FPS. Like, I don't want to, I'll take it down, you know? And that's with me streaming too. I want to have a good experience, but like my brother, he games on PS5 and I'm just like, you know, if you want it to be really smooth, you've got to play it with this 30 FPS cap on your game. Otherwise you start seeing frame rate drop, you know, if you play in 4K. But I don't know. I'm all about the frame rate, the experience. So I just want a controller that feels good. It doesn't have to be the most expensive one, but it's just funny. Anyway, I don't know why I'm rambling about controllers. We were talking about Steam and Epic Store, and that's why I remember the Steam controller that recently, right? They're selling them way ahead of the console, because the console, we're not sure what their console is going to look like, but the Steam, what is it called? Index or what? I can't remember. But do they have a name for it? Steam Box? I don't know. Switch to, yeah, PS4 level if it's docked. If it's docked. It's less than that undocked. Yeah. I use an Elite when I use a controller. Yeah, Xbox Elite, that's what it is. That's the nice one, yeah. Nice, yeah, that's a great controller. Like, if you were to buy a brand new one, it would be $200. Yeah, they're very nice controllers. I had a knockoff Xbox Elite that it was exactly the same, but just from some company, you know, probably in China. I mean, I got it off of Amazon, but yeah. They're just calling it, oh, Steam Machine. That's it, Steam Machine. Yeah, no, Battlegander. I'm not talking about the Steam Deck. I'm talking about their console. They're gonna actually, they're making a home console, like to play on a TV or whatever. Which, you know, Steam, again, big picture mode and, you know, VR mode, and Steam's already got everything built into it to be a really great console. But with RAM prices and hardware price, SSD prices, like, all these companies are like going, okay, we can't charge, you know, $3,000 for this. Go look at the ROG Ally X Elite, like you know, that handheld that ROG makes. They partnered with Microsoft. They just almost doubled the price of that thing. It's crazy. It went up by like $1,000 in price overnight, just because of the prices of computer hardware and things like that, and they're running out of stock and they can't make more at that price that they sold it at previously. It's bananas. But even the PlayStation, they just announced price increases this year for PlayStation, like the console, and it's like, you're like PS5 and PS5 Pro both went up in price, which is almost unheard of in video games. Usually at this point in their life cycle, the price is coming down. You know what I mean? It's going up. Like, it's very fucked up time right now in video gaming, not just hardware, but software, with, you know, the AI menace kind of just taking over everything, and more companies, like, which I don't mind if companies use AI for their engineering, to put together the physics model, the game engine, to do all the programming. Just don't use the AI for any art assets, right? Like, anything that requires an artist to create, don't use AI for that. And I'm happy. I will buy your game. I don't care. In fact, I played, what was that game? It's free to play. Where Winds Meet. Where Winds Meet. It was the first game I think I've ever played, well, except for way back in the day maybe, but where you can talk to the NPCs and they're all LLMs. So you can like you can just say stuff to them. Now, of course, they're very restricted. You can't get them to, you know, say the Holocaust never happened or some horrible shit like you know, people would try and do back in the day. But you can actually have a kind of a conversation with them, and I thought that was super cool. I like when AI is used in that way, actually. Like, I hope they just don't do it in every single game. Like, I think good writing is still good, and I want to see, you know, games with great writing, but that was kind of cool. I like, for, you know, you have your main characters that are written, but for all the like low-level NPCs, just turn them into like chat bots that I can just fuck with. It's so much more funny. I had a blast doing it. I don't know. I thought it was great. It's like it's like GTA RP, except, you know, you don't have to play with a bunch of other people. Yeah, they're making anyway, yeah, all that stuff. But Warframe did that, really? Yeah, I was gonna say, it reminds me of like games I used to play on, like, you know, way back, like Commodore 64. It was like typing, like Oregon Trail and stuff like that. Like, you're typing stuff. I remember this Wild West game, and it had all these dialogue options, and you were trying to type like answer, like telling the NPC what you want it to do and stuff. Shadowrun, I think Shadowrun was another thing like that, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. But now it's like with LLMs, and, you know, you can have these chatbots that actually sound kind of like You know, they're actually having a conversation with you. It opens up all these avenues for that. I think that's cool. Like, I want that, you know. But man, the layoffs, it's been an insane last couple of years in the gaming industry. It's just so many companies are just, well, cutting tons of people because of AI, right? AI can do a lot of the other stuff, engineering and all that other stuff in a game. Those are some crazy sleight of hands over there. Yeah, King's Quest was great. Could you type things though in King's Quest? It was just like Monkey Island, I think. You were just clicking, and there was like dialogue options, like 4 lines, and you would pick which one you want to say, right? I'm pretty sure that's the King's Quests I played, but you could romance the NPCs. Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, I want to do that. I want to have fun with that stuff, you know? I think that's fine. Ooh, is he gonna... Okay, so this is very interesting. Oh, it's over. Yeah. Okay. Landfall against Spelementals. I don't know. I feel like Spelementals could be advantaged here because Spelementals is has the way to just reset the whole board. The Sunderflock upheaval. But yeah. The Apple IIc, nice. Yeah, you could type stuff like that. Oh shit, okay, you can. Okay, I didn't know. The only one I remember King's Quest V very vividly because I beat it and the very end was so epic. I remember asking my cousin to tell me how to beat it because I knew he had beaten it and I couldn't figure it out and he had to tell me and I beat it. He was my my game genie. But I didn't, Apple IIc I never had. So I never played, I don't think I played the first one. I think I played the third one as well. But I was very young and it was my uncle who was playing it. And I was kind of just like playing with him, basically just watching him play. And I think so. I don't really remember. I think what I'm picturing in my mind from what I remember of that game is from King's Quest V. So yeah, the first one, could you actually type? That's fantastic. It's ironic that it wasn't like that in the later versions, but maybe the first and second one or something had that. It's funny. Anyway, I like freedom because freedom lets me be creative. I like to get silly, right? You know, I play all these games. I'm playing Hollow Knight and I'm going up to people and hey buddy, what do you got in your shop? And blah, blah, blah. Ooh, what's that? Wow, this guy's got this over here. Like, hey, dude, what is that up there? You know, I'm like having conversations with them on stream for like, you know, to make it fun and it's funny. Like, I hope for some people get a chuckle out of some of it. You know, we have these, some of the conversations, some of the moments I've had in video games with NPCs are absolutely priceless, in my opinion, hilarious moments, but not every moment's hilarious. But, you know, I want to be able to do that still. I want to be able to create those moments or try to. And having that kind of stuff, having an AI LLM, you know, NPC chatbot kind of character or a bunch of them, it opens that up. It gets really crazy. I think we could have some hilarious times, you know? Of course, the whole game can't be that. Like, I don't want to play a chat simulator or whatever. Like, I want to play a game. Give me Cyberpunk or some open world game. But the NPCs I can actually, like, talk to. And they actually talk back. And, God, it would be so cool if they could even, like, you know, every NPC has some basic possessions. Like in Kingdom Come Deliverance, every NPC you can pickpocket, and all of them will have something in their pocket. You know, from a piece of rotten fruit to like a gold, you know, chalice, or you know, depending on who you're stealing from, right? You know, give everybody something. Maybe I buy stuff. Like if I start a conversation, well, what are you going to give me for this? And they go, I'll give you this, and like, and you could actually barter or buy, sell with just literally anybody in the game. Like, that kind of stuff would be so epic. Oh my God. Oh, Date Everything. I haven't actually played that yet. I played I played Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator. That was amazing. I had a one night stand with a dude. It was a moment. My character was hilarious. I should reinstall that game just to show you how epic my dad was. He was a dream dad. All the other dads are like super handsome, ripped, like, they cover the gamut, smart, you know, they're all funny. One's a tough guy, one's a like straight edge dude, one's, you know. And my dad was amazing. My dad was better than all of them put together. I don't know if I guess I must have highlights from that game. I beat it. I beat the whole game. Somebody bought it for me. Is like, you got to play this. I'm like, all right. And I did all the voices for all the dads. The whole game, I voiced the whole thing because there's no voice acting. And it was hilarious. And I don't know, people laughed. People thought it was funny. So I did the whole thing. But I want that kind of, you know, I like voice acting. I'd rather have real voice acting. I don't want to do my own every game. But like with the NPCs and stuff, like I don't care if they don't have voice acting. Just let me fuck with them. Let me like interact with them in weird ways. I think that's really interesting and is possible now with LLMs and stuff, right? What is he gonna do? He doesn't have a flash creature. Trying to bluff something here? Interesting. The Game Grumps? No. Game Grumps. No, I don't know what that is. Daz, I know. Daz, back when the first year I streamed every single day, and we had quite an interesting community. We played a lot of social games at that point. Among Us was the biggest game in the world at that time shortly after I started streaming. So we were playing lots of that kind of stuff and lots of different people in here. And people would give me games. Dream Daddy was purchased and gifted to me by somebody. Hatoful Boyfriend. Has anybody in here played Hatoful Boyfriend? I don't even want to tell you what that game's about. Just go look it up. Great game. The Last of Waifus, another classic I was gifted. That game sucks, but I'm just thinking of these people have gotten me like joke games and were like, play this. And I'm like, all right. Want to check this out? Sure. And then we would, get silly with it. But yeah, they make games. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Are these? There's so many gaming groups like this. I'm never sure. Some of my friends are like, "Do you know these guys? They drink and play games, and it's kind of like a review. It's like a game. They're reviewing board games and stuff. But are you saying these guys are making games? That's kind of interesting. Game Grumps. I should look them up. There's two guys or two people. Cool. Yeah. Anyway. Games are great. There's so much, and that's why people shit on games. And I'm like, I think you're just, some people who give games a lot of criticism that really doesn't deserve it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some people just can't see the good parts of games. They only see the bad stuff or something. I try to see at least the good stuff. Now, there are games with very little good stuff. And I will rightly say, this game's a piece of shit. This game sucks. This is bad. This is bad. Like what? This is the only good thing about this game. Like if that's the case, then that's the case, and you say that. But I think it's so popular to criticize things now because that's what gets clicks and engagement online. So you have a lot of social media presence people saying negative things usually, or at least trying to say something that's bombastic, something that's a hot take, right? And then, of course, the algorithms on all these sites spew those out and recycle and keep putting it in people's faces over and over. So then you get this like kind of zeitgeist of people thinking that this game sucks. And it's like, no, go and look at the actual reviews from real reviewers, not dipshits on YouTube. And you'll see it's actually a good game. It's rated like 78%, 72%. It's like you act like it's a 5 out of 10. It's a 7. But if you listen to dipshits on YouTube, it sounds like a 5 out of 10 because it's them trying to get engagement. That's why everything I hear that's like super negative like that, I always take it with a grain of salt in a review. I wait to see what Open Critic says and what a lot of the big published, game journalism sites and stuff say. Game journalism is a pale shadow of what it once was. I think everybody can agree on that. But it doesn't mean it's irrelevant. It's still the best source of information for games. There's people who work inside Sony and Microsoft and all these other game companies who don't want to talk to some rando on YouTube who has zero credibility and who will drop their name and they'll get in trouble. They're only going to trust an actual journalist. Why? Because a journalist has their career on the line. It's totally different than some fucking jerk off on YouTube who it doesn't matter if they burn you. They don't care. Real journalists don't burn their sources. So when, the guy at Bloomberg who writes for games and he goes, my source tells me the next PlayStation's going to cost this. That's where all this kind of news comes from. Real journalism is still a thing. But of course, in this day and age, all the YouTubers want you to listen to them. So they're going to tell you journalism is dead and listen to me instead. I don't know. It's definitely, I like YouTubers who like the same stuff as me. So I definitely will watch content by people if it's a game I'm thinking about getting. And if it's somebody who plays a lot of games I like, I'll subscribe to them and watch whatever. And maybe I'll get, that game looks good. I'll try that. that's totally fine. But when we're talking about actual ratings and reviews, I don't trust any of those people. Like, if they seem like they're having a good time, okay, sure, but I still look at the reviews, like, of actual sources, right? But yeah, I don't know. Magic's crazy though. The drama that happens in Magic is totally different than video game drama. To get back to Magic here, like the Jeff or Dan Frazier thing that's happening right now is wild. I don't even know what to think of it. It's so bananas. I'll be right back. Oh, give you some commentary here. Hold up. Oh.
There's a lot of times where Mossborn Hydra doesn't get killed immediately, and the opponent gets killed on the following turn.
Yes,
So
yeah. So I'm thinking we're going to see a piece of removal aimed towards the Hydra.
I would think so. And I think I do see a spell snare.
Nice.
So another reason probably to take out Badger Mole Cubs. Just,
Yeah, they get countered.
yep.
They get
Ooh,
killed.
Hydra off the top. Chris didn't think about that one. If it was the correct play against an island last turn, gotta be good now.
Good grief.
Yep.
What's that, a 5-power Hydra?
What did she say?
5-power Chocobo and a 4-power Hydra. It can never be 5-power.
Okay, fine.
Corey, easy, buddy. Uh-oh. Green maybe gonna take game 2. Yeah, crazy. And then Wizards comes out and supports him. Like, whoa. They're like, we know, accidents happen. Whoa. Record scratch. That wasn't a fucking accident. The dude straight up used what he knew was not his artwork and just put it right in the middle of the thing he submitted. But that's not the real, like, I don't even know if that's the real story. Like, is he 81-year-old senile artist fucks up and submits the wrong image without realizing that was the reference image that he was, messing with? Like, I don't think he even realized that he had submitted the wrong one. Or was it someone at Wizards who went ahead and chose the wrong version after going back and forth with Dan a bunch of times about different versions of the card? Like, all we know is Wizards came out and said things like this happen, and Dan, thank you for owning up to it and whatever. Some people are like, did Wizards throw him under the bus? Or like, what the fuck is going on right now? Can they use him ever again? We're talking about a dude who's painted half of the Power 9 here. This is one of the most famous artists in Magic. He's been doing it for the entire time Magic has existed. It's bizarre. Bruins, what's up? I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. It's so fucked up. You can't use him again now, right? You can't use him as an artist anymore, can you? It's bananas. Oh, what? Really, Battlegander? He banks other Magic players' channels? Holy shit. I should reach out to him. Hey, buddy. So I've got this game I really loathe, and I shit on it all day. Want to give me $1,000 a month for that? Oh, I know, Jub. Oh, that's not what we're talking about here. Yeah, me too. But of course, that's a different thing altogether. This is something else. This is, him submitting plagiarized work, but that's a... You think so, Haiku? Yeah, at this point, I don't think anybody knows, because it's been such a weird response from WotC as well. It's just like, what? So the guy's agent, Dan Frazier's agent, was the one, that's what I saw first, was his tweet or whatever. Somebody took a screenshot of the tweet and like posted it. And I, oh, hold on. Oh, I realized, okay, I scoop posted this a while ago. The Wind Matrix? Oh, nice. Okay. We'll look at that after this. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought here. Oh, his agent posted and said, yeah, this is obviously an image that Dan didn't paint. Like, this is some other artist's image. What the fuck? Like, did WotC put this image on Dan's painting? Like, what the hell? And then, like, the next day, Dan himself comes out and says, actually, yeah, no, that was me. Like, even his agent didn't know. So his agent does what a good agent does and just goes to bat for the guy without, assuming that his client is innocent here. And it's WotC that fucked up. And then Dan says, no, it was me? Like, wait, what? I don't know what the fuck happened there. That is bananas. That is so crazy. I don't know. Disgraced artists, yeah, there's a bunch of them. But having a puff, Bruins, nice. The Win Matrix here, I want to look at this after. So okay, Scoop had posted a tweet, and then I asked them to post the image. He posted the image from the tweet showing the Win Matrix for standard. And IZZET Prowess ends up overall at just under 50%. I think that's what I'm seeing here. It's on my small other monitor here. Once this game's done, or this match, I should say, I'll pull the screenshot onto the screen so you guys can see it. And yeah, we'll see. Because honestly, like I said, if Storm Chasers isn't, or if Blue Red Prowess isn't over 50%, you're not going to see a banning. But Cub, people have been asking for Cub to be banned for a while. I think it's still fine. Even if it does well in this Pro Tour, I still think it's fine. But all right, needs another Sunderflock soon. I like Lumbering Worldwagon gets around Sunderflock says, yeah, non-elemental creatures. So yeah, you just play your creature next turn, swing with that Worldwagon again, right? Uh-oh, green gonna get it. It's gonna be a Selesnya mirror in the finals. Watch this. Yeah, I know, Jub. Sucks, right? No crew. Interesting. Oh wait, it's crew 4. Never mind. Crew 4, right? Yeah. What am I saying? Yep. That's Larson plays like me. When I have a couple cards, it's late in the game like this, you just put your cards down, just watch your opponent. Just look at the whole board. Make sure you didn't miss anything. Watch what they're watching. Okay. Choco? Chocomoco? Attacking? Thought he'd play... I guess he doesn't have a land here. Other dude has land and... What was that he just drew? Opt. Hi, see what's up? Some people play better alone. Playing in person better than on a computer? Oh, in person I enjoy much more, but I've been playing Paper Magic for decades. I've only been playing digital Magic for, well, less. Still over a decade, but in person is much better, but that's my personal opinion because of my, you know, I like the human interaction. I like handling the cards. I love playing with the cards. I love handling them. It's fun. I've done it so much, it feels like it's very comfortable almost for me, right? When I'm playing other card games, I'm sometimes riffling my hand and people are like, why are you doing that? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I just like fucking with the cards. I played a lot of card games. So but you're right, some people probably play much better on Arena because it's way less pressure. So, you know, I'm not the kind of person who's very socially inverted or introverted. I'm more of an extrovert, so I have no trouble going to a packed shop and playing with a bunch of people I don't know. I don't mind, but I totally understand people with social anxiety or any other number, or just, you know, I just don't like the way it smells, you know, or I'm a girl, and the last time I went to a shop, I had a really shitty experience because I'm a girl. Like, that shit still fucking happens to this day. It's crazy. But that's something that, you know, I could totally understand why a girl doesn't want to play, and she qualifies for the Pro Tour via Arena. You know, it's many reasons. I could think of it, like, you know, so if you're asking me what I prefer, absolutely in person. Digital Magic should never take the place of Paper Magic, ever. The Pro Tours should never be digital. When they had to be digital, it was a gong show. if you remember during COVID. It was really bad. I mean, the big reason it was so bad is because Wizards, the digital client that you play Magic on is really bad, right? They wanted to make Magic into an esport, but the digital client doesn't even have spectator mode. So the commentators like Marshall and Paul are having to watch a Discord stream from one of the players who's playing in the match. Can you fucking believe that? Like, that is the most amateur hour shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, and we were watching it, and you're like, well, it's COVID. Like, I get it. It's hard. But, you know, the reason it was so shitty during COVID was because COVID. But also, your client is garbage, and COVID really showed why it's garbage. You couldn't even run your tournaments. The stream would cut out. It would freeze. Do you remember? The stream would just freeze at the Pro Tour because we're watching a Discord stream in 720p from some guy who, I don't know, he's on Wi-Fi. You know, it's like, oh, Larson got him. And people talk about the integrity of the game. They think because it's digital that you can't cheat, that makes it have more integrity. Like, first of all, I think people assume this cheating happens way more often than it does because it's very sensational. When a cheater is caught, what was it, a month ago, 2 months ago? A guy got banned. Or this guy and his hugs. And everybody talks about it, and it's like, oh, cheating in Magic, cheating. Like, yes, it happens, and it probably happens a lot more at the lower levels, but like this kind of thing, Pro Tours should always be paper. You have to be a good card player, handle your cards well, etc. That's part of being a world champion. I don't think you could have a Magic the Gathering world champion who really doesn't know how to shuffle very well. And doesn't, like, when you see them play their cards, they don't know what they're doing. Like, wouldn't that feel like we're calling this guy or this girl the world champ? It's clear they don't even play this game except on a computer. The game is a card game. Like, what? I don't know. It's weird to me, right? Like, it's got to be paper. Pro Tour is the most fun, pleasant Magic I've ever played. Really? 2 games in paper. What do you mean 2 games? I don't know what you mean. Magic games? 2 Magic? You mean other card games like Flesh and Blood and Star Wars? Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, the game and the player. Yes, precisely. The reading a player is a big part of the game. If you play poker, it's the same thing. Like, digital poker is totally different than real life poker. But poker is similar. Like, you're speaking a language with your cards, but the way people handle their chips, like sit at the table, like talk and say things and touch their cards, and players give away so much fucking information by the way they physically act. Even good players, it's very little. Like, pros aren't reading each other's physical tells like it's some movie like Rounders or some shit. But at the same time, you're getting information by how confidently they're moving around their chips or cards, or maybe there's little things. There's things that your subconscious is maybe picking up that you're not even aware of. That's influencing your gut, your gut feeling or whatever. So yeah, absolutely, Sims. There's a totally different game. There's a totally different game with the physical aspect because you are getting that body language information that you're lacking. And in Magic, a lot of players aren't doing a poker face in the games. I can't tell you how many times I just, I finish my turn, I put down my cards, I'm watching my opponent, I'm looking at them. I watch them draw. I see, this isn't the opponent now. Draw? They just looked at their graveyard. As soon as they drew that card, I know exactly what card they have. And they're not shuffling their hand. So I see the card on the left. Yeah, it's on the left side of their hand. I see it right there. And then now, I play my, I don't know, something that makes them discard, or, I do something in response. Now I got to save a counter for their reanimation spell. I know they just drew the reanimate, whatever it is, right? The way they look, where they look, whenever, and Magic players, honestly, even at the high levels, will do they'll pick up their graveyard and it's very clear they have something that plays out of the graveyard or does something to the graveyard. Really good players will always be checking these zones. That way, whenever you're playing against them, you don't know if they have a graveyard card, because this guy's always asking me how many cards I have in my graveyard. Every other turn, he's asking me this same thing. That's the way I used to play. Rounders, yeah, you remember that? I mean, it was a funny poker movie, but, the big poker game at the end where he's eating the Oreos and the physical tell stuff, that's for people who don't know anything about poker and they think that's what poker is. Like, poker's all about the bluffing and you've got to read them and, Everybody has a tell. It's like, no. Really good poker players are reading you based on how you're betting and when you're betting and how much you're betting versus how much the pot is. What position are you in when you're getting aggressive? What blah, blah, blah. I'm starting to learn your patterns. Now I can take advantage of you. That's reading a player in poker. It's not, oh, he scratched his ear. That means he's got this. It's like, whoa. Bro, does that guy have a playmat that's like the Empire of Japan flag? Don't bring that to a tournament. All right. Javier's still in it. Oh, yeah. I played tons of poker. Yeah. Well, it's not a game of luck. I mean, it's like Magic, right? It's a skill game with a lot of variance. When I got into poker, I was doing tech support. Let's stay here. Don't go back. I don't want to see Larson's zits or whatever. Just when I got into poker, I was doing tech support, so I was chained to a computer 8 hours a day. So I just started reading about poker. I had buddies who were big into poker. They introduced me to people who were like regulars who would go to Vegas every year. They'd have a big trip. A bunch of guys. They'd all go together. There was like 10 or 12 guys. I was friends with one of the guys. He was kind of the organizer of the group. And he was an awesome dude. He loved Halo. Me and him were the best Halo players out of anybody we knew. Every time we had a huge LAN party a couple times, 2 times. One time, there was like 16 of us, or I don't know how many. I think it was 16. And then a couple of hangers, like there was a couple other people there that were just watching and messing around and stuff. But, and me and him were, we kept playing like, deathmatch, team deathmatch. And it was just me and him at the top, always on opposite teams and always just hunting each other among all these other players every single game. It was awesome. I ended up winning a big Halo tournament, 3v3 tournament with me, that guy, and another dude, an old coworker of mine. But anyway. Yeah, MLG, because I was modding Xboxes, so I was big into the, tunneling programs and all that stuff. So, with a modded Xbox, I could play Halo with a bunch of guys in a dorm room in a university in the US, and they were serious, man. There were some dudes that were so fucking good at that game, but I was really good too. Like, I was right up there. We all played together. That's how I got better, was playing with people like that. But it was connecting via tunneling programs to LANs, because basically a tunneling program is tricking your Xbox into thinking it's on a LAN when it's not on a LAN. It's connected to another network of the internet, and then via that to another bunch of players. So you'd get these big groups of players, and it was free. Like I was never paying for anything for Xbox. I used to soft mod Xboxes for people for $50 or a case of beer, whichever you prefer. And I would soft mod your Xbox with the Splinter Cell save game. That was how we glitched it. But I was killed in the first Killionaire? No shit, really, Sims? What? That's such a bizarre, like, honor to have. You all this time. You're like, really? Killionaire was how many? Not Killpocalypse. Kilimanjaro was 5, right? Kilimanjaro was 5 kills. What is it 10? Holy shit. I don't think I'd ever seen Killionaire. I've never seen that in a tournament, I don't think, ever, but I'm not sure now. Halo had hacks? I don't remember anybody hacking. Oh, damn. Nice. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That was what it was all about. You knew where the sniper spawned or the rocket launcher, and every time it would respawn, like in the back of your mind, you're ticking down the time until you know it's going to respawn, and you start making your way there, and then as soon as that rocket launcher or sniper rifle respawns, you grab that, and then bam. Yeah, the sniper rifle was awesome. And there were, I mean, you can go look at highlight reels from people, but yeah. Yeah, I've never seen that. That's wild. Yeah, Halo was really fun. Halo and Halo 2, I played a lot. And then I stopped playing. I got into PC gaming mostly, but let's just take a quick look at this. So this is the metagame breakdown here for the first 2 days, so not counting the top 8. So IZZET Prowess, 30% of the metagame, sample size 769 matches played, by far the most number of matches, less than a 50% win rate, basically exactly 50, right? 49.8. I think that's perfectly fine, and I don't think you're gonna see any bannings from this deck. That's just not high enough of a win rate. 30% of the metagame's a lot, but after that performance, that number is gonna go down, guaranteed. So really crushed Jeskai control. Jesus. And the Maestro was a joke. Landfall, 55.5% win rate, despite also being the second most played deck, or there are more matches of mono green Landfall than anything else. That's scary. It wasn't 30% of the metagame. What was it, like 10, 12%? I can't remember. Where's that other graphic? Not. Is it this? Mono green, 19%. So 19% in the metagame and a 55% win rate. I mean, that's got to be the best deck right now. Definitely the best deck for this tournament. Spelementals, 50%, just over 50%. A decent sample size, 230 matches played. Is it Lessons? Slightly less than 50%. Okay, so perfectly fine. Lessons, nothing wrong with that. Momo got a little trashed here. That's an abysmal win rate. Control also performing very poorly, getting crushed by IZZET Prowess, which was 30% of the metagame. So I don't know what the Control players were playing that thought they had a good match. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Golgari mid-range. I think Control should slam them. Yeah, they won 71% against Golgari. Only 2 matches played against Selesnya? Jeez, okay. Selesnya with an insane win rate here, 63%. Definitely the highest win rate of all the top played decks. 105 matches played is not a ton. Remember, Landfall, 500 matches? I mean, look at the difference in data. If there were 500 matches of Selesnya, it would be lower than this. It would be like 50-something. It would be much closer to mono green, right? That's super impressive for 500 matches played. And then the rest of them were ass and don't matter. Maestro decks, Golgari sucks. I don't know. People are trying to play these off-meta decks, sure enough, get trashed. Momo even got trashed. So yeah, I thought Lessons might have done a little bit better, but I think the best decks are obviously mono green, the Landfall decks, the Cub decks. Landfall just crushing it. Green and green white both doing amazing. That's really interesting. So let's jump back into the game here. Then you spawn camp. Yep. Halo 3, oh yeah, I didn't play, Halo and Reach and all that stuff. I didn't have Xbox after that. I got rid of when I moved to Korea, I got rid of my Xbox. I sold all my, I got a laptop and that's when I got into Magic Online, was around 2006. That's when I moved to Korea. I couldn't play poker anymore because it's banned, because my IP got banned. Because Korea, it's illegal to gamble. So I tried to connect to my party poker account or whatever, and they're like, and I contact their support. The client won't let me connect. They're like, yeah, says you're in a region where it's illegal. I would have to send them a scan of my passport or something, and I was just like, fuck that. And I just didn't. But so funny. I noticed a lot of pimped out Llanowar elves. All these green deck, all the green players, all of them have these Llanowar elves that are like old school Llanowar elves, Japanese Llanowar elves. I think I saw a Chinese one. Weird promo versions. It's kind of funny. There's just so many versions of Llanowar elf. I guess it's the easiest card to just pimp out in whatever you like, right? So Nathan Stoyer hasn't had a ton of success on the Pro Tour for a while after having big success, in a very short time. Back again, top 8. He's one of the best players in the world, even if he's not always on the Pro Tour. Like, he kind of fell off the Pro Tour. He had to go back to RC queuing, right? But that's just how the Pro Tour is these days. It's the state of competitive Magic. It's a shit show. You do poorly in one Pro Tour, you're off the train. You're back to just RC queuing at your LGS to try and get back on, right? It sucks. But it's just another one of the kind of, the decline of competitive Magic in this day and age. But yeah. Is that art, but the foil promo with the shooting star? Oh yeah, the judge promo, yeah. You know that kid from when he was a kid? Are you talking about one of these guys? Nathan, you mean? Yeah, he seems like a good dude. He used to have a podcast called Bolt the Bird, and it was him and some guy I've never heard of. And I think they only put out like, I don't know, half a dozen episodes, and then I think it just fell off. But when I listened to the first couple, that was shortly after, you know, his big successes. I listened to the first couple of episodes and I thought, wow, this guy really gets it. Like, this guy actually, he knows his shit, and he's very good at explaining his thoughts. Like on the podcast, he would, you know, they're talking about whatever, I can't remember what the metagame or whatever back then. They were talking about whatever. And he's describing why in the Grixis mid-range mirror, this and this, and like, and you're like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Like he breaks it down really well. So he, you know, he knows his shit, and he's able to get his point across clearly and easily to players who aren't as good as him. That's awesome. He should make more content. That's the kind of thing I like. You know, Jason Yee and CFT Sock are incredible players, but they're not the most eloquent players. When they talk, they're constantly like stumbling over what they're saying and, you know, whatever else. Not trying to say they're not smart or they're not, you know, like, of course, everybody's different. Some people are just not great at, you know, communicating in the moment. Those people should write articles, you know, do that kind of thing. But like, to have a podcast or to you know, stream like this, I think you need to know your shit. You need to know how to explain it so people can understand and absorb it, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson for science, or Carl Sagan before him, same kind of idea. I think Nathan Stoyer is the Carl Sagan of Magic. No, he knew his shit. He did a really good job explaining. I could tell, yeah, he really understands this game at a level that's beyond me. But also he explained things really well. Like he was well spoken and you know, elaborated well on things and didn't stumble a bunch and didn't have a bunch of you know, and going back and, well, when I have this and I, okay, but and then I did this and then, okay, but, and like, you know, just constantly stuttering and kind of breaking up their own sentences. It's hard to like listen to a podcast or whatever with that. But anyway, I still love a lot of the players who communicate like that, so I still listen to some of their content, but it's just, you know, there is a difference between somebody who can really communicate clearly and effectively and knows their shit. Those are the kind of people who end up commentators and stuff usually, right? Are you serious? Do you know Luis, really? He told you he understands the game? Interesting. Sims, you, I assume, grew up in California? Yeah, Haiku, I know, and that's the sad reality, is this game attracts a lot of people who aren't exactly the most introverted, but I want what's in their brain. I want to extract their thoughts. I want to know why they make the decisions they make to help me be better at the game, because I know they are better than me. You know, like a Rain Man level, like, you know, Magic player who has this like, you know, insane, like, who sees through the matrix, kind of just like, as whatever. They're a savant of some sort. I don't know, like somewhere on the spectrum. Like, there's people on the spectrum. This game with its math and its interactions, like, it's just like, oh, it's candy for some people, right? And they just understand it at such a deep level. It just speaks to them, right? I love this game, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the kind of person who sees numbers and like, you know, like a savant, like a human calculator level person. But there are people like that in Magic. I want them to, yeah, get it out on paper or somewhere that other people can benefit from their knowledge. But many of them are not very, you know, they don't elucidate very well their thoughts, or they're not great writers or what have you. And it's okay. It's, you know, oh well. But boy, I wish I could, you know, see more streams from Guillaume Wafotapa or this guy or LSV. Like, he makes videos, but he doesn't stream anymore. He doesn't play competitive formats really anymore. He plays limited, but maybe someday he'll come back to the Pro Tour. But he was pretty good at explaining. Like, his videos were what got me better at Magic way back in the day when he was making videos for Blackborder.com, and that was when I was playing Magic Online and drafting like Kamigawa block. And he had been posting videos of, because I'm like, I'm so fucking bad at this. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I gotta find somebody who knows what they're doing here. And I stumbled on him and started watching videos. He was one of the first people to start doing it, actually. Video form instead of articles. Because reading an article is good, it's useful, but I find, you know, like, limited is so context dependent. Like, how to draft well, you can't write an article about how to draft a specific format really well without, it would be way too long. Like, there's so much to say, right? I don't know. He's lining up the blocks. So, let me me think. Oh, he's putting black spots all over the playmat there. He just put a bunch of black marks on the playmat. Nathan! Yeah, he's doing what everybody should do. Before a combat, whether you're attacking or blocking, immediately put yourself in the other person's shoes and say, well, I'm attacking. If I attack with everything, how would I block if I were them? Or if I'm, blocking and they're attacking, I would think, well, if I was attacking, what would I attack with, on their turn? I actually usually think this before I pass turn. He's kind of doing the same thing here, right? Lining up all the blocks. He's literally just like pointing to it, but he's trying to figure out and make sure he doesn't miss anything here. And of course, yeah, with the Hydra doubling and like there's all this counter stuff happening. There's Might Harmonizer in play. It's funny. Played Magic for years and never talked. Interesting. That's cool that you got to meet some of these people. I've met a couple Magic kind of players. I played against Jack Potter. He was on the feature match yesterday, and I was saying, yeah, I played against him at RC Montreal last year, actually, when I was at the regional championship. He was my round 5 opponent. My last win that day, it turns out, and then I ran off back-to-back losses after I beat him. But I haven't met Reed Duke, but I've like sat very close to him and other players. Edgar, not Edgar. What is his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. I don't know. I don't like him very much. I think he's a douchebag, and I can't remember his name now. Anyway, he top 8'd last Pro Tour, and Brian Kibler, cool. Oh, no shit, Sims. That's awesome. Cool. Oh, yeah, I played against all those players. Yeah, me too. I played against Miniguchi in Early Access, because now, Early Access, I played against a bunch of them. I have a video on one of my highlights. I posted it on the Magic channel of me versus LSV in SOS Draft. I just ran into him like last week. And I won't spoil it, but go check it out. I should make that a YouTube video and just send people there, but it's a Twitch highlight. But I was hoping he was recording, but I guess that draft he wasn't recording it because I don't know. I haven't seen it come out. I was looking on his YouTube channel over the last couple of days to see if the video where he was playing the other side of that match. I would have loved to see what he said from the other side there, but. Anyway. Green on green violence. What are they gonna do? Big Choco chicks over there. Both of them have a Hydra, but only one of them has a Might form, and only one of them has the enchantment. The enchantment gives trample, remember. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it does, right? Think they'll scissor? We can only pray, Big Spartan. I mean, we all win if that happens. Earthbender's Ascension? Yeah, it gains trample. Right. So, like, with Might Form and that enchantment in play, that's very scary. Like, obviously he doesn't have a land here. Does he have Bushwhack? Is that what he had in hand? What is that? I can't tell. If it was Bushwhack, he would grab a land here immediately, I would imagine. But I think Nathan has enough beef to stop it? Oh, it's a royal... Oh, wow. Nathan beat him. Wait, is this from... That's a best of... Oh, no, that's best 3 out of 5? Huh. It's a weird one. Interesting. They're all, like, looking at each other's boards? Could Nathan kill him? Weren't they both on, like, 18 life? Did I miss the life total there? The standard is terrible? You don't like it? Why not, Fraggle? You don't like green decks? Green's been bad for a long time in standard. It's finally good again. You're not happy? You know what color I don't see in this top 8? Black. No black at all. Black's the worst color in Standard right now. I think it has been for a while.
How you felt that matchup was going to go?
So I thought that in the mirror match, essentially the white cards would be a pretty big difference maker. And in this case, I drew a lot of copies of Erode that stopped him from combo killing me with his big tramplers. And
out of the
then
sideboard.
In the post-board game, we played only one. It was a super close game that I just barely got there with the Hydra. So I think my deck list had maybe a 5 to 10% edge in the mirror match, and it played out that way, which is pretty awesome.
We know how your deck plays out. It's been great all weekend long, and this deck's been overperforming pretty well this weekend. Specifically the white cards. You mentioned them a little bit. Tell me about how that's gone through like the entire tournament and the process.
Erode is insane in that deck
So
for
going into
landfall,
the
right?
tournament, we saw that the mono green landfall deck was something we really liked in testing, but one issue we found is we can't really beat Slick Shot show off super well without interaction, and we wanted some way of having an edge in the mirror match. So the idea was, let's try playing some removal and slowing our deck down a little bit in exchange for more interaction was the plan. Worked out really well in practice, and I think that's a meaningful reason that our team performed so well with the green-white landfall deck this weekend.
Yeah, the deck's been great. You've been great. Good luck in the next round.
See what I mean? He's very eloquent.
Yes.
He explains things very clearly. He knows exactly what's up. He's just like, this is what we did. This is what happened. Blah, blah, blah. Not stuttering or stumbling or hesitating or wondering or, you know, he should make more content. Seriously, he should should stream or something. I would watch because he explain as long as he talks a lot. It seems like he likes to elaborate and you know, that would be great. But I'm rage baiting. Why? Standard is terrible? I think it's fine. I don't think Standard's terrible. I don't know. I think there's a little bit too much cheap interaction, but Landfall is a deck that, you know, like he just said, there's very little interaction in a Landfall deck. That's why they're playing white, to give themselves some interaction. It slows the deck down, like he said, but you have to, because the other decks are really fast. Like, one of the ways Landfall was losing was to really low aggro decks, right? You go under it. So some of the Momo decks and maybe even Blue-Red Prowess a little bit or whatever. So I don't know. There's slow decks, there's fast decks, there's, you know, mid-rangey, all across the mid-range spectrum. You can play a bunch of, you know, speeds, but there's no control. So that is something that's missing from Standard right now. Control is just absent from Standard, and that feels bad. I think the big reason is the lands. The lands are too good. Ba Sing Se, I mean, you know, those kind of things. Control just can't beat it, and they just get to play it for free. Like, it's not even a serious cost to their deck. It's just a forest that wins the game against Control. So it, you know, I don't know. Land destruction is something they can't just give you know, Standard. You can't put. So if there's no good, like, you know, Field of Ruin type effect, like Demo Field, like, I don't know, that's a real cost to putting that in your deck. So Control has to figure itself out. I think Control can still fight back, especially against the white version of this deck is a lot worse against Control than the green version. But Control decks have to figure out what they want to do. Like, is it a loot thing you're doing? Is it a blue-white, like, just hard Drago Control and you're playing a bunch of demo fields to blow up their Ba Sing Se's to get there? Like, I don't know, but Control has to figure out what it wants to do. That's the one pillar of the format that's missing right now, I think, and this tournament showed us that that's the case. It's Control did not show up this tournament, did not do great overall. I mean, there might be an individual list that didn't do too badly, but yeah. I said Standard's in a good spot right now. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying. Compared to 10 years ago or some other period in time, this is worse. I will say that. But I think I can think of a lot of times in Standard when the format was worse than this. I mean, 6 months ago with Vivi. 6 months before that with Corey Steele and Omniscience combo. Or, you know, those were bad. This is not great. When I'm saying it's fine, I mean, it's not as bad as it could be. It could be as bad as we've recently seen. You know what I mean? This isn't as bad as it has been recently. So to say this is the worst is not true. To say this is really bad, I don't even know if that's true. It's not good. It's not great right now, but it's not terrible. It's okay. At least we're not seeing the 30% deck put up a 55% win rate and have to see something get banned again and blah, blah, blah. I don't think anything's going to get banned out of this Pro Tour, so that's good, right? Like, that's a good sign. It's not 7 out of the 8 decks, 6 out of the 8 decks in the top 8 are the same deck. That's good, right? I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, but it depends who you talk to. Every day I see a post on Reddit where people are like, Standard sucks and blah, blah, blah. And you go in the post and you realize, oh, it's a best of 1 player. Okay, well, yeah. If you play best of 1, I don't feel sorry for you. Like, yeah, no shit, it probably sucks. You're not playing Magic. You're playing some other weird fucking game. Don't play best of 1. If you don't like, having a turn 4 format or Standard's too powerful and all this shit. Yeah, Standard's very big right now. There's a lot of powerful stuff going on, but you haven't played this game very long if you think this is the most powerful Standard ever or something. Like, I played Standards that were way more powerful than this. Like, not even close. We've talked about many of them today, actually. But, yeah, exactly, Haiku. Like, people just have short memories. Anyway. But yeah, I think, let's be good or bad are stupid words. Let's use a scale, 0 to 10, right? 0 is like the worst format. 0 is Mirrodin block. That was so bad with Affinity that it caused a huge drop in player attendance and blah, blah, blah. Let's just use that as a baseline. That's 0. Maybe Throne of Eldraine Standard, that was like a 3 out of 10. That was absolutely batshit with Oko and Uro and and Omnath shortly after that still with all the adventures and everything. It was just like, it was a gong show. Would you say that this Standard is as bad as that? No, we wouldn't say, of course not, right? Vivi, the Vivi Standard, that wasn't super bad, but it was pretty bad. That was not as bad as Oko Adventure Days, but it was pretty bad. That's like a 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10, right? Vivi? So what are you going to say? This Standard is a what right now? A 6? 5.5, 6? I would give it a 6. So is Standard bad? No, it's fine. Like I said, it's just fine. It's not great. It's not bad. That guy, Eduardo Sajalik, do not like that guy. Not a nice guy. Anyway. So I think this Standard is a 6 out of 10. Could be a lot worse. Could be better. Definitely. Could definitely be better. But I don't think it's going to get better with 7 sets a year. I think Standard is going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse as this year goes on. You're going to be December thinking back to the Pro Tour in May and going, man, remember when like there was a deck that was like, there was some IZZET, there was a lot of, but they were at least different decks. And 30% of the metagame, one deck did not do that well, sub 50% win rate. Like that's fine. Compared to now with Star Trek and the Spock decks are insane. Spock and Captain America together? Unbeatable. Jeskai Spock Control? I'm going to be playing some Spock Control. Spock's going to be a Planeswalker with 6 loyalty on turn 3 that draws you 3 cards when you have 6 cards in your hand. I don't know. I'm a Magic designer. So who's in the finals? It's Nathan and Larson. Larson, back-to-back Pro Tour wins, potentially? That is insane. He won the last Pro Tour, right? Or wait, we haven't seen that match. Did he? I thought Larson beat his opponent, but maybe that was... I haven't seen Larson versus CFT Sock yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Heis. We're getting a new James Bond video game this year. But I haven't heard anything about the MTG set tie-in yet. They missed their shot. Should have had James Bond MTG come out this year, push Star Trek to next year. Should be a standard rotation. Yeah. There should be. Well, yeah. There should be more rotations with this many cards. If there's 7 sets a year. There should be less than a 3-year rotation. Yes, I agree with that. But I think the problem is the 7 sets a year. The rotation isn't going to make Standard better. It's going to make it worse. Like if you have 3 sets, let's say a 3-year rotation, like what we have now with this many sets, it's going to be 20 sets. Like there's going to be 20 sets in Standard before the next rotation. If you cut that to 2 years, but keep the same set cadence, like still 7 sets or 6 sets a year, basically all that means is you still have to invest in every single set, but now all your cards are going to be playable way less than they were before. They're going to be played 33% less time than you would play them previously, and that just means your cards are worth less. Like, you're going to be able to get less out of them before they rotate. So having a smaller rotation with still a ton of sets is also going to be really bad. Like, people can't afford that. Nobody can keep up with that. There would be no way. I mean, that was the reason they went to 3 years, is because people couldn't keep up with the 2-year rotation with 4 sets a year. They were just like, this is too expensive. My cards are not worth enough long enough. You know, I'm happy to pay $50 for each one of these Oko or these powerful cards, but I want to use this play set of cards that I'm spending $200 on for at least a couple years, not just 1.5 years or whatever. Like, that's what pisses a lot of people off. Fraggle, sorry, we can't have, no, we gotta be English. English only, please. Warcraft, yeah. The only UB set that fits in Magic is Lord of the Rings. Yeah, and I mean, that's just more Magic. It's weird. It's like AFR. AFR was the first Universes Beyond set. They just didn't call it Universes Beyond back then, but Adventures from the Forgotten Realms is not part of Magic. It's not a plane in the multiverse. It's not, none of the characters, there's none of that stuff is actually considered Magic canon. It's a Universes Beyond set, but because it's D&D, it fits in Magic. But it's like, but that's already what Magic is. Like, why do we need a D&D set for a fantasy game that already has all of the things that are in D&D? Like, we have beholders, we have things that are representative of all the monsters, even if the names aren't the same. Magic borrows a ton from that already. It's so weird. Like, Lord of the Rings is another one. It just feels like yeah, it feels like Magic, it fits, but that's because we already have this. Like, what's the point? I don't know, it was weird to me, but it was cool. They exist. Oh, did they officially make this a thing? I don't know. As far as I know, Magic canon, the AFR stuff is not part of canon. There are no Driders. There are no Spider people before Spider-Man. And then suddenly Spider-Man decided to do it. So maybe now with Universes Beyond branching out into all this other crazy shit, did they retro that? I have no idea, but it's not supposed to anyway. So that was the Universes Beyond set. That was the OG one. And it was not a great set. It was not a great set for limited, and a lot of the mechanics were crazy. Like, D20s is batshit to me in a game with this much variance, but anyway. AFR is a funny set. Well, I know there's been D&D modules, like you can get there's like an Innistrad D&D campaign or something that you can do, right? Like, they did that kind of stuff. But I don't know if that means lore-wise, is that, like, they're considered in the same universe? Planeswalker reference in a D&D scenario book with Eliwick. Yeah, because I know that it was Secrets of Strixhaven, or no, the first Strixhaven set had like a D&D module or something. I don't know. I think that just means Magic is in the D&D universe. I don't think that means D&D is in the Magic universe. Okay, I don't know what language you're speaking, but I'm assuming that's D&D speak. I don't know what any of that is, but you're saying there's a Planeswalker in a D&D campaign of some sort. That's what you're saying? Yeah, I think what I'm saying is there's no D&D in Magic, but there's Magic in D&D. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yes, they've got D&D modules that are based off stuff in Magic, but there's no Magic that references anything in D&D except AFR, which is, again, it's not part of Magic. It's like some totally separate. It's Universes Beyond. It's them going, look, we're going to do a set that's not in the Magic universe. They talked about this at length when the set first came out. They literally said that it's not part of the Magic universe. Maybe now it is. Maybe Magic's part of the D&D universe and not vice versa. I don't know. That could be true. But another D&D set? Yeah, sure. Yeah, they should still keep doing that. They own both. You know, why wouldn't they, right? You think there would be more crossovers, but Magic doesn't need it. Like, Magic doesn't need a D&D. D&D is just more of what we already have. Like, D&D, Magic has been D&D since its inception, right? Goblins and orcs and heroes of all sorts and, you know, now equipment and weapons, and we literally have everything. The D&D version of everything already in Magic. It's weird that, you know, but D&D, Magic has unique stories. So taking the unique stories from Magic and putting it in D&D campaigns, that's awesome. Yeah, That would be that's what they should do. They should do more Magic like D&D campaigns. That's the opposite though. That's yeah. I think that makes a lot more sense. Because Magic has a lot of cool storylines and a lot of cool characters and stuff. They could easily turn into a D&D campaign. I think that would be cool. I never thought about that, but yeah. My Little Pony said, sure, yeah. And they know there's a big crossover. There are a lot of bronies out there. Are there? I don't know. I feel like I don't hear about bronies anymore. People were talking about bronies. I don't know what happened to all the bronies. They became something else. I don't even know. I never got it, to be honest. Like I don't know. I feel like a lot of people who are into that are maybe just into it to be weird. Like they want to be weird for weird's sake, or they want to make other people feel weird. Like that's what they get off on. So I knew a guy like that. You know, he would do weird shit and say he would act in a way that was almost like deliberately provocative just to get people to say something. He wore these bizarre shoes everywhere that like, I don't know. Anyway, just I don't even want to talk about it because sometimes people pop into my channel and I know that this person's actually been in my channel before, but definitely has some eccentric tendencies. Let me just leave it at that. And at some point I'm just like, you know, is this just for attention or like it's one thing to have like a unique style or whatever, but sometimes I feel people are just like doing things to be as weird as possible and make other people get weirded out, you know, like shock rock, like this dumb shit, right? Like even back in the day, what's his face? Oh, what's his name? The guy who Mr. Shock Jock, grease bag with like long curly hair. Fucking what's his name? Satellite radio show. You know, he was before the YouTube and the internet. He was the original like trolly kind of like douchebag guy. Your friend's a brony? Interesting. Oh God, I can't remember his name now. It's crazy. It starts with an H. I feel like. You know what I'm talking about? Oh my God, I can't think of his name now. Anyway, that kind of stuff. Like he just says offensive, like borderline offensive, and pisses people off and jab, you know, just to do it like that. You know, Howard Stern. That's it. Howard Stern. That shit. Anyway, now it's a business. I mean, there's a whole rage industry out there now that just makes money off people's outrage. But yeah, I like being weird. I like being weird too. I think everybody's weird in some way, right? Like I am for sure. I have weird shit about me. You guys will never know about. You don't know what I'm into. Why do you think I use a green screen? I don't want to see you see that ring in the ceiling. What? There's no rings in any ceilings here. Howard is a weirdo. Yeah. Anyway, but that kind of thing. Like, you know, he kind of made before it was cool to be a douchebag for money, he was a douchebag for money. Like that's what my point was, right? He was kind of one of those original, and what did they call him? He's shock jock. If you want to get shocked, whoa, you can't believe what Howard Stern said about blah, blah, blah. Like, give me a fucking break. I mean, it's the audio version of a tabloid, right? Like, you remember going to the supermarket and seeing, like, National Enquirer and World News and stuff, and it was just the biggest ridiculous headline we can... Like, what is the most insane fucking thing we can put on the front of this? To just... All we gotta do is make people look. Like, let's put a picture of that weird bat boy. It's such a creepy-ass picture. I guarantee we put that on the cover, we're gonna sell 1 million... People are gonna buy the shit out of that. Yep, that's what works. Oh, and then people convince themselves it's real. That's the crazy shit. It's like the WWE, right? Like, I mean, people straight up believe that's real to this day. It blows my mind. But when it first came out, like when professional wrestling first started in the 70s and 80s or whatever, people straight up thought all of it was real. It's like crazy. Until wrestlers start getting death threats and stuff. And they're like, whoa, you fucking idiots. We write these stories. These guys hang out after and drink beer and probably do coke and I don't know, they have heart attacks. I don't know what do you think we're doing here? They're not real. They don't hate each other. They're not villains. That guy's not a villain in real life. Jesus Christ. Never underestimate the capacity for human ignorance. Anyway. He's on satellite radio, but yeah. Oh yeah, and it's still entertaining, but it's totally fine to see it for what it is and enjoy it. It's acrobatics, it's athleticism, it's funny sometimes, it's, you know, and of course it can be provocative. There are villains, there are the heel, you know, the guy who's you know, kind of made to be the one you're supposed to hate. Like he's such a smarmy douche. You just want to fuck. Yeah. So when that other guy just punches him in the face, yeah, like it's like I'm punching him in the face. Fuck that guy. I mean, it goes right back to gladiators, right? That's what the gladiators were. Give poor people somebody below them to spit on and look down on. These slaves in the arena. Nobody gives a shit about them. Oh, that one got eaten by a lion. Oh my god. And just give them that spectacle, and they will not pay any attention to you gutting the country, doing whatever else you do. You know, taking all their money. It's still true to this day, right? But yeah. Now, instead of slaves, a lot of people make a lot of money off sports and Olympics and things like that. But man, the heads of those organizations are such dirtbags. Canada just told the head of FIFA, like for the World Cup that's coming to North America, we've got a bunch of games in Vancouver where I live. And the head of FIFA demanded that Canada provide them with police escort everywhere they go. A police escort for the head of FIFA when he's in Vancouver. And our government just said, no. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? No. Dumb fuck. FIFA's corrupt as shit. Garbage organization run by a bunch of fucking morons. Olympics, same thing with the IOC. Just total shit show. I don't know. I love the competition, but I hate everything else about sports. I love the athleticism. I just hate all the other shit around it. It's toxic as fuck. It's horrible. The gambling, the sports betting. Oh my god, don't even get me started. Kayfabe? Oh, no shit. Wait, what, Pagodo? Kayfabe? What are we talking about? The hate. Kayfabe is the hate or whatever. Are you serious? Oh, wow, that's interesting. Okay, yeah. The hate is an entertainment thing, for sure. I mean, even on my channel, I've joked about this before, but we talk about a lot of, you know, provocative stuff, and I'm not afraid to say my opinion. You guys know that, so... You know, a lot of people get triggered, and I get into, you know, I push a lot of people, and I push their buttons. I know I do. And I don't do it deliberately, but it's almost inevitable. You know, when you say I disagree with you, I think you're wrong. Some people get very upset when you disagree with them. They just can't. I think they just don't listen to you. They just, you know, keep insisting that they're right. And, you know, I don't know. Maybe there are people who even hate watch. They hate watch me. They watch to make sure if I say anything out of line, they're just gonna jump on and be like, no, that's wrong, you idiot. You know, I don't know. Who knows? But maybe I don't know. I would have more viewers if I was more provocative. I don't know. I don't know how I could be anymore, but I don't want to bullshit. I just want to speak truth, and sometimes truth is, you know, provocative. People don't like to hear it. Uh-oh. Nate moving all the counters. So moving the counters off the lands with that green-white guy lets them trigger double landfall. Matt Nass, the combo player's like, wait, what? What are you doing? What's happening? I can't follow it. Mr. Clark Clan Ironworks himself. This is a great matchup. Matt Nass versus Nate Stoyer in the semifinals of a Pro Tour. This is an epic match. Mono green versus green white. Oh no, sorry. He's on Selesnya or a Boroid. I knew he was on Landfall, but what is the big difference between? I haven't even looked at Matt's list. That's super weird. Selesnya or a Boroid. Kayfabe is the fake acting. Oh, that's what they called the acting part. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure I understood that. Okay, I got it. I have no ideas what's happening, but I'm excited. Yeah. Okay, Picoto. Yeah, but didn't they say... Okay, so kayfabe is when you act like your wrestler persona, but when you're not wrestling. Is that what you're saying? Like when you're not actually in the ring, you're still acting? That's kayfabe. You're still putting on the act? Like if, you know, some streamer like who plays a role goes out in public... And they're still doing that role in public? Yeah. I got it. That's kayfabe. I got it. Yeah, I've heard of that before, yeah. Yeah, they say the best wrestlers do that. They say that all the best ones are supposed to be like that, aren't they? Like, they never break character. They're always kayfabing. I don't know. You keep coming back. Interesting. That's interesting, Haiku. But you still maintain that you are not like you don't think like them in a lot of ways. Like you maintain that you still believe different stuff. Like they haven't changed your views on anything. You still consider yourself to be less liberal than they are, basically. I guess it's so weird. I just don't think of myself as in those terms. Like if somebody asked me, "Are you a liberal?" I don't know what I would say. It's almost like, well, I don't know. What does liberal mean to you? Like I'm just a fact-based, reality-based human being. I know that scientific method and research and data and math is reliable and correct, and I base my thoughts and beliefs and feelings on what's true and what's reality. I don't know what that makes me, but to a lot of people, they would say, well, yeah, you're liberal. Okay, then sure, whatever you want to call it, but then reality is liberal. That's right. I said this yesterday, like reality leans left. I think a lot of conservatives don't understand that, and it's why they struggle a lot with the world and how things are, and they can't, even gender and all these things, they can't accept that it's fluid. Like to them it's like, what's the world going to? Oh, it's getting crazier and crazier. Maybe it's like, as we get more and more advanced and know more and more, your beliefs become more and more crazy because you're further and further away from what's reality. You have to do more and more mental gymnastics to convince yourself that what you believe is actually true, not what all the evidence tells you is true, right? So I don't know, it's very weird. Like, and again, liberal. Canada, our prime minister he's almost a conservative. He's very in the middle, he's liberal to the point where he's almost a conservative. He's right on the edge of liberal, bordering conservative. Seriously. And he's great, and I love him. But that's in Canada. In the United States, my prime minister, the leader of my country, would be seen as a super left liberal. He would be way left than any of the Democratic Party in the US. That's what's so crazy. Many right conservative parties in other countries would be liberal parties in the US. This is why the terms are so useless. What do people actually mean? My favorite is woke. When people say the word woke, it's the most bullshit excuse for, like, you ask them to explain what exactly it is. It's just they just want to reject it out of hand, and they can't explain why something is woke or what woke even is. Initially, I know what it meant, but what it's been perverted into, the way they're using it, it's like, what do you think that means? What does that even mean? But it's a code word for something. It means anything that goes against what I believe, what I want to be true. It's just bullshit. It's woke. I don't know, man. Not everything, and that's fine. Yeah, and I don't want everybody to share all of my ideas because I know I have bad ideas sometimes. This is the whole beauty of diversity. I can't see my own flaws. Nobody can. So having a bunch of people who are very similar in a room together making decisions is never a good idea. You want to have a range of opinions, a range of backgrounds, a range of all kinds of different stuff so that you cast as wide a net as possible when looking for errors and bugs and problems and flaws, right? When I walk into a meeting and I see a bunch of men, almost all of them are married. I can see by their wedding rings. So they're straight men. And they have, and I'm making some assumptions in this, it depends on the country and wherever, or Korea. When I would go into a meeting with, people in the entertainment business, a producer, 2 script writers, a director, whatever. And there's a room full of people. And all the people who are, important are sitting at the table, all have the same socioeconomic background, all basically went to the same schools, all grew up in the same kinds of neighborhoods, all have the same kind of lifestyles. They're all straight, married, of the same ethnic persuasion. And so none of them can see each other's blind spots at all. There's not a single LGBTQ person at the meeting because, and this is how Samsung would make a commercial that goes viral for all the wrong reasons and people call it out as racist or sexist or whatever. Because this is how you get that. You don't have any diversity among the people making the decisions about this stuff. Nobody below you is going to say shit to the boss, but at the highest levels, you want to have a boardroom full of different types of people, different religions and ethnic backgrounds and sexual preferences and you name it, right? That's ideal because then you get the widest range of perspectives and we can really see which ones work and which ones don't. And I think any company should, DEI is a good thing. Every company should be wanting diverse people, especially at the top, where it's the least diverse. You know, you go to the factory, sure, there's a bunch of different people from all stripes, but at the top levels, the people running the company, they're all very similar in their backgrounds and everything else, and socioeconomic and everything, all the factors. It's changing slowly, like more and more women are showing up in high position. That's great. You know, more gay people, LGBTQ folks, whatever, like great. But it's tiny. It's nothing still compared to, and most companies are, yeah. It's people who don't, and then they miss on a lot of that stuff. You know, when they roll out a product or they do whatever, they piss off a group of people or they do, yeah, because you had nobody in your anything that, you know. A lot of companies do focus groups, and in those focus groups, they'll try and get diverse opinions, but ultimately it comes down to the people in that boardroom, not the focus group. They can look at the data, but if they're all of the same persuasion, they might reject the data out of hand and just say, what do those people know? We all agree that this is what we should do. You know, like seriously, I've been in meetings like this. It's crazy. People just can't see their blind spots. And as the foreigner in the meeting, and I go, well, wait a minute. Like, I think this is not how they do it. Like, this is not, there's a better way to do this or whatever. I'm immediately shot down. Like, nobody's taking me seriously at all in those meetings. Like, I'm not even, I'm just there to sit down and listen and maybe understand of what we're going to do here. And that's it. But I'm not at the decision-making level like they are, right? But really, if I was running a company, I'd want a bunch of people in the boardroom, in the the people running the company who are as diverse as possible. But just to see each other's flaws, just to see stuff that I might miss because I don't have the same perspective as you because I'm a completely different person. My upbringing, my background, and on and on and on. But anyway, it's interesting. Ranting, baby. Both rails. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, of course. If someone's bad at their job, sure. But that's the whole bullshit excuse that people use is, well, they're hiring people who are bad at their jobs just because they're not a certain persuasion or whatever. It's like, that kind of stuff, it's not these people are bad at their jobs. These are equal candidates, or, maybe some people are getting slightly, higher than they should be based on merit or whatever. That's a problem. But then you just crack down on that. It's easy to figure that out. If somebody's batting above their pay grade and they're failing, they get knocked back down pretty quick, right? If someone's a dumbo, they might get promoted because they're gay. But then as soon as they do dumb shit, like it's inevitable, right? If they're a dumbo, they will get knocked down again, and that's it. And you try somebody else. But I get it. You might pass up a better, candidate who's not gay, and you could have had a better candidate initially instead of this guy who's worse at his job. I get that. That could happen. But I still would want a diverse workforce. I as the interviewer, as the company, you have to make sure the guy's not a dumbo. Like that says more about your HR process than anything. But I don't think you're giving people who don't know how to do their jobs high-level jobs just because their skin color is this color or their sexual preference, but that's what the people who criticize it want you to believe, right? That's, of course, just like universal basic income. Everybody's going to sit home, smoke weed, and play video games all day, sure, etc. Not me. I only want other adopted Korean people with white parents around me. Jeez. Is that where your family, or you were adopted in the U.S.? I lived in Korea for 15 years, so I actually knew a lot of Korean adoptees. They have an association, and they will pay for you to come back there and maybe try and get in touch with your family and stuff. So I knew a bunch of them. They all stay in this one kind of house. They play poker, actually, a bunch of them, which is pretty funny. But I played poker with some of them. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. But yeah, you're from Korea. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you whether you should or not. Like, I enjoyed my time there. I loved just, immersing myself in a different culture. For me, it was, I moved there. But there's a lot of downsides. Eventually, at some point, I knew I never wanted to live here the rest of my life. Like when I was in Korea, I was like, I'm moving back to Canada. Like it was fun, it was great, but after a certain time, there's things you learn to appreciate about living in a country like Canada rather than a country like Korea. Korea has a lot of progress, a lot of long way to go before they're at the level of, you know, other countries in terms of society and a lot of other stuff, legal systems and their government. Their government's a shit show. I mean, the last president's in jail for 30 years. The president 2 times before that got impeached. She's in jail. I think she just got released. The one before that killed himself. All of them are totally corrupt, like all that shit. I mean, no anti-discrimination law is the real, you know, kicker. Like I went up to bars or a restaurant, and they said I couldn't come in because I'm not Korean, and it's just like, what the fuck, you know, that kind of stuff. You learn to appreciate living in a country with anti-discrimination laws and that kind of thing. Protections for minorities and things like that. Good OSHA laws, strong unions, etc., etc. But you like your life here, yeah, then don't go back. But I'm saying go back to visit if you want. That's totally cool. Go back and check it out. Like, Seoul is a crazy place. Like, Seoul, you I don't know how big the city where you live is. I'm sure, you know, if you live in LA or something, it's similar. But Seoul is nuts. I mean, Seoul's way more dense than a city like LA. Like, you look at Tokyo, it's like insane, right? But the greater Seoul area is like almost 20 million, something like that. So it's a crazy city. It's awesome to have fun, and, you know, I don't know what you're into, but you could definitely check it out. You've gone back. Okay, so you know what what's over there. Yeah, I definitely prefer living in Canada. You know, the States, I don't know, like a decade ago, you could say it was kind of like living, well, not even, I don't even know. Culture-wise, we're very similar, right? Americans and Canadians, but I would never want to live in the US. I mean, now more than ever, but even before the last 10 years, I just, yeah, I don't know. Ooh, date with the alpha. But it's probably still better than living in Korea, yeah. I would definitely don't want to live in Korea again. Easy game. Trying to keep track of lands. He has a land trigger here. From the might form, from that thing, yeah. What is the foil one he keeps pointing at? It's some alt art. Is that a might form harmonizer? No, right? No. I don't know what he's pointing at there. I can't tell what it is because it's some alt art version. And it's foil. 한국말 할 수 있어요? Sims. 한국말 잘 못해요? 괜찮아. That's okay. I know it's. Do you understand what I'm saying? 아 진짜. 한국말 잘 말했어. 멍이야, 새끼야. 그래. The worst Korean, mine's pretty bad too. I know like really low level Korean. I mean, I know how to, you know, put the imnida imnika on everything, but I reflexively I speak like low level Korean, and like kind of I use baby words still. Like I don't use like the proper words sometimes for things, but I can definitely have conversations in Korean. Now I haven't spoken Korean in years now. I don't know, maybe I forget most of it, but I say the odd thing on camera. Sometimes somebody puts I see a Korean name, like somebody's name on Twitch, and it's like Korean characters, and I'm like, you know, I ask them like, are you Korean or whatever? But you know nothing. It's really easy to read and write. You could learn to read and write in like 3 months. I'm not kidding. If you wanted to, it's not hard. It's really easy. It's great. It's a great language to learn how to read and write very quickly. Like it's a really young language, right? It's one of the more recent languages in terms of all the actual official languages in the world that, you know, are widely spoken. But speaking is tough because yeah, you just have to memorize a ton of vocabulary, and conjugating verbs and stuff. It's really different than English because it's not like the same order. Chinese, if you say like, I want to use the washroom. In Chinese, it's the word for I, the word for want, to use the washroom. You know, I want to use washroom. Like same order of the pronoun and the subject and the object of the sentence. All the order is the same. But grammatically, like Japanese and Korean, it's like the opposite. So in Korean, I want to go to the washroom is like washroom, go, I want. Something like that. So it gets really annoying when you're talking about when you conjugate verbs and you have to switch orders and stuff like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. It's similar. 화장실로 뛰었어요. So like bathroom, where? Like, yeah, it's just the opposite of, you know, where is the bathroom? Like, it's the opposite of what we would say in English. So it's annoying, but, you know, I spoke, you know, we learned French in Canada growing up, and my family's from Portugal. So when I would talk to my grandparents, a lot of times it was just Portuguese, or when all the families together were speaking Portuguese with the aunts and uncles and everybody. I didn't speak it, but I can understand Portuguese because I grew up around it. I listen to it and I know what people are saying, but I can't reply to them in Portuguese. It's very frustrating. But maybe because of that, French was easy, and the backwardsness of Korean, it wasn't that bad, but it's annoyingness. Like, it's annoying compared to English. It's almost backwards compared to English from what we're used to. So, but it's definitely fun to learn. I don't know. I miss it. I never really took a class. I went for 3 months to some stupid thing, and that's it. But I listened to some podcasts. I used to use Rosetta Stone and that kind of stuff. But yeah, now I lost it all. My wife is Korean, but we never speak Korean. Her English has gotten so much better. Like, when we first met, I mostly spoke Korean to her. Like, we both just spoke Korean. She would use some English, but then her English just got better and better and better. Like, part of it is me, part of it is because of me, but also my friends. Like, we would go to parties and she's just surrounded by people speaking English, and her English isn't very good yet. And like, but she's learning all this slang, and she's learning all the swear words and everything. And now she speaks really well. You're the opposite. Yeah. Well, you grew up in the States, right? Like, when did you come to the States? Yeah, because you said you were born there, right? Like, so yeah, how old were you when you came to the US? 4 months. Okay, so you're American. You're not, like, saying you're Korean is almost, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm more Korean than you. I lived there for 15 years. I can speak Korean. Like, that's what's so weird. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to say you're Korean, right? I know what you're saying, though. Technically, you are. But 4 months old? Like, yeah, I don't know. I think I would call you American. I don't know. That's what I would refer to. I would consider you. Yeah. Oh, but people are so stupid with that, Sims. I know, dude. Yeah, I know. And I never do that. Because I lived over there as well, you get the same thing, but the opposite. I know exactly what you're talking about. I try and never assume somebody, like, when I meet somebody and they don't look the same as the people in my family, I don't just assume that they aren't from here. You know, I live in Canada. Like, you live in the US. You think you live in a country of immigrants, and yet people still are like, where are you from? It's like, I grew up here, bitch. The fuck? I would be pissed. I would be like that, you know? So I don't assume where people are from, but I still hear people say stuff like that. Like, that's the kind of thing my parents' generation still does, trying to be nice and, like, you know, it's crazy. But, like, I know people who came at like 9 and 10 years old to the States, and they don't remember anything, and or to Canada, and they consider themselves Canadian now. But Korean Canadian, I mean, I think if you came over as a kid, it's different, but as a baby, like 4 months, like, that's meaningless. You don't know anything from Korea, remember anything or whatever, right? That's so interesting. That's cool, dude. It's funny. It's a small world. I'm talking about this now because, you know, when I lived over there, I knew a bunch of people who were Korean adoptees. One dude was from the Netherlands. A bunch of them were from the States. And they were all over there at the same time, and they told me about this program where they let you do that, and I learned all this stuff about Korean adoptees. I had no idea, but I guess after the Korean War and after, you know, once you go over there and you see what the culture is like, you get why there's, yeah, all this kind of stuff. But it's very shameful, etc., to have a child outside of wedlock, like many countries, like many religious countries especially, and so, yeah, lots of that stuff. They had there was a baby box program. One of the girls I was dating at one point was running it, and she wanted me to go and volunteer, and she told me about this thing, and I'm like, what is it? She's like, it's like essentially a deposit box where somebody who has an unwanted baby can leave it, and it's connected to, you know, a church or a building or whatever, and they're always, you know, somebody there checking, and they'll take it, and we'll send that, take care of your baby and send it off somewhere and get it adopted and whatever. And it was literally called the Baby Box program, and I was like, holy shit. Like, remember, abortion is illegal over there, and the cultural norms, it's so strict, the cultural norms, that like having a child out of wedlock is just like, you know, it's unheard of. So of course, but young people still have sex, so you end up, you know, with all these kind of situations. It's a crazy stuff, but yeah. So it's racist, Sims. Thank you. Yes, that's what it is. Call a spade a spade. It's fucking racist. Yes, exactly. That's why. It's just like, you know, you're not calling someone a racial slur, but it's just, to me, it's just as offensive. It's just like making a racist joke. Somebody they made a racist joke at this board game group I was at, and I just went like, what? So you're saying that blah, blah, blah is like this because they're that's because they're those people from that group? And he's like, oh, come on, man, take it easy. It's just an offensive joke. It's just a racist joke. I feel like going, would you make that joke if that one of those people was sitting here listening to you right now? No, you fucking wouldn't. So don't give me this bullshit. It's just a little bit offensive. No, it's racist. And you're a racist. Got it. That's awesome, dude. I love to hear that, Sims. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great to hear. And that's the kind of people you hope, you know, take on that kind of responsibility. It's a huge thing, right? I mean, I don't have kids, but yeah, adopting a kid, I mean, that's a huge, huge life decision. There are people who do have multiple kids. And then there's also people who abuse the system. So it's, you know, yeah, you got to get lucky. It's funny. One of my business partners in Korea, they still run a Mexican place called El Pino 323. It's a Mexican restaurant. The main chef, their other business partner, Chef D, he was a Korean adoptee who got bounced around from home to home, got raised in like, you know, abusive places and whatever. He dropped out of school, like got into gangs, was dealing drugs, got arrested. When he got when they got him out of prison, they deported him immediately. He's never been to Korea. He was like you, 5-month baby when he came over. As soon as he got out of jail, they kicked him out. So he arrives in Korea. He's got like 200 grand in the bank because he's a fucking drug dealer or whatever. Like, he still had all these assets, and didn't know what to do. And he blew through like 200 grand in like a year and a half, just clubbing. And he was a gangster. He when I first met that guy, he was a straight up like gangster from like California. But like, here we are in Korea. He doesn't speak a word of Korean. He doesn't speak any Korean, Chef D. And he's just like super abrasive, super like just a giant douchebag. So hard to talk to. Just like super, doesn't say much, really like kind of aggressive almost in the way he talks to everybody. Just like gives everybody a rough vibe, but an amazing chef. Because when he was bouncing around to these foster homes, I guess he landed at a place. The last place he was at was a nice family, I guess, originally from Mexico or somewhere in Mexico. I don't know. And the grandma, his abuelo, she was taking care of him every day. And he was in the kitchen with her every day, helping her make food and whatever. And he's like, the only place he felt safe was like in the kitchen with his abuela. So he was there all the time. He became an amazing chef and learned all these recipes from her. And I swear to God, it was some of the best Mexican food I've ever had. And I've been to Mexico several times. It's incredible. It's from some specific, I don't know what province or whatever, some specific kind of Mexican stuff they do. It's your usual stuff. It's burritos, it's tortas and things like that. But oh, so good. Anyway, that guy was a lunatic, but he was a gangster. He it's just the craziest story. And he was another, Korean adoptee. He was one of the guys I knew over there who had gone through that. But your story sounds amazing, you know, but then there's that example and it's just like, and everything in between. You just hope it all goes well. So consider yourself lucky. That's awesome, dude. Exactly. Exactly, Picotto. Yeah, like all families. Yeah. You're lucky? Nice. Oh, you know what I realized? I think I accidentally banned somebody earlier. I'm an idiot. Oh no, I feel really bad. What was his name? It started with an F. Oh no. Yes. Okay, that's it. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Fraggles. I just realized I was supposed to delete his message or her message, and I deleted it, and then I realized I think I banned them by accident. I clicked on the ban button without... Yeah. There's a delete button and a ban button right next to each other for me, and I think I clicked on the wrong one. Ban Morgoat? Okay. There we go. That'll teach him. He's just like, well, fuck that then. There you go. Oh no, I hope I didn't... Did I just take away all your channel points or something, Morgoat? I hope I didn't fuck up something like that. That would be awkward. What's going on here? Game 3 of this best of 5. Trigger. Fight. Fight the Badger Mole. Nathan looks like he's in a rough spot here. Plays Elf and passes. Yeah, big board for Mad Nass here. Nathan untapping with 3 counters on the enchantment. Is this going to put it to 4? But that's only giving a +1 counter. He's got a land that's got a counter on it and a Badger Mole, and that's it. Interesting. I didn't know. I learned much later that Matt Nass apparently runs Direwolf. Is that right? That's his gaming company, or was the company that made Eternal, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I remember somebody, LSV or somebody, talking about this, because I think LSV used to work there. What is he doing here? He's got that Badger Mole, but a lot of this back and forth is him maybe acting a little bit for Matt Nass's benefit, because him doing this makes it seem like he's got more than just Badger Mole in his hand. He's got Badger Mole and 2 lands. Like, that's not amazing, but he wants Matt to think he has something else, some other thing to consider. Part of it is also him thinking about which land to tap there, but double white. Because again, even just what he's leaving up here is sending a message, right? To Matt. Like, he's trying to make Matt think he has maybe an erode or 2 or whatever, right? We'll see. Yeah. Crater Hoof, GG. Okay. Matt, 1 win away from the finals? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Nathan. Bad basics. Which basics did he have? I didn't even see. Matt has some old school set. I can't tell which one, but
he head out. There's Chocobo to start things off here in game number 4.
Llanowar Elves.
And that abandoned air temple, again, being a little bit annoying here, as it will come into play tapped next turn. All right, good aggressive start here from Nathan Stoyer.
Double sauces chocobo and an attack.
Here we go. Untap white
But
source maybe.
Seam rips. Anybody?
Oh, Badger Mole Cub?
Badger Mole Cub.
Okay, but again, there's a tap land here, so it's not, you don't get to do everything that you want, but still, of course, a very, very strong start here. If Nathan Stoyer can get this Badger Mole Cub off the battlefield, that would be nice. No interaction, though.
No.
Right? No interaction. This is just, I hope to have as aggressive of a start as possible. It's the only thing I can do right now.
And he is having an aggressive start.
This is a lot of damage coming. This is 6 damage coming in.
But Matt has that particular base covered.
Right, with double seam rip here, you can get rid of both of the chocobos.
The real question is, what is Stoyer's follow-up? We know he has the Earthbender Ascension. That's a pretty dang good start, but he will need a bit more to get over the finish line.
Right.
After he loses these 2 sauces chocobos here to Nas.
Matt will miss a land drop here for the turn, though. Has access to 5 mana.
Yeah, who needs lands?
Because if you play the 2 seam rips, you really can't play anything else.
I guess you could play the fungus.
You could play the fungus, yes.
Yay.
I mean, you could play the fungus and blow up the Earthbender Ascension, right?
Does he have enough mana to do all of it? Yeah, he has exactly that.
It's 5 mana, right?
Yeah.
The fungus costs 1, 2 to activate, and then the 2 seam rips.
I mean, leaving Nathan Stoyer with a 2/2.
Yeah. and no fear of
very tempting.
Some trample shenanigans. The other thing to do is to just cast Nature's Rhythm maybe for 2 and just try to get kind of some mana flow going. You can still do that with the 2 creatures up top. You do it for 2, get another Badger Mole Cub. Then the Abandoned Air Temple would tap for 3 mana, but you would only have access to 1 white.
Yes. And you would not have enough to cast and sacrifice.
Yeah, you would be able to. You would be able to get Badger Mole Cub, play a Seam Rip, and play a Fungus.
Yes, but not sack the Fungus.
Right, which would keep one of the Saz's Chocobos alive.
Yeah, it really does feel like if you're in Nass's seat, you just want to try to wipe the board.
It's interesting.
Possible.
Duskmorn basics, really? Yeah, I don't love them.
Right?
Don't love them.
Nass is mathing here. I mean, if he is not going to die to the 2 Saz's Chocobos next turn, if he determines that's the case, then
sorry, just had to shake this thing up.
Right. I'd be
yeah, so I was listening the whole time. So he's got 2 seam rips.
Right, you can just tap the Abandoned Air Temple for white, seam rip one of the Chocobos, then tap the Starting Town for white, and then you get a green mana from the Cub, and go about it that way. But it looks like he's going for Nature's Rhythm based off of this.
Rhythm X is 2. Turn Temple into a dude. Now he has 2 white, so we can go seam rip, seam rip. Plays the green off the other mana from this. Oh, because he made a white and a green. Right. What is this fungus? Okay. Nice. Nathan takes his turn. He's got Escape Tunnel, Ice Till, Might Form. So this is interesting. He's got a fetch land with Might Form. He could go Might Form, fetch land, pump Chocobo. That triggers that once. Fetch, that goes up to 3. Trigger Chocobo. He's got to get it to 4 here. Ice Till. Oh, man. I guess he can't go for the Might Form this turn, because if he could get that enchantment up to 4 and give Chocobo Trample, that would be insane. Like, that would be, because Chocobo would be 5, 6, twice. That would be lethal with Trample. But he can't get that to 4, which means he can't give it Trample, which means he can't go for Might Form this turn. He's got to play Ice Till and stable and set up. So he can go all 4 lands, Ice Till, play fetch land, pass, or fetch, sack, fetch, sack, like get the enchantment up, and then wait till next turn to play to play your fetch again out of the sideboard, or out of the graveyard, I mean. So like you if he plays Ice Till off that 2/2 land, and then plays fetch land. No, he's gonna go for Might Form? Interesting. But he can't get enough land drops to give Chocobo Trample, right? No, he's gonna play Ice Till. That's what I thought. That's what I'm doing. And then I play land, and then we sack land, and we do it again, and we trigger all the things. And then we can send in the Chocobo. They're just gonna chump it or whatever. But next turn, if you can get Ice Till going, or I don't know, do you not get an extra land here? Yeah, you go right now, right? Yep. So this is what I said I was going to do. Ice Till off that 2/2, play the fetch land, tick up that enchantment. You've got to get that enchantment to the 4 that it needs to give trample. Okay, so now you can play fetch out of graveyard again, pass. Get that, or attack and then pass. Just let them chump. The next turn's the big turn where you're going to try and go Warp Might Form, crack fetch. Even if your Ice Till is dead, you still have the fetch plus maybe a land drop. Yeah, so play the fetch out of the graveyard. No crack. No, you're not going to see a second crack here, right? He's just going to swing and pass. Yeah, now that's on 4. So now that guy gets 2 counters and gets trample. And he swings. And Matt takes it. Whoa. Takes 7. Okay, so that's exactly the, that's the play. First you do the Might Form math and you go, okay, I can't get that enchantment up to 4. So then I have to set up for next turn here. That's what he does. Now even if he loses Ice Till, he's still going to be able to double that power once, plus the counter, plus trample. That's probably lethal. So Matt needs to kill that Chocobo. He drew Focus Fire. Ooh, that thing might be too big, right? X is 2 plus the number of creatures you control. Oh, he's got like 10 damage here? 12 damage? Wait, 2 plus, oh, not twice. 2 plus the number of creatures. Yeah, what am I saying? 8 damage? I mean, that's a 7/8, but not next turn. When it attacks, it's going to be bigger than that. That's funny. Is that, is this thing, oh, I should move my cursor, sorry. Is this thing in exile? I don't think so. That's his graveyard, right? Resting trauma face, yeah. Look at his fate, right? Come on, it's perfect. Now everybody's gonna be saying it, and you're gonna be like, actually, I know the guy who came up with that. Yeah, sure you do, Dazza. You know the guy who came up with resting trauma face? It's the funniest shit I've ever heard. Give me a break. You're like, actually, it was, no. Damien F16. Shut up. Who's that? That's not even a streamer. That's not even a real streamer's name. Yes, it is. He's on every day at, no. This is the semi-final Smoltron. It's very close. These are the 2 best players in the top 8, maybe. I don't know. Lifetime. I mean, the other guy's good too, the Norwegian guy, but he's relatively new. He doesn't have a very long resume, that guy. And CFT Sock. CFT Sock's pretty good, but again, short resume. The young dude? I don't know. You have to be more specific. A few of them are pretty young. Like, he's really young. CFT Sock's pretty young. Okay, I don't know. Him. That guy. Nathan Stoyer. Yeah. He won, like, 2 big things in a year. He was world champ and he won a pro tour and he got like a top 8 at another pro tour all within like, 8 months or something in the same year, basically, right? Yeah, he's the guy on really bad invitational card. Can't even remember the name of it. Fairy Mastermind was much better. But what is it called? I can't even remember the name. The 1/3 flyer or 0/3 flyer or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, again, chubby, that could be every single player in the room. I don't know. I can't I don't know. I don't know. Where is he from? He was American? Oh, this was a few years ago. Oh, he won everything a few years ago, you mean? Yeah, that was this guy, I think. Like, Nathan Stoyer was... Well, he wasn't chubby, though. I don't know. Was he? I don't know. He's definitely... He was very young when all that happened. I don't know how... Maybe he was 20. I don't know. Okay. Now Matt's got a case of resting trauma face. No? Matt looks like he's got a poop. Okay. Okay. We're searching. Ouroboros. Okay, now this is interesting. So Matt takes care of that chocobo, which means no big swing next turn with Harmonizer. Double? 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 The enchantment? Where did oh, he got the enchantment off the battlefield, right? He activates Bossing Say, makes it a 4, and then he goes double, double, so Nate takes it. Whoa. Could he give Trample? What am I missing? He didn't have the enchantment, though. Might Form doesn't give Trample. Oh, Bossing Say gives Trample, right? No? No, it doesn't. Didn't Matt have a bunch of blockers there? Yeah, Nathan Stoyer. Yeah, he's really good. So I'm not surprised to see him back here. But yeah, it just goes to show you, like, even the best pros in the world, they can't even stay qualified. This guy went from that crazy run to not qualifying for the next Pro Tour. That's crazy. He went from world champ, Pro Tour top 8 to falling off within one tournament. Right after that, the next Pro Tour after that, he didn't do well. And then the next one, he wasn't qualified for. He had to go start doing RCQs again. That's crazy. That's actually, like, that just shows you how high variance and how punishing it is. Like, they need to make it more accommodating. Like, I think the best players in the world should not be able to fall off that easily. It makes it almost too hard of a grind to keep up because so much of it is tied to luck that... You know, you just have one bad run. You make one bad deck choice or even just variance. That one tournament in whatever happened, and now you're off the Pro Tour? Like, that doesn't feel correct to me in Magic. It's just not. It's not correct. It shouldn't be. But, yeah. On Discord? Yeah, that's... Okay. I guess you're right. He was kind of, it's the glasses. It's because he's not wearing glasses. Maybe he's chubbier? Yeah, I can't even really tell. Yeah. But he's not, the glasses were the big thing. They're even on his picture. When they show his picture, that he has the glasses, but see if Nate can pull it out here. Matt off to a great start again. Elf into Pest. Meanwhile, Badger Mole on the other side. Matt just has a forest left. Oh no. That's the problem. You dump your hand, there go all your cards, and now out of action. Activates the temple, which signals to Nathan that he's out of gas. Almost any other spell in his deck he would be playing here. From removal spell to another creature to almost anything, right? So Nathan knows if he draws out of this, Nathan looks like he does not have a land. Oh no. But with Badger Mole and 2 lands with counters on them, you still have 4 mana, I guess. So what is he going to do here? He can't trigger Chocobos, so playing those doesn't seem amazing. What would I... Oh, come on, show me his hand again. He's got 4 mana, right? Could just dump Chocobos. He's got 1 white and 3 green. Could play Mossborn Hydra plus Chocobo. That's what I think I would do. Saz, Chocobo, Mossborn. And then... Or you could go Chocobo, Chocobo, and then erode one of your own lands to get a land trigger to pump them. and you would get 2 triggers, right? But I think I would rather play Hydra Chocobo and set that up for next turn. So, oh, he's going to do the erode trick with Hydra. Okay. So Hydra comes in with 1, and then the first trigger... Oh, it came in with 4? What? Or it's going to have 4 in the end. Okay, he's just shortcutting. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you get 2 land triggers, which is a really sweet trick with Erode. These green-white decks get to pull off, which is pretty awesome. That is very sweet. Kill your own thing with Path to Exile. I don't think that's how they envisioned this card being used when people at Wizards designed that card. You know what I mean? They're like, what? They're gonna, what? Use it to blow up their own land with Earthbend on it so that they can get 2 land triggers for their landfall deck. With the removal spell that we printed? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Hey, Banthro, what's up? Goblin mode, how you doing? They killed the Gravy Train when they killed the old... Yep. That's when Jerry T protested and was like, fuck this, and he dropped out of Worlds or whatever and messed with the tournament. That was crazy. But that was basically, he protested because of that. Yeah, Goblin mode, exactly. It's sad. So again, I've talked about this often on the channel about the competitive part of Magic dying. It's just part of, we have to accept it. It's just, this game ain't about that anymore. That's really what it is, right? They have moved on. They know that the money doesn't flow from competitive players and, you know, people trying to get on the Pro Tour. It flows from casual players playing Commander and kitchen table players and stuff, right? Standard constructed today it's only the top 8. So it started early. It started at 10. This is the semifinals. It's a best of 5 now, Panthro, not best of 3. So this match is 2-2. This is game 5 of the series. So whoever wins this goes to the finals, which is awesome. So you tuned in just in time. Yeah, exactly, Sims. My whole life, I even ran a weekly draft where I would let players bring their own packs to the draft. And first place would always get their buy-in back. So if you kept doing well, you could just basically draft for free. Or you'd win packs at the shop. I would be like, don't open those, save those for the weekly draft. You know, why would you just crack packs when you could use your packs to win more packs? Like, draft with them, man. Fuck it, let's do pack wars. You want a pack wars right now? Flip them and rip them, let's go. We used to do that, but just opening a pack for no value, I just couldn't do it. I want to do something with my pack, make my money make money. That's how you get rich. You don't get rich off your sweat and tears and blood. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? So yeah, competitive players don't spend enough money. So yeah, this is the way the game is. And that's sad to see because I think the Pro Tour still has a lot of value. Like, first of all, no other game like has the level of, you know, like prize money and all that stuff is part of it. But, you know, the level of kind of the pageantry and everything of this, the Magic Pro Tour, it's one of the biggest like championships. The World Championships of Magic are still, you know, one of the highest value TCG tournaments you can be in. Maybe the highest value. I don't know. Over the years, it's changed. You know, again, it used to be World of Warcraft back in the day. They had the highest single tournament payout ever, to my knowledge. But this high level play, like watching pros with physical cards play the game at this level, like super, super high level, and tuning these decks, you know, when you give them that big fat purse to shoot for, they come up with the best decks. Those decks and those ideas and that technology trickles down. There's some casual player watching right now going, oh my god, ding, like light bulb goes off above his head or her head and they go, Erode can target my earthbending land for 2 landfall triggers? Honey, I'm building another earthbend deck. You know, like, people are going to get inspired by this. Listen to Saffron Olive. He is the banner man for casual players everywhere, right? I mean, budget decks and stuff like that. That is exactly right up casual players' alleys. And he's a casual player, and he says, I love I always watch the Pro Tour. I think all casual players should watch this, even if you have no aspirations to join this club at some point. That's fine. You can get all kinds of inspiration, deck ideas, like even the way they play. Like, I think it's fascinating. Anyway, it's sad to see it go. Is it how much Commander plays by stealing this? I know. They do. They brag. Magic NASCAR. Yeah. Yeah, the UB stuff is a separate thing, but Yeah. I mean, but the competitive scene before that was not great. Like the GP, when Channel Fireball was doing the GPs, they started getting really expensive. Like I played in a few. I played in GP Bangkok in 2019 at the end of, like, right before the pandemic. Like I want to say it was like October 2019, something like that. And or September. And it was not cheap, and it was, you know, like you're not getting a ton. Like the price just kept going up and up and up and up, and it was like, for a sealed, like, you know, GP, it was getting ridiculous almost. I don't know. So I don't know. There was issues with it already, but yeah. Like when Jerry protested, Jerry Thompson sat out at Worlds and basically gave up $10,000. That was way before the pandemic, right? How much do they spend? I have no idea. Like, that's a super complicated question, Panthro, right? Many of them are sponsored. They don't spend anything. Many of them have friends. Like when I just played in a regional championship last year, and I don't have any Magic cards. I just have friends who have a lot of Magic cards. These guys are all buddies with people who have tons of cards. They have everything. And I'm sure they have sponsors and people they can go to that are sponsored that can get them whatever they want. So, I mean, hell, I'm a small streamer, but if I wanted, I could have tried to be a Magic ambassador, and I could ask for Magic Online. They would give me a fully stocked account on Magic Online if I want to make content with. But of course, I'm not interested in playing on Magic Online. But so it depends. Some players spend very little. He slams it. Oh, Nathan got him. I love that slam at the end. He drew the land. Oh, he said, I'm going to slam it without looking. What was he trying to flip there?
Oh, what a moment.
Yeah. Oh, the next card was Crater Hoof. But that would be
What was... Oh, he was looking for Crater Hoof.
Might not have been good enough anyway.
What a match.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, it wouldn't have been good enough. Okay, okay. What was he trying to flip there? Oh, no. He's saying... He was just doing it to see what it was. I don't think there's any outs there that he was trying to rip, right? That would have been hilarious. Or loan them, or yeah. So like, it's impossible to say. Like, some of them spend nothing. Many players have spent, like, over the years. Like, I've been playing this game 30 years. Like, I'm not a pro player, but I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. Like, I can't even imagine. Some of them, you know, especially once you win a big tournament, a lot of them will go out and buy that, you know, set of Power 9 that they always wanted. Like, ask any pro, a lot of them have sets of Power 9 because that's the first thing they did once they got a lot of money, you know? So I don't know, like, how much money do they spend? You gotta ask them. I have no idea. You got sponsored. There you go. Yeah, Goblin. Nice. Yeah. And these days, a lot of people are part of teams, and sponsors are much more willing to sponsor like a team of people. So they, you know, you just have to get on any team and you're kind of automatically sponsored. Like, you don't have to go individually go get a bunch of sponsors. Like, yeah, Goblin Mode, card dealers, card stores. You know, I'm sponsored by Team Magic Jank. They paid for my tokens to get made, a jersey, and, you know, and in exchange, I'll wear their jersey at the regional championship. If I did well enough, I was 4-1 at one point, and then I fell off. But, you know, if I had kept doing well, maybe I end up at the feature match table and their logo gets on camera. Like just right now, why is he's wearing a heavy play sweater over his actual clothing because he's getting all his shit for free from heavy play, and they're getting their money's worth because now he's in the finals. Right? Like, that's how it all works in every sport. But loan. So very little, I imagine, is what they're spending. But over the years to get to this point, they've spent a fortune. Like, that's the part that you're not calculating. Like, now they're not spending anything, but when they were coming up, trying to go to every tournament, and you're traveling, and maybe you make enough money to like pay for your travel expenses. That's it. Like, you got to win the tournament to, like, you know, actually make money, or at least get, you know, top 8 or whatever. In the Star City Games days, like, there were grinders who were going to there was a tournament every single weekend, big tournaments with like hundreds of players. So you could just grind, and that gets expensive, but that's what you got to do to grind up to the level where, you know, Jim Davis did that, and you know, Ali Eldrazi did that. All these other people did that. They're not in the, well, Jim was in the Pro Tour. Ali hasn't. I'm not sure if he's been qualified for a while, but a lot of them don't care anymore. But back in those days, like, a lot of the Star City Games grinder type guys, like, they're probably spending more than they make. Like, or I don't know. You're lucky if you can break even. It's a tough life, like, to break even. You got to go to every tournament basically, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Matt Nass is great. We heard Nathan talk before.
Our first finalist.
First finalist. Okay, so now we're gonna see CFT Sock and the Norwegian dude whose name I can never remember. Larson. Yeah. And everybody calls Rui Zhang. Everybody calls them CFT Sock by their MTGO name. Matt Nass, yeah. They gave him new sleeves. Yeah, exactly. I know. Why was he like? I'm like, he should be using pack fresh sleeves, right? Oh yeah. I mean, well, they would pay for your airfare and accommodations and everything. Yeah. I mean, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you still get an appearance fee. I think you get $500 to show up at a pro tour or something. It used to be. Again, that could have changed, but I think those guys, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you get an appearance fee still. But yeah, a lot of people would get that. I mean, dude, remember playing with buys? I remember winning, like, if you're gonna go to a GP in a month or a month and a half, you go to those local GPTs, those Grand Prix trials, and try and win one of them, and you start with a tournament with 3 buys. Like, stuff like that was awesome. All that stuff is like, GPTs don't exist anymore. Nobody gets buys like that anymore. Like, it was easier to be a pro when all that existed, right? But it was still hard, but the rewards were there, so it kind of made it worth it. And it was a dream of mine for a long time. Like, back when I wasn't playing, a lot of Magic seriously, I always said, man, if I like win the lottery, if I somehow, made a bunch of money right now and I could just retire, I would just immediately try and be a pro Magic player when I don't have to worry about the money and paying the bills. I really want to give it a shot because I'd love to travel around. I was a young guy. I want to travel around the world, and I would do it. Of course, by the time I became more financially stable, that all went away. But yeah, I wanted to do that for a long time. You're from NorCal, Sims. Super cool. Yeah. Yeah, big scene. Yeah, big scene. I mean, big population centers there. So yeah. 10,000 a year. Holy cow. Oh, to just go to all. Yeah. Right. And I mean, did he tell you how much he made? I'm curious, because you really have to keep track. Because, like, some of those tournaments, like, yeah, you get a top 8, you get $5,000, like that pays for your next 2 tournaments or whatever, and like, but that's all. Like, you're just paying for the next tournament if you do well, almost. It's very hard to actually make money doing that, but it's a lot of players didn't care. They loved it so much. As long as they're breaking even, as long as they can keep it going, they keep going. And like, falling off the pro tour meant, oh, you had to get a real job because you couldn't keep doing this. Like, that was like almost what it was. That was, oh yeah. You kept losing PTQs and stuff. Yeah, well, it depends what your goals are. Yeah, if you're trying to win a PTQ and all you're doing is buying a bunch of cards and you're not, testing with anybody, you're not bouncing ideas off anybody, because back then there was no internet. You couldn't like go look up deck lists and stuff like that. So back then you almost needed a group of players who were all on the same page. I mean, that's why Kai was the GOAT. He was lucky. He had a great group of players that drafted. Back then it was almost impossible to get a draft together, and he could get like a regular draft with this group of players and test with them, and they're all very good. So that makes a big difference, because otherwise your friend is probably right. It ends up being a waste of money unless you are, making friends with the other really good players and networking and trying to get better by playing with other great players. Like, that's the only way it happens. Otherwise, you're just going to be a fish in a small, in a pond with sharks and stuff, But back then too, Panthro, so many people were cheating. Like, there was so much cheating back then, even at the highest levels. It's crazy, which makes the whole thing like, yeah, when you take it all together, you're like, why am I even doing this? It's crazy. Unless you're the type of person who's a card shark and cheater, and those were the kind of people who were playing lots of high level tournament Magic at that point. But nice. Oh no, Dioblin. Yeah, proxies is great. Yeah, sure. And as long as you have people to play with, like, that's how most Magic is played. It's on a kitchen table. Nothing to do with metagames or these are the same decks we've been playing with for 18 years or whatever. Like, honestly. Nice. Masticore, yeah. Wow, that's old. I wasn't playing in those. I started playing the first year this game came out. Played it a bunch. Around Mirage, I got out of the game. I sold my whole collection. I bought a car with it. I was big into cars, and left Magic behind for, I don't know, 7 years, 8 years, maybe 8 years. And I got back into it when, at the end of Shards of Alara, it was just about to be original Zendikar. So like 20 years ago at this point. And then I got back into the game and I went from being a kid, like casual player, to playing with a bunch of like really good players. Back in the what was it called? The DCI ranking days. Holy fuck. Like, talk about difficult to grind back then. You want to become like one of the top players in the country, you basically can't go to any low-level tournaments, because if you lose to anybody who has less, rank than you, you're just dropping like a stone. So it just forced all these high-end players to just play casually, basically, or only PTQ level or higher, right? GPT level, because they had multipliers for these tournaments. Anyway, the point is, I played with a bunch of guys. One guy was ranked number 8 in all of South Korea. It's crazy. And EW Landon, my buddy Eric Landon, we used to play with him. He became EW Landon on MTGO, and like back in when Legacy was a big format, he was like considered one of the best Legacy players on Magic Online. And a level 2 judge, another guy who was like a level 2 judge there, and a shop owner guy there, and basically people who knew the game way better than me. And I was like, I want to get good at this game. Like, I used to play this game a ton, and I had no idea that, like, the tournaments and the drafting, like, I've never drafted before, and I just got into it, and they, I lost a lot. They, and I was so bad, but, I know they're better than me. I listen to them. I try and play better and lose, and try and play better and lose, and try and draft better, and sometimes do not so bad, and then you win a draft, and you're like, oh, shit, I love this format. You slowly get better, and then I became a pretty heavy competitive player. But living in Asia, living in the States, you can go to a million tournaments. You just have so much opportunity to play. Like where Sims is growing up in NorCal and stuff, and just basically anywhere in the US or Canada, it's close enough. But yeah, what he earned, just ask the year. Okay. Yeah, Christian. Yeah, he just won the last Pro Tour, Smoltron. Sure. Yeah, we can play some PUBG. Yeah. But, sorry, what was I saying? I was going to make a point there at the end, and I saw the mess. I was catching up with the messages. Been hard into it with only a 1-year gap. Damn. Wait, what? I've been hard into it with only like a 1-year gap. I didn't play a game in the last 32 years. What do you mean? You didn't play a game in the last 32 years? Oh, you're saying a 1-year gap where you didn't play a game for 1 year in the 32 years. I see. Yeah. Yeah, so that's more than I have, but when I was a kid, like I was 12 years old 13 when this game came out, 12 or 13. I remember getting into it. An older kid, and he was my neighbor. Him and his friend were big into it. It was his friend that got him into it, and then he got me into it, and then I got all my friends into it. I loved Magic. Like at that point, I was reading fantasy novels. I had Hero Quest. I loved fantasy shit already. So when Magic came out, I was just like, oh my god. And those old Magic cards, they were just fucking like nothing else. Literally. Nothing else like that at that point. They weren't baseball cards. My brother and I had collected Marvel cards, trading cards, Marvel Universe, Marvel 3, Marvel 2. We had, I don't even remember what they were, like a bunch of sets like that of superheroes, comic book heroes, because we loved that. And then Magic came out, and that just became my life. That was my life. Oh yeah, finding hero attorneys in Asia. So I didn't get to play a lot of, like, I would go to GPTs, and then we would go to GPs. Like I went to GPs in China, Taiwan, Japan. Sorry, not Taiwan. Japan, China, Thailand. We went to GPs at, because that was the cheapest places to go, and that's the only place you could get a big tournament like that. But it's hard, so I would go to one every couple of years, basically. Like I wasn't able to go to tons. Sucks, but played in a lot of, that kind of stuff, but never qualified for anything huge, never got on the Pro Tour. It's just too hard in a country like that. There's just not enough big tournaments and action and stuff happening. And in those days, man, the DCI stuff was tough. But then it turned to the PPTQ system, and I remember qualifying for stuff through that. And then just missing, and and then the next GP's like in a year or two, you're like, okay. Like in the States, you go to a GP every month, and you have so many shots to qualify. It's so much easier. It's tough. Even now they deal with that, right? Southeast Asia, South America, or wherever. Like there's regions that have just not enough people, so there's not enough tournaments, and it's like, but there are still players from those regions who want to try and qualify. Like what are they supposed to do? You've got Magic Online, you've got Arena, but real Magic, paper Magic. Ooh, kill. Interesting. CFT Sock just letting Larson draw 2 cards here. On the end step, because knowing he has to discard. But, you know, you're like 4 for 2ing yourself almost there. It's weird. Skybox, Fleer, Marvel Universe. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, that's what happened. So I don't know how old you guys were when you started playing. I was a kid still, basically. I was just early teens, and then I played throughout up until I was, I don't even know, 16, I guess, 17. The first 4 years Magic was around, or 5 years I played it, but that was it. There's Pacula. Oh yeah. He's done a lot. Yeah, lots of people have over the years, because there's just so many cheaters. But yeah, he was one of the first people to start doing it. Yeah, no, you're right. He still plays too. He streams, or no, not Pacula. I don't know. I can't remember. No, not him. Somebody else. Never mind. With Dave Price, nice. Yeah, that's old school. Yeah. Chris Pacula. Yeah, back then it was so hard to get better at Magic because you had to go to the bigger tournaments to run into players who were good. Like I remember going to my first big tournament. The first place was a box of Ice Age, which was a big deal because Ice Age was like about to come out. The tournament was kind of coinciding with the release of the set, and you could play in this tournament, and Ice Age was going to be legal for the first time in this tournament, and the first place was a box. And I remember going to the tournament, and I don't, honestly, I can't even tell you what I had in my deck. I don't remember. A pile of shit. I'm sure the mana was atrocious. I don't even remember. At some point, that was early on. Later on, I had really expensive, nice like cards, but they were all literally in one deck. Like all my best cards in one deck, basically. A shit show. But that was the first time I played against somebody who had a very powerful combo deck. And I loved it, and I tried to build it. In hindsight, it wasn't a great deck, but to me, it was the only, like, it was a really synergistic deck, and I really liked it. You're never going to guess the card that it was built around, but this was 94 or something, 93. You and your best friend helped his brother hand out local newspapers? Oh, really? Nice. So he bought you boosters and he's like, here, but you can't even play the game with a booster. You're just like looking at the cards like, these are cool, but what do we do with them? That's so funny. Yeah, dude. Well, yeah. And you don't know at the time, but that is extremely lucky. Yeah. Certain parts of the world, right? But, the pros, you end up rubbing shoulders. Like in Korea, where I was living in Seoul, like Seoul has a city of 20 million people, but there's only 2 shops. Like, that's it. Montreal, over on the east coast of Canada, is a city of 1 million, 1.5? I don't even know. Way less than Seoul. And they've got like 40 shops. It's crazy. It's just, again, it's different cultures and stuff. Like when I go to an F&M or any low-level shop in Korea or Japan, I almost never see children in there. It's all adults. And not like young adults, like businessmen and shit. Like professionals and like people playing after work. Like they're playing, coming to the tournament. I literally have been played against people where they showed up, like rushed in and like briefcase, take out their deck. They're in a suit still. And I'm just like, hey, you're coming from work? Yeah, like... So, like, because kids are in school 24/7 over there. It's a totally different culture around school. Kids don't have the time or money to play a game like Magic the Gathering ever over there. Sometimes, I mean, there was one shop that was Magic was not their main game. They would do a bunch of these other, I don't even know the names of them, a bunch of games that exist out there, TCGs and stuff, or that used to exist back in, 2006, 2007, 2008, whatever. And Michael's, the shop was called Michael's. And I would see kids there because they were playing like Pokemon or whatever it was back then. But for Magic tournaments in Asia, like most kids are going to like after school programs and shit like that. None of them are at the LGS. So it was weird going to Canada and joining a tournament and sitting across from like a kid. Like, and I'm like playing like Splinter Twins, splashing black for Tassiger because this is like the latest bleeding edge technology in Modern at the time. And this kid sits down with an unsleeved, what looks to be 100-something card deck. And he's like, hi. And he's kind of like, he doesn't even know how to shuffle. And I'm just like, I feel like an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing here. You know, Magic's so funny. In Asia, it's very different than in North America, I think. But I was that kid. I was that kid in the shop, and I got my ass kicked badly. But, and so I returned the favor, and I whooped that kid's ass. He will never forget that. He didn't know how Splinter Twin worked. He learned. He learned quickly. I don't know what's worse. Beating a 12-year-old at a game or letting a 12-year-old beat you at a game. Sometimes, like, I'm trying to win, and this kid looks like he might actually pull this out and win. Like, I don't know. Game 1, you crush him easily. Game 2, you get mana screwed. He randomly has an aggressive creature. You didn't know how to sideboard against the 100-card unsleeved pile, so you're like, holy shit, I might just die to this 2-drop. And then he gets game 2, and you're like, okay, let me sit up straight here. What the fuck is going on? If I lose to this goddamn kid, I'm never gonna be able to forgive myself. My career is over. There's no winning. At least in Korea, it's adults battling like goddamn adults with their pictures of dinosaurs on them, all right? Cards with... You know what I mean. People get mad when you win as a kid. People get mad. That's pathetic. I would never get mad at the kid. I would clap and be like, God damn. I'd be like, dude, I tried to beat you. I did not pull punches. I can't believe you beat me. My friends are going to laugh at me. You win today. You win all of it. I don't know. Somebody actually get mad at you? That's ridiculous. But of course they did. There's people who cannot control themselves. Fully grown adults who have no emotional self-control whatsoever. Oh, Chapin? Yeah, for sure. Patrick Chapin, yeah. Oh, I was barely ever innovative. My decks were terrible. As soon as I realized other people had better decks, I just tried to copy their decks. I was never innovative. But Patrick Chapin, yeah, sure, I know Chapin. I've read his book. I've listened to lots of his, Magic content. Read his articles, and he has a podcast, or had a podcast, I think, with Mike Flores, right? That's sweet, Sims. So what the hell happened? All downhill from there, huh? I didn't know if they'd be like you, Luxac. What? If they didn't know me? They'd be like you, Luxac. Oh, to you if they didn't know you. I mean, it's Magic, sure. Little kids can get lucky just like you can, right? Yeah, sometimes people are Luxacs, even the 12-year-olds. But it does feel bad when a 12-year-old gets lucky off the top and beats you. Like, why is it worse? I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be. Some 12-year-olds are very good at the game. It sounded like you were a kid that was really good at the game. There's no shame in losing to a very good Magic player. It doesn't matter what age they are, right? But of course, it's just the optics. It's so funny losing to what appears to be a child with a brain that's half as developed as mine. Why am I losing to this child? But this is where people's perceptions around Magic are very weird. Magic's a very tough game, right? So, Lessons taking it down. Magic's a very tough game. So, there's a lot of... It attracts people who are smart. There's a lot of very smart people who play Magic, who love Magic. So I think that gets tied up with people's expectations. Like, smart people expect to have the game reward them when they play smartly. But they forget. Even the smart people forget that the game is a lot of variance. And you don't deserve to win just because you're a better player than that person. You know what I mean? You could just get mana screwed. You could still make the right decisions and still lose because they got lucky. They got luckier than you. They only had one out to get out of this. They found it, and then they hit another thing and another thing off the top, and that's it. And people who feel like they deserve to win get very upset at that kind of stuff. And those are the kind of people who would blow up at a child for beating them, right? But it's a game with a lot of variance. The best players in the world have a 60% lifetime win rate, 60 something. It's this is sped up, I guess. The double landfall here. Okay. Yeah, it's just like the gym. The first time I went to the gym, I could barely bench the bar. I could just bench the actual bar, the Olympic bar with no weight. That's how pathetically skinny I was. I was never I played lots of soccer, did lots of, running. I was never a heavy set kid or anything. But it was ironic. I remember going to the gym. The YMCA was the first gym I got a membership at when I was eventually old enough. I must have been 15 or 16, something like that. I think I was 16. my dad wanted me to, and we went to the gym. And then there was a guy there. I just remember the way he looked. He always wore a black T-shirt, but he was huge. Like, you could tell under his shirt, he was ripped, and he had covered in tats. He had this like blonde, spiky hair. He was the biggest guy at the gym, and he was super intimidating. Always wore this like black like biker T-shirt, and I thought, man, this guy looks like a hitman for the Hells Angels or something. He's super, you know. And I remember doing something. I think I was doing bench or trying to get it to do like an incline bench, and I was doing it terribly. I'm sure I had terrible form. And the guy came over and in the nicest way was like, you know, actually you should try and keep your feet down, like don't arch your back, like keep your, you know, back flat and do this. And I'm like, thank you, I appreciate that. I'm like, yeah, I'm, you know, new here. And he's like, yeah, if you ever need any help, just you have any questions, like I've been doing this a long time. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you're ripped. I'm like, you're huge. And he laughs and he's like, yeah, it's just, you know, let me know. And I found this to be true everywhere I went after that for years and years. Like if I was going to gyms and hanging out with guys, the biggest guys at the gym, the guys who were actually serious about it and everything, were the nicest dudes in the gym. And they were the most, you know, biggest, scariest dudes. Nathan won. Nathan's going to the final. And the biggest jerks were the ones who were also, you know, big guys, but they were new big. They were like, you could tell they weren't as like old school as these other guys. Like the old school big dudes were the nicest dudes. And it was like the guys who just started going a couple years ago, who are now looking like getting bigger, they're the most arrogant pricks. Like it's so funny. I don't know. Like Magic, the best players in the world, they know it's all they don't get tilted very often. It's the shitty players who are just good enough to like think they're better than they are that go off in real life and stuff and tilt off and stuff like that. But yeah. You're fat and old? Yeah. I'm in good shape, but I'm so bad with discipline. I'll go to the gym for a while. Like these days I'm going to the gym. I'm trying to, you know, get back in shape. And then I get in good shape and I go, all right, mission accomplished. Now I can stop going so much. It's like my brain just goes, yep, you did it. Now you can move on. Stop doing that shit. You did the thing. You're in great shape. Now you can just let yourself get fat again. I don't know. I just stop caring and I stop going to the gym once I get back in the shape I want, I stop going to the gym. Like I just hate the upkeep. I don't know what it is. We all hate the upkeep. Who am I kidding? Really? You're a great basketball player? I'm not tall enough. I used to be a great basketball player in middle school, and then I stopped getting taller, and I couldn't keep playing basketball. How tall? Or I guess you have to be pretty tall. How tall are you for a basketball player? Played in college. Damn, nice. Nice. So you were a basketball player? Cool. I'm not tall. Yeah. Not like one of the tallest dudes on the team, but yeah. God, these headphones keep turning off. It's crazy. Because there's no sound on here. Every time it turns off, it beeps. You guys can't hear it, but... So, Lessons takes game 1, huh? No, that you should, Haiku. I'm jealous. I wish I could sleep in the middle of the day. I can't. I just can't nap. I can't do it. I don't know why. I need darkness and silence to have a good sleep. Even then, maybe I'll sleep well. I don't know. Sometimes, some nights I have a great sleep. It's like I have to have a bad sleep 2 nights in a row, and then my body's so tired, it's just like, I don't give a shit anymore. And then I have a great sleep. And then after I have a great sleep the next night, I can't sleep that well anymore. It's like I had a great sleep, so now, I don't know. Bizarre. Yeah, I have no idea what it's like to just... I mean, are you just talking about walking up on like to like a public court and try to join in a game or something? Or did you play in some kind of league or like, I don't know. There's got to be like a beer league for basketball or something around you, right? A basketball league? Insomnia. What? How does that make any sense, Haiku? You have insomnia and narcolepsy? How does that make any sense? Narcolepsy, to my knowledge, that's the condition where you are falling asleep like without like involuntarily, right? And insomnia means you can't sleep. So that's like a paradox. I'm confused. I got the itis. Yes, Panthro. I got the itis. Yeah. What is the other sleep? No, never mind. That's something else. I thought there was another disease or something where it makes you sleep a lot, but no, I'm thinking of something different. Yeah, I wish I could sleep. My wife, she sleeps like that. It's like a superpower. Like if she was an X-Men, she would be, yeah, narcoleptress or something, and she would just she can sleep through literally anything. Like she could fall asleep in the middle of a room of like tons of people talking. She sleeps like a little kid. You know what I mean? She could sleep in the most bizarre, uncomfortable positions. She just has to decide, I think I'm gonna sleep now. And then she just goes to sleep. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous of her. Soldiers learn to do that, right? If you're in the army, like they train you to like, they'll wake you up in the middle of the night and like they'll make you have bad sleep so that you learn to snatch sleep whenever you can, because that's how war is. You can't, decide when you sleep. You just, okay, we've got 3 hours before we have to do this thing. Sleep now. We haven't slept in 24 hours. Sleep now for 3 hours, then we're doing this. Like, you know what I mean? It's, you got to learn to just sleep like that. I'm dead. If I go, well, I don't know. Or maybe you're so exhausted. Again, your body, it's like training your body to do it so that maybe even then, even when you're not exhausted, you can just sleep. Like you just turn it off. That would be super cool. To me, that's a superpower. I just can't, I can't do it. I'm so far from that. You play pickup. Okay. In a men's league. Okay, cool. How's the competition? Probably not great, but there's got to be a couple guys who used to play like at college level and stuff like that, right? Fall asleep randomly plus can't fall asleep when actually trying. Well, okay, but those things are related, right? I don't think you have narcolepsy. It probably just means you're falling asleep without trying sometimes because you're so tired from not sleeping at night, right? Like you're drifting off during the day and stuff, but you're not able to have like a full sleep during the day. That sucks, man. There's a lot that can affect that. I mean, exercise. I know when I'm regularly going to the gym, I'm sleeping better. I actually usually have a good night's sleep when I've had a good workout that day, and that makes sense to me. Like, yeah, I'm more exhausted. I've spent way more energy and put my body through more. Like, there's more and there's muscle to repair, and there's more recovery is necessary. So sleep. I don't know. Eat your diet, what you eat affects your sleep. Like when I have some foods, like I don't know, like they're just too, I don't know, I don't have a really sensitive stomach or anything, so nothing affects me too badly. I'm trying to think of a kind of food, but sometimes if I eat too much or too late, you know what I mean? Like it's not even about something specific, but more like that kind of stuff. So what you eat it will affect it, and when you eat and how much and all that. But all those things, try and change that up. That's all you can do, right? Until you find something that seems to work. Could be, yeah, Panthro. I mean, see a specialist and, yeah, make sure it's nothing else. There could be, who knows, something else at play there. Yeah, that's a good call. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not easy for people to just do stuff like that, depending on where you live. I don't know what it costs in the States to get an appointment with a neurologist or a psychiatrist. That, yeah, if your insurance doesn't cover stuff like that, most people are just like, I can't do that kind of stuff. Like, just like therapy, everybody should be able to get free therapy, but most people just can't afford to get therapy. It's, CFT Sock handles the cards so weird. They don't flick the cards really. I always see them just holding it, and it looks like they're clutching them so tightly, and they're not like organized or anything. Like, it's a very interesting way to play. It's, you can tell they play much more online than they do in paper, right? It's funny. But I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe not. No. He was referring to what I was saying. Used to be that way before. What I was saying about sleeping, you mean? Anyway. I have be recommended it first and then have my insurance approve it. Yeah. Yeah, you have to get like a doctor recommended, right? Depression, anxiety, insomnia. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, Panthro. That's a lot to deal with. I mean, I think anxiety, I don't know what it would have to be considered clinical, because to me, anxiety is something everybody deals with, right? That's just everybody. But like depression, that's serious. That's a tough stone to carry, you know what I mean? I can't say I understand what it's like. I don't, but I've heard lots of, you know, testimony. You read case studies, you listen to what people who haven't saw or have depression say, and it sounds horrible. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're managing it. How Raptor plays? Oh, Raptor, yeah. Well, he doesn't play anymore, but yeah, that guy, I remember him. Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, it's so funny. Magic, you know, there's all the little flicking and all that stuff, and really a lot of that. I shuffle my cards because I want to switch up the order of the cards I draw so that my opponent doesn't know what I just drew. I think every player should do that. Like, people who don't know why you shuffle your cards, I think, you know. But then you see pros that don't do it, and you're just like, okay. I don't know. It's like I feel like they're giving up a little bit of edge, but they're so good at the game. Like, CFT Sock's so good that it obviously doesn't affect them too much. But LSV even, you know, he doesn't do a lot of that stuff. He'll move his cards around a little bit in his hand, but that's it. I think some people do it way too much, and then it gets annoying, but... Fraggles! Thank you for coming back! I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I banned you by accident. I was trying to just delete your message because it was a different language. I don't want anybody to speak any other languages because I can't, you know, I have to understand it. Otherwise, people could say nasty stuff, right? But I accidentally banned you. I'm so sorry. And then I realized, and I'm like, oh my God, you know what? I think I banned Fraggles and I unbanned you, and I'm glad you came back. I thought you were never going to come back. And I'm like, well, I'm an idiot. I feel bad. But thank you for coming back. Rotation will be, yeah, next year, they said. That they just announced that. It was supposed to be this year, and then they pushed it to next year. They want it to be the same kind of timing as the calendar year, apparently, which is interesting. Yeah. It's okay, you're Polish. Cool. Yeah, I have some other Polish people in here, actually. One guy plays a lot of indie games. Me and him talk about a lot of the indie games that I play, but cool. Let's see. So this is to determine who will go and face Nate Stoyer in the final. They're both 1-1. Clinical form of depression, anxiety, yeah. So yeah, depression I know is not something, you know, that's a like clinical kind of condition. But I guess anxiety, I didn't realize it could be, I guess, so severe or hard to deal with that it's due to a chemical imbalance or something. Interesting. So yeah, you take medication and stuff for all that, I guess, right? Yeah, it's that kind of stuff should be cheap and widely available for everybody. But instead it's really expensive for a lot of that. The medication for a lot of that stuff. It's crazy. But every country is different. And yeah, it would be great to just go and get a brain scan and whatever. I mean, even in Canada where I live, like, unless it's a serious concern, like, there's a long waiting list of serious people to get those kind of procedures and scans and things done. If I just want to get an MRI, I'm waiting months, you know, because there's people who might die next week. They need it now. Like, you know, that list is long. So, you know, there's upsides and downsides. Private healthcare, like in Korea, when I had a motorcycle accident, you go in there, they did an X-ray, like they do all these things immediately. There's no waiting list for MRI or CT scans or anything like that. You just, you know, pay cash money and boom, it gets done. But it's expensive. Like Canada, it's free, but if it's not life-threatening, then no, we're not going to do an MRI. Like that's what, you know, and like Haiku's saying, your doctor would have to say to the, okay, you know, I'm sending you to get an MRI. And then if a doctor says you need it, then you get it. But if it's non-life threatening, it ends up, you might be on a waiting list for a couple months, you know? It's crazy. Yeah, it's batshit. The fact that you know, again, this is when people ask me what I am. You know, we talked about this earlier, and people have labels for, you know, liberals and conservatives. In the States, it's Democrats, Republicans, and all this shit. I feel like going, none of that means anything. It's either you live in reality with the rest of us, or you choose to live in a fantasy land where you can be shown evidence of something and refuse to believe that it's true. And on the flip side, you believe things that there's no evidence of. And that's how you guide your life. That's how you want us to make laws. That's how you want the country to be run and how societies to be built. Like, I just think it's, you know, universal health care is not about liberals and conservatives or Democrats versus Republicans. Like, it's just an absolute no-brainer that everybody wants. Everyone else in the world already has that is in a developed country with enough wealth like yours. There's no debate. Like, these are facts, and we will base things based on fact. Like, to have, yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, have people not even, you know how anything works. They think the president has a big button or dial on his desk or her desk that controls the gas prices. Gas goes up. He can turn down gas prices whenever he wants. I mean, now Trump is, you know, what he's done in Iran, obviously he's shot himself. It is completely him making the gas go crazy expensive. But, you know, people were blaming Biden for gas prices. Like, what? You know, now it looks pretty silly because Biden wasn't starting any wars. Obviously, it had nothing to do with him, the gas prices. Very little. But now you're seeing what happens when people, you know, who actually affect gas prices do something. It's like, it's crazy. I don't know. There's so many things like that, though. You know, it goes against their religion. It goes against their, you know, whatever their parents taught them growing up, whatever their indoctrination was. It's very hard to get people to just consider objective facts and let's just forget about the biases for now. Ooh. Passing say swing. Trying to get in there. It's a lot of damage. Uh-oh, Christopher won the last Pro Tour. This is the Pro Tour champ, maybe repeating back-to-back victories? That would be insane. Ooh, not if CFT Sock has anything to say about it. Toss that dead counter spell. Trigger, and then consult. There's that removal spell. Only one lesson in the yard, though, so that's not going to be enough to kill those chocobos. Or one of them, anyway. Needs one more lesson in the yard. So, can kill the 2/2 land. If you do that, they get another trigger, and then you take 2 more damage, so that doesn't make sense. You kill an elf. Oof, that's a tough spot. Test it. Wow, no, I didn't know that. That's insane. Right, a lot of times, well, yeah, depending on how many mistakes were made in the previous administration, yeah. But there's a very predictable pattern in the US of conservatives getting into power, destroying the economy, Democrats getting into power, inheriting a garbage economy, fixing the economy, giving it to the conservatives, they shit all over the economy, and back and forth. It's done that for the last 40 years. So, it's not exactly like, you know, the next president just gets all the worst shit and gives the next president the worst shit. That's not always true. Every other president, they're usually passing on not bad shit, a good economy. Things are getting better. And then conservatives get into power. It's happy. You can like go back and look at how this has happened over and over and over in the US and elsewhere. But the US, it's just so easy to use as a textbook example because it's a 2-party system. It's so obvious. In Canada, it's different because when the Liberals are in power versus the Conservatives versus NDP or the Green Party or some other, we have lots of parties, right? Same like with every other country. But in the US, it's so pronounced because it's just 2 parties. So it's just this pendulum back and forth is so bizarre. Larson versus Stoyer, yeah, they're good. Yeah. Yeah, and there's so much misinformation, Panthro. Yeah, it's tough. There's, a lot of people just aren't good at critical thinking, and they just want to go with whatever their friends and family say is right, and or they're just suckers. They're gullible. They're naive, right? Oh, that's it. Yeah, Larson got him. Nice. Whoa, crazy. CFT saw quite a run though. The only undefeated player on day one, right? 11-0 or 11-1. Something like, or I don't, no, not day one. They were like 8-0 or 9-0 or whatever it was. Damn. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, I know, Nano. CFT Sock, the way they handle their cards, I don't like any of it, but they're such a good player. It's so cool to see. And Seth Manfield is the same way, like, just sloppy, but they're just their brains. They understand the game at a level that's so crazy. But yeah, that's the irony, Haiku, right? Like, yeah, conservatives, that's all they do is destroy the economy. But all those years of preaching fiscal responsibility, remember, conservatives were supposed to be the party of fiscal responsibility. It was the liberals who were going to spend us into the ground, blah, 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 and bankrupt our economy. It's hilarious that, like, people believed this for decades, believed this shit. Reagan, trickle down economics. Yes, it's all going to trickle down, and we know what we're doing. We're the conservatives, of course. We're the ones who are responsible with the money. What a joke. That was just the mask. That was the mask that conservative parties were wearing. Trump came and ripped it off completely and is like, actually, we're just a bunch of bigots. All that bullshit about fiscal responsibility, just look at the numbers. Look at history. We fuck up the economy every single time we're in power. Why? Because we're conservatives. That's what conservative parties do, because they don't have platforms. When is the last time the U.S. Conservative Party, the Republicans, had an actual platform? Over 10 years ago? It's crazy. There's no plan. The whole plan for a lot of conservative parties is we hate everything they do. Fuck up everything they do. Fuck with Obama at every spot. Fuck with every liberal president, the opposite party's president, every chance we get. As soon as we get power, now what do we do? Who are they blaming right now for any of it? They control Congress. The conservatives control Senate. They have the White House. And they're still fucking up. The economy's shutting down. Nobody's getting paid. They're trying to blame the other party. The other party's like, we're the minority party. We don't even control anything. You're dysfunctional because your whole party is only based on putting, hating or countering whatever the opponent's doing. So parties like that get into power. Everywhere in the world is like this. And the countries go immediately. That's it. That's the cycle. In countries where it goes back and forth with multiple political parties, it's great. But when a conservative government in a country where it's a dictatorship or something, they take over, then it's just straight down, right? It's unfortunate, but it's just the facts. All that fiscal responsibility shit is just pure mythology. I know, it's hilarious. Every time, but people eat it up because it's this tribalistic, whenever anything goes bad, it's, what about Biden's laptop or whatever? I don't know. It's somehow the Democrats' fault, even though they're not even in power and have no control over what's happening in the country, basically. Like, I don't... But it's just people believing, again, it's people who don't live in reality. They just choose to believe whatever they believe, whatever they think. They grew up, that they learned growing up that conservatives were this and liberals were that, and they can't shake that. It's just like religious people believing that atheists have no morals and they're evil murderers because they don't have any. How can you have morals without God? You know what I mean? And they get older and they meet people and they meet somebody like me and I say, oh, I'm atheist. And they go, like, wait, you were really nice and normal or whatever. Like, what do you mean? What? Like, but and you're like, well, that's batshit. What you know is bullshit. It's complete bullshit. You just don't realize that. It's okay. You're just ignorant. And now, so you can stop being ignorant now. But no, many of them will just be like, no, this is not, no, this is against everything I know. It can't be. It still must be somehow true what I've been taught my whole life. So they start doing mental gymnastics and, And then it's somehow the Democrats' fault or it's the Liberal Party's fault, even though it's the Conservatives doing everything, right? It's batshit. Anyway, I'm not even American, but unfortunately it affects me greatly, especially when your, country talks about taking over my country. That pisses off a lot of people, as you can imagine. And all the shit with ICE and everything is just so insane. Like, one of these morons I played board games with before, we got into a discussion about immigration. This was when ICE just first started cracking down and these, camps and stuff were popping up, detention camps. And I was like, this is crazy. What's happening? And one of the other guys goes, well, Biden deported a ton of people too. And the other guy goes, yeah, Obama actually deported more people than Trump did in his first term. And I'm like, yes, all those things are true. But do you not understand the difference between going through the process of deportation legally with the courts and giving people notice and blah, 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 versus literally kicking in dudes' doors and dragging them out in the middle of winter and shooting citizens and all the crazy... Are you kidding me? You're going to tell me that it's the same thing, you fucking idiots? But so many people have this, like, they're all bad. They're the same. Both sides are the same. Oh my God, when I hear that, I just shut off. I'm just like, you are obviously completely out of touch with reality. You do not know what you're saying, right? Or you just believe the bullshit that you're being fed and you will not consider any other actually truthful alternatives. Like, you're not even going to look at the light at all. It's crazy. The both sides shit really gets me. That's where I always say something. I go, well, actually, like I did with Panthro there when you said the next president just inherits the thing that's bad from the previous one. That's not true at all. If you look at the actual numbers over the last 40 years, it's economy great, economy bad, economy great, economy bad. And it's almost always coincides with a shift in the political party that's in power. It's not always, it's usually the same party handing shit to the other party, not the other way around. But anyway. Corrupt politicians, yep, they exist everywhere. Even the best parties have them. It's about accountability. When a politician is corrupt, the whole party comes out and says, you're out. Get the fuck out. You fucked up. We're going to if it's criminal, we're going to prosecute you. You'll go to jail, whatever, but you're definitely out of politics. We will no longer support you at all. But conservatives, it's, you circle the wagons. Conservative, authoritarian kind of structures. Religion is like this. Government's like this. There's in-groups and the out-group, and when you're in the in-group, you cover for each other. You do not ever go against other people in the in-group. We all are on message. We all have the same message. That's conservative ideology, right? Liberal ideology is messy. It's all over the place. Everybody has an equal say, so it's very hard to get shit done. Everybody has different opinions and different ideas, and we want to treat everybody equally, so everybody has a chance to, and it takes a long time to do shit. That's the disadvantage of liberal ideology, right? Conservative, it's very efficient. Like China. China wants shit done, they just do it. Everybody's on message. Everybody's on plan. So when a conservative politician is a pedophile or whatever else corrupt shit they do, the other conservatives don't call them out. There's no accountability in the conservative circles. That's a huge problem. When you circle the wagons like that, the downside is nobody criticizes each other, so nobody fixes any of the things that are wrong. How do you find your flaws and fix things that are wrong and dysfunctional without any criticism? You must be able to criticize. That's why liberal ideology works and conservative ideologies ultimately don't. They can't self-criticize, and therefore they will never grow. They will never evolve and get better and fix their problems. But it's, the liberal there's messiness and everything on the other ideologies as well, but it's the better way. It's the way forward. It's progress. Progressive, one might say. Anywho, their reality is fractured. Yeah, I'm sorry. Political rant over. I apologize. I think these are important things to talk about. I think they matter. I think people who want to put their head in the sand are part of the problem, and talk about it. Even if you don't like what we're talking about or whatever, you learn about it. Go out there and read, read articles. Don't listen to some rando on TikTok. Go find good articles from good sources, from reputable sources. There's lots of websites. Media Bias Fact Check is a good one. You can use websites to check whatever. Remove paywall. You can remove paywalls from paywalled sites and read articles by real, good journalistic sources. Educate yourself, man. Redhead, holy shit, long time no see. How you doing, buddy? It's Redhead. You look beautiful, Redhead. How you doing? Can't believe you're in here. It's been a dog's age. Oh, AI is another, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, reality is not conservative. That's the whole, like, the problem with conservatism. It can never, like, work. It can never work. And the only people who try and make it work, they just want power for power's sake. They just want short-term gain, right? And so they're manipulating everybody else in those groups, whether it's, again, religion or systems of government, authoritarian governments, you know, fear, propaganda, like all the tools, we know they work. They've worked many times over human history. You know, it's the same shit again and again and again. And people keep falling for it. I think the only inoculation to that stuff is education. Like having real, like solid, well-funded education that's totally objective. So no religion comes anywhere near the schools. No anything, you know, politically, it should be as wide open as possible. Even young kids should be taught to think critically, like critical thinking classes even would be great. That kind of stuff. That would wipe out religion in a generation. Like seriously, if we could just force every country to do that with their children, the next generation of kids, that would be it. Like so many things would change overnight. It's crazy. Ooh, the predictor, 51 to 49. Doing good, nice. You just got into Magic? Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? Yeah, nice, Redhead. Are you serious? You're getting into Magic now? That's crazy. I play Magic almost every day, dude. I've been playing this game for 30 years. This is the game that got me Twitch partner, actually. But I'm doing well, man. Thank you. Thank you for asking. What I'm saying is when Trump gutted the Global Department of Health and Investigation, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that specific incident. Yes, and you're absolutely right. Sorry, I thought you were just saying it goes back and forth like a ping pong ball, and I was like, well, not always. Like it usually seems to only go in one direction. Like it's always, it's bad, and then it's good, and then the same people make it bad again, and then it's good. You know, I don't know. One party keeps inheriting shit, and one party keeps inheriting an actually functional economy that they make go to shit. You know. But yeah, the COVID thing is nuts. Like that was a dress rehearsal. For what could be, you know, a serious pandemic in the future. And we fucking failed that hardcore. Like, the average person, man, it was so eye-opening to see how much, you know, craziness was out there. And just people who don't trust doctors and don't trust authorities like the World Health Authority. And you know, we learned a lot too. Those people fucked up a lot. Like the messaging and stuff was really bad. Like there were mistakes made from governments and stuff as well, because everybody was kind of, again, so unprepared for this. And, you know, there were experts telling the governments, like Obama, you know, yeah, the experts are going, look, there's these diseases. If one of these gets out, no lab in the world is 100% safe. Full on zero. Every lab will leak. That's the number one rule of those kind of, there's 5 levels of like lab security and stuff. And every single level, even the top, highest, most secure labs, they still leak. We know this because they've all leaked. There's evidence of all of them leaking. So, and no matter what we do, we are as careful as possible. It's almost impossible to stop. And when it does, you know, they're like, you got to have a response for this. We've got to have, you know, things in place. So if this happens, it's almost inevitably going to happen. You know, the scientists were right, just like they were right about climate change, just like they're right about, like, why can't we just trust science, please? Scientists keep telling us, and, you know, but there's too much money to be made in ignoring science, right? That's the whole problem. Whether it's, you know, some dipshit on YouTube who has 1 billion followers because he's, you know, some, I don't know, Joe Rogan bro type who just sells a bunch of shit to his suckers and just keeps feeding them rage information, misinformation, and just, I don't know. But like oil, we should have been driving electric cars decades ago. It's crazy. Too much money in oil, way too much money. I mean, there's some countries, it's like, that's their lifeblood. If we all switch to electric cars, their country just collapses economically, right? Every OPEC nation, right? Basically. But I love that the UAE broke away from OPEC, which is crazy. That's great. That'll cause the price of oil to go down pretty quickly hopefully once things get under control in that region. But Yeah, well, when the president of the US tells people to inject bleach and shit like that, like, what the fuck? Like, there were people who did it too, which is, what do you expect? It's crazy. Same team cheaters. Nice. Oh, Commander. Yeah, you gotta try and find ways to make it cheap. You can. So whenever you don't like any side, okay, well, yeah, that's the thing with politics. It's the one thing in life you can't really hide from. You can't get away from it. It will find you. It'll affect you no matter how hard you try and hide from it. So I just feel like might as well, get involved, learn about it, and have a choice in my life about what happens in the place I live and stuff. But I get it. Grid that can support everyone driving electric cars. Well, yeah, in the States that's never going to happen, but China's already got that. Canada's working on it, but there's a lot of other stuff that needs to happen first. I mean, they're getting cheaper and cheaper. That's the big problem is the price, right? Like even Ford, the Ford, Mach whatever E and the Lightning, the Ford Lightning that was the EV. The price was supposed to be 50 grand. But then it gets to the dealerships and they mark it up to 80 or 90 grand. You couldn't buy one of those trucks for less than 80 grand or something, even though they said it was going to be 50. Same with the Mach, because the demand was high and everything else. It's the dealerships. It's the way, like, there's all these other factors there when it comes to why people are not driving electric cars. There's dealerships trying to make people not do it. I mean, you know how hard they fought against Tesla dealerships way back in the day? It was so impossible to start a Tesla dealership anywhere. In Korea, they still didn't have them until 2018 or 2019 when I left. All this kind of shit. There's just so many barriers. It's the infrastructure is a part of it, but that's not even the biggest hurdle. That wouldn't be a big deal to actually do, I think. But the US is a different thing, though. The US is crazy with the power grid. States like Texas aren't even attached to the national power grid. So I don't know. Yeah, what if you had an electric car in Texas and then, it's crazy. But anyway, how bad a battery is for the environment? I mean, it's probably way less bad than burning hundreds of tons of fossil fuels. But sure, I'm sure it's difficult to dispose of. But I feel like there's very easy solutions to those kind of problems. A lot of responsibility. They act like 12-year-old kid when they're given that responsibility. Depends on the country you're talking about, but yeah. But you're right. It's a ton of responsibility. Yeah. And when they have to pay for it. Well, the taxpayer pays for it. It's like, yeah, your kids, yeah, you pay for your kids getting in a car accident. Exactly. We're the parents. But it's, it's not like their kids, they don't know what they're doing. They know far more about what they're, assuming, again, you elect people who know what they're doing. The problem with the US right now is none of the people in charge have any fucking clue what they're doing. None of them have been chosen because of their abilities, skills, expertise, careers, none of that. The guy leading the Department of Defense is a Fox News TV show host. What more do you want me to say? They fired all the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They fired all the people who, the Justice Department has less than half the number of lawyers it did under the Biden administration. Over half of them quit. A lot of them quit because they don't want to be involved in illegal shit. They know at some point this government is going to ask me to prosecute a case that I know is bullshit or illegal or whatever. And it's going to be either I quit or, so I'm just going to head that off right now and I'm going to retire. That's it. I'm going to go into private practice or whatever. It's a clown show in the US government right now. So that's the big difference. In Canada, I feel like Carney knows more than almost every other world leader about how to run a country, especially with regard to the economy. So everybody's experience is different. You say government's like a 12-year-old kid, not where I live. My government is a very responsible adult taking care of a bunch of 12-year-old kids. That's how I feel sometimes, especially when I look over at Alberta and the dipshits that the premier, the people they elect over there is just mind-blowing. They are the 12-year-old kid in the back seat that won't stop trying to open the door and do stupid shit, but our prime minister is one of the best in the world. He just got invited to the EU Economic Forum or whatever. It's the first time a non-EU country has been invited. It's good. I feel like finally we have a very good leader at the wheel, please, and it's great because this is very rough times. So, but yeah, a country like the U.S., I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah, 12-year-old kids would be making better decisions than the people who are running the show over there. I think 12-year-old kids have compassion and empathy and humanity and dignity. I wish I was lying. I wish I was making this up. 3 manga proxy decks. Nice. Yeah, proxies are one way to do it. Also, you got to find a shop, Redhead. You're playing casual Magic. You got to play real Magic. This, what we're watching right now, is the Pro Tour, the finals of the Pro Tour. These are some of the best players in the world. And this level, this is real Magic. Like one-on-one, 75 card deck, so 60 card deck with a sideboard. Best of 3. Go to the shop, play in a tournament in standard, you'll get hooked. Something like that. Whatever format you can get into. I strongly urge you to get away from Commander, Redhead. But I don't know what that other stuff you talked about is. I'm assuming these are different other games? Like manga-like proxy decks for Berserk. I don't know what Berserk Bleach and Kaiju number 8. What are those? I think you're talking about Commander precons. I don't know anything about that. That's a whole different separate part of Magic. Like Commander, all those things you're talking about are casual Magic. This is competitive Magic. This is what I play. I play competitive Magic. So I strongly recommend you learn like standard. Like once you learn how to play Magic and you're good enough at the game, learn to play standard. Like get into standard. You'll love it. And yeah, they're different skins, but they're like when you say Berserk Bleach, you're talking about the name of a Commander precon, right? I assume that's what you're saying. Linda, I know. Yeah, Panthro, I know. You can't make this shit up. Like if they had a comedy movie that came out in 1998 and the Secretary of Education or the whatever her title is in the US, and she's like the wife of, and there's video of her like choke slamming people and whatever. And then she's also the Minister of Education or whatever. People would just laugh and go, yeah, right. This movie's ridiculous. Like that's too far-fetched, right? Here we are. Idiocracy is a documentary. It's not real Magic. I mean, it isn't, but you can still have fun with it. But this is Magic the way it's supposed to be played, right? This is the way the rules of the game are designed to play the game in this fashion, and it's such a good way to play. Like the rules in the game are so good, like this, that they allow for a really high level tournament. The winner of this game wins $50,000, I think. The winner of this this match, it's best of 5 because again, Magic is variance and real Magic is a bunch of games to determine which deck is truly the best. 50 grand on the line. So when you have money like that, that's a real format. That's Magic. These guys have tested with a group of other very high level players for weeks to try and come up with the best deck possible. The only reason you would go to all that trouble and all that work is with a big fat prize on the line. That's why this is where you see the best Magic happen. The best decks. Everything else trickles down from here. So this is real Magic. This is the way Magic is supposed to be played. 100 card decks with 4-player multiplayer, that's not Magic the Gathering. That's another variant of Magic. It's fun, but it's not actual Magic. Is it 50? I don't know. I was wondering. I don't know. Oh yeah, but Dota's a way bigger game than Magic. Magic's a tiny game. Magic's a niche game compared to League of Legends, Dota, like any of that shit. Counter-Strike has bigger tournaments than Magic. For years and years and years. Yeah, those games are way bigger. I think people who play a lot of Magic they forget how small this game is. It's a pretty niche game. I mean, how many people are watching this? 6,800. That's less than I thought. I thought it was going to be closer to 10,000. I was way off. 6,800. This is the finals of the highest level tournament of the year. One of them. I mean, Worlds is higher, but one of the 2 highest level tournaments you can go to. There's only 4 of them a year. And it's only 6,800 people watching. So it's kind of, it's all scales. That said, Hasbro makes so much money. I feel like they could, I don't know. How much money do you think Valve makes off Dota 2 or Riot makes off League? It's probably more than Wizards makes in a year. It's more than $1 billion or whatever, right? What? You're just saying anime names, Panthro? They have a JoJo one? Yeah. Your last message? You couldn't hear. I was saying, I was asking you about the precons. I said, you really enjoy Commander. Yeah, oh, you're deploying. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you're playing with a bunch of other players like that, then that's what you play. Casual Magic. Yeah. They're animes they made into a Commander deck. Okay, yeah, I see it. But yeah, on deployment, I get it. So you're playing with a bunch of Magic dudes. It's funny. That's how I got back into Magic, was a bunch of U.S. Army soldiers on the Yongsan base in Seoul, South Korea. And we all played Standard. Like, it was tournaments and everything. But that was a different time. That was... Commander didn't even exist then. Like, people were playing EDH and stuff a few years later. And then eventually Wizards put out the first Commander precons and stuff a couple years after that. But yeah, I bet you now if I played with groups like that, they would all be playing Commanders. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, One Piece is a totally separate game, right? Draft's great too, yeah. I mean, Draft's really good. Draft is a separate thing from Constructed Magic, but I love Draft. Draft is actually my favorite way to play Magic, but Constructed is fun just because Draft is so low power. It's really fun to play with like really high powered, consistent decks, you know? Four ubs, and you know, like everybody's playing 4 of their best card, and like really good, you know, powerful things happening, a lot of interaction. It's like playing Legacy. Playing those old formats is so fun. It's so interactive, even though it's only 3 turns. There's so much shit happening. It's awesome. But Two-Headed Giant's fun too. Yep. Yeah, more goat maybe. Yeah. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, it's great. I love it. And I mean, it's the best game. Like when I was a kid and I started playing Magic in the 90s, and you know, we would go on a road trip, and my brother and we had a minivan. There's the back bench and the front bench. We would put the back of the front bench had a, you know, back that folded down. Fold it down. My brother would kneel on the ground between the like 2 front seats. I would be sitting on the bench in the back seat, and we'd play Magic. You know, don't need any batteries. You're on deployment in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the jungle, in a fucking ice storm. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Don't need light. Don't need or I guess you need a light if it's dark, but it doesn't require anything. You just play. They're just cards. That's perfect for soldiers on deployment, right? So Magic is huge. It's been huge ever since it came out in the military. I didn't realize how huge it was till I moved to Korea in 2006, and I met all these army dudes, and they all played Magic. I played poker, and I played poker with one of them. He found our little local game because I lived right next to the army base. And then we became friends with him. And then he said he couldn't like stay late one day for a cash game or something because he was going to go play in a tournament tomorrow. And I'm like, what? I'm like, you're going to play a poker tournament? He's like, no, it's Magic the Gathering. Do you know that? And I'm like, Magic the Gathering? Like, it blew my mind. I was like, I loved Magic when I was like, it's been, I don't know, like 8 years since I played Magic. I was obsessed with it. I still have my cards at my parents' place. And he's like, yeah, come check it out. It's super chill. We have a great group of people there. And I was like, okay. So he signed me on the base. I went on the base with him, and there's a huge, like 30 something players at this, you know, Magic tournament. And I was just like, holy shit. And one guy was like a level 5 store because the US bases are considered US soil. So there's no tax, no duty. They could basically order product from a distributor in the US, have it shipped to South Korea, and they wouldn't pay anything extra compared to what you would pay in the US. It's crazy. So this guy just had like all the product, and he was like a mobile shop. He would go every Sunday or Saturday or whatever it was. We would go to the USO. It was called this like, I'm sure Redhead knows what a USO is, but I didn't know what that was until I went on an army base, and I was like, oh, it was like a chill. It was awesome. They have a huge row of like leather recliners. Each one has a huge TV in front of it with Xboxes or PlayStations or whatever hooked up. And some people are just playing those, and they have all these tables and ping pong and stuff over there. It's like a big rec room almost. It was awesome. Oh, I would love to, Sims. Yeah. Team Sealed is super fun. Yeah. I've never done a big Team Sealed tournament. I've heard of them and seen them and stuff, but yeah. Duel Masters was an anime they turned into an actual game? Oh, but that was an anime? Really? I like MTG. I haven't given any of those other games a shot. One of my mods tried to teach me how to play the Star Wars TCG, the latest one that came out. And it was okay, but I don't know. It didn't grab me, you know? I'm just not a Star Wars fan to begin with. I mean, I like the movies, but I'm not some crazy, you know, super fan. Oh, it's going to be Star Wars Day tomorrow, isn't it? May 4th, right? But yeah. Other games, Flesh and Blood. People told me to try Flesh and Blood, but, you know, these days I'm streaming, so I want to play games that I can play digitally, like Riftbound or Riftbound. Is that what it's called? What's the Riot Games one? The new one? Is it Riftbound? That game I want to try, but they don't have a digital client. Like if I can't play it online, how am I going to stream it? Like I'm not going to get into something like that. You know what I mean? So USO is dope at the airports. Oh, Riftbound. Yeah. Is fun. Oh, interesting. What? USO is dope at the airports. I'm talking about it's like USO is like a building on the base. It stands for I don't know what it stands for. What is it? I could look it up probably, but whatever. I have to open a browser window. It's going to cover this. Riftbound Dragooners. I heard it's really good, Daza. I've heard Riftbound's really good. But I don't know. I haven't played. If it had a digital client, I would be playing it probably. But people say a lot of games are good. Like I've played, you know, Eternal. Eternal had a digital client I played. Or Legends of Runeterra. Or what was the other one? I can't remember. There's been so many. Artifact, you know. There's been so many that have come and gone. And it's hard to get into one of these games because it's almost like getting into a live service game. Part of my brain is like, if this game doesn't maintain popularity, it all collapses and I waste my time and I waste my money. I've wasted all this effort and everything learning to play this game, trying to get good at this game, amassing a collection from this game. You know, like there's been so many games over the years that have come and gone and never stuck around. Big games like World of Warcraft TCG was huge. Had $100,000 first place prize for that tournament, that first World of Warcraft World Championship. Bigger than any Magic first place, I think, ever. And that game still died, you know? Like, I don't know. And a big company, Blizzard, was, you know, and they had all the money. And I don't know. It's crazy. So it's hard for me to get into new games because I just don't think, like, the odds are most of them will die within a few years. Some of them might last longer than others. Many of them will have a very tiny group that still plays. Hey, what's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy? We were just talking about Korea, actually. I was talking about the guys I used to play Magic with. Joe was one of them, actually. Yeah, the PX. Yeah, that was later. Before that, we were playing on the USO, at the USO or whatever. With you guys, I was playing at the BX. That was a different thing. Yeah. I don't know if PX is something every army base has, or that was just the name of the one in Yongsan. I'm not sure. But the USO, doesn't every army base have one of those? But how you doing, man? USO is on bases. Yeah. They have the same thing. Oh, at airports in the US? Holy shit, no kidding. I mean, I know there are first-class lounges and stuff, but is there one for the military at US airports? I had no idea. It's crazy. Joe, what's up? Fontaneous. How you doing, buddy? I used to play Magic with Joe at not just the base. We used to play at the shops and stuff. Remember that dingy basement? Naksong Day or something station? It was like a grungy ass basement that and just full of Magic players, and we're playing like for F&M promos 3 times a week because fuck it, the shop owners don't give a shit. It was great. Orient, cool. I don't watch a ton of anime, but turned into Hearthstone, the WoW card game. Oh, interesting. Well, it said USO. No, it was not with you. It was with a different group of players. Because I played with 2 separate like groups that rotated in and out of that base. One of them was with you guys. I remember all you. I don't even remember their names. One of the other guys messaged me on Facebook a couple of years later. Anyway, I'm not on that social media and all that stuff anymore. But then later on, I played with a different group of guys, and it was. We played at the USO, I'm positive. It was near the Red Dragon Inn or the Red Dragon Hotel or whatever that's on the other side from the PX where we used to play, right? Do you know what I'm saying? It's been so long. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it was on the USO. It was on the other side. MWR? I swear it said USO outside. But anyway, yeah, maybe. Same place. Yeah. Thunder. Yeah. Thunder was playing back then. Yeah. Rich. That's the guy whose name I couldn't think of. Yes. Short brown hair. He had a foil unhinged island, full art unhinged island. I was like, oh, even back then it was like $80. I'm like, no. It's got to be like a couple hundred now. Wow, I didn't even know that, Samson. Damn. Okay, the more you know. You are very pretty, redhead. That's right. You look beautiful. Don't ever change.
You look so beautiful today.
They're the same shit. Yeah. Okay. Some people probably called it the MWR because I think it said USO outside, but on the outside of the thing. But yeah, me too. This dude who traded me all my dual lands when fetch lands were $100 a pop, I traded them to one of the guys in that group when we used to get together at the USO MWR whatever, and he traded me, like, I got a Trop, a Underground Sea, a Volcanic Island. I still have them in my binder, but he traded me for like 4 Scalding Tar and 4 Misties and polluted deltas and flooded strands and stuff like that. The fetches were so expensive at that point. That was by far the best trade I think I ever made. But my finest collection, Sims, was when I was a kid, and I sold it all when I was 16 years old. All of my revised duels, I had a stack of revised duels. I had an Alpha Mox Emerald, an Unlimited Time Twister, Guardian Beast, Ali from Cairo, 4 Diamond Valleys, 4 Cabal Ghouls, like cards that never got reprinted again that are worth a bunch of money now. I don't even remember what else. Those are just the big ones. I remember having to trade my ass off and buy and sell and, all that stuff. I don't even remember what I had. I still found like unlimited Swords to Plowshares and stuff in my box when I moved back home. But Guru Islands in the 90s? No, they didn't exist back then. But yeah. Yeah, you said that, Fontaneous. Oh my god, dude, that's so rough. I had another friend like that. When he came to Korea, his parents like got rid of all his shit, and when they found his like old comics and books and cards, they just tossed it. Oh, I felt so bad. I feel like going, yeah, you know what? Now I know why you're in South Korea. I'm sorry, but my family would never, they would at least ask me, hey, you can't keep this shit here. What do you want us to do? Do you have a friend? Do you want to come get this? To just throw it out without saying anything, or he sold it and like, what did he keep the money? Like, Jesus. Did Acid and Shrooms quit and give me everything? Wow, he gave you power and stuff? Give it back to you when you ask. Okay. 25 Force of Wills, nice. Well, Force of Will was like $30 for a long time. It only got really expensive, like, I don't know, 2010, something like that, right? 2011. But yeah, like that's still, they ended up getting really expensive, right? It's crazy. 3-star, okay, wow. Yeah, that is expensive, yeah. Okay, take it easy, Redhead, peace. And pop back in anytime. You have the same Discord? Sure. Yeah, or pop back in here and let me know. Like, I'm playing lots of different games. Today, I don't even usually stream on Sunday. I'm just streaming today because this is the finals of the Pro Tour. This is the top 8. But, yeah, I play a lot of different games. I'm streaming every day, dude. So pop in anytime, say hi. But I don't even know what you play anymore. So jump into my Discord and pop into the games channel and see what we're doing. And, yeah, we'll get together. Oh my god, Lily. Yeah, that is rough. You did what? Really, MTG? Or Sims? Jesus. And what, your parents threw it out? Yikes. Yep, it can be tough sometimes. Family can be very, very difficult. I'm sorry to hear that. However, the good news is they're just cards, right? Like, it's just stuff. It sucks. Sometimes it's a lot of money and there's financial, and that sucks, losing that. But at some point, you'll get back into things if you want. If you don't want, that's fine. Money comes, money goes. You'll get work, but you'll have money again. You'll have money to spend on a hobby. Maybe you buy more cards. Like, the only lesson to learn there is, well, I can't say that. That's too personal, but you know, if somebody did that to me, that would be it. Like, I would cut that person out of my life, or I would at least keep them very much at arm's length from then on, you know? And that's what I would do. That's, you know, that's what you do. What else can you do? It's like, Jesus. But Magic Jank? No. This is my Discord. That's crazy, Fontanius. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Let's run a Commander League at the shop. Okay, nice. Oh, you're about to go right now? Nice. That's great, dude. Yeah. And it's a good shop. I hope you like it. I'm jealous. I don't have a shop around me. I haven't been to the shop in ages. I got dragged by a couple buddies. It was a great time to the EOE pre-release, but that was the first time I had played in, God, I don't know, since the pandemic or something. Dad didn't talk to, holy shit, Lily. Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know. And if it's that valuable, I mean, he was using it, he was going to use it for his college tuition and stuff. It's just, you know, even if someone doesn't know what, like, if I'm grandma in that position, or I'm, you know, Fontanius' dad or whatever, like, even if I look at this thing and I look at these cards and they look so stupid to me, what is this ridiculous shit? Look at these comic books. And you know, for grandma, she's going, this is stupid bullshit. But the overriding thought that should smother that should be, but my son loves them. My son loves these and treasures these, or he would have thrown them out. He's saving these. That's why they're here. To me, they're stupid bullshit. But I know that my son loves them, so at least I should ask him, hey, I know you care about this stuff. What do you want me to do with it? You know what I mean? When people just don't even do that, it almost shows how, like, you know, some people just, I don't know, like, they don't care at all. Like, they have no empathy. They have no, I don't know, or what. They just, it's so weird, right? But I don't know. That would drive me crazy. I'm lucky. I have a family that is considerate and has empathy with each other. And, you know, they still piss me off and we piss each other off and everything else. Like, you know, life is weird, but I am very lucky that I don't live with parents or siblings or anything. I could trust my brother with anything, and I know I would never have to worry, ever. My parents, same thing, you know, I could co-sign a thing with them. I could make a bank account with them. They're never going to try and, like, you know, I would never do that. I don't need to do that. But, you know, even when I was younger, my mom and I, when I moved to South Korea, I had a shared account with her just in case. Like, in case I needed money, I could call her. She could put money in there. I could take it out. You know, I was going to Asia for a year, so she wasn't, you know, she was worried. And so we started a joint account. You know, like, there are people who steal their kids' identities and shit. It's crazy. There are people who, like, steal from their kids. It's, you know, it's bananas. Or parents who just don't give a shit and throw out all their kids' stuff. Like, you know, it matters to them. Like, you know, it's so selfish. It's, gonna be a Friday thing? Cool. Well, the college town? Haewa? Yeah, rolling dice. I remember. Yeah. Rolling dice. That was one of the newer shops. They opened up, like, relatively. They were open after some of the other shops we went to, I believe. The Sauron and Frodo. I don't know if I remember that, but yeah, this is a long match, right? Very grindy. It's a green-white Selesnya Landfall mirror match. That should tell you everything you know about the best deck in the format, or the best deck in this tournament. The question is now, can this green-white deck survive the hate? So Control is very good against this shit, right? Control gets a lot better if this is the best deck. Maybe Control comes back into Standard a little bit. That would be great. This might be a good time to play Control. I'm playing, like, my blue-white Control Splash Red is like 4 Seam Rips, 4, you know, Day of Judgments and all that stuff. Just absolutely wreck. The only problem is the Ba Sing Se. But this deck, they do play Ba Sing Se, don't they? I can't remember now. These aren't mono green. I can't remember. But even if they do play it, my version plays 3 Demo Field. I would happily play against this deck all day. They're basically the mono green deck, except they're playing more removal and they're slower. So that's perfect for a Control deck. I feel like the Control would rather play against this than mono green any day, right? But That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. That was not is it Naksong Day? It was Naksong Day or something. Burn, what's up? Oh, the Berm. What? Now I don't see him in here. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Weird. Oop. It wasn't finding your name there for some reason. There you go. Goes well. Crispy, what's up? This deck has Wagon, yeah. So I think Control would be happy to play against this. Even against Mono Green, it's very beatable. But again, everybody's trying to do loot things. That version of Control probably isn't great against Ba Sing Se, but I like my version with 3 Demo Field. I was consistently beating the Mono Green deck with Ba Sing Se's with that Jeskai Control deck. But then we started putting loot in our deck, and then I started losing a lot more to those decks. Nice. Wow. Nice. Didn't I just give you? Oh, I did give you. Okay, it worked. There we go. Berm getting those wings up, looking to top the leaderboard for May. I'm the bank, ignore my total. Berm with 48K already. Charlie's already up there. Charlie, the returning 2-time champ. He's tied with Dugio right now for the most crowns, the most wing champ titles. Really? Weird? It shouldn't. It's unlimited, that link. Let me see. There. Try that. Oh, Smoltron. I just noticed Smoltron's in my Discord. He's playing PUBG. That's weird. That link tied to the command should be unlimited use, but that one I just generated, so that should work. If it doesn't work, it's something on your end, maybe. I don't know, but that should work. If you get in, you can go to the top. There's a rules section. If you click the green check box under the, check mark under the rules box, there's a rules like kind of thing. I gotta update that. I had a mod way back in the day who wrote that, and I've never changed it. I should go in there and actually rewrite my rules and stuff for the Discord, but that hasn't changed since like day 1 I started streaming. But I check the box, and then you'll be able to access all the different channels. Dark Ascension packs. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I told some stories about the bubble. Do you remember the core set staples? There were core set cards that were foil, like a foil Korean Ponder was like $50 on eBay. Foil Korean Doomblade was like $50. There were a bunch of commons and uncommons that were worth crazy money because they were seeing play in standard and they were the most pimp, versions. That was the first year they started printing Magic again. The Dark Ascension and whatever that core set was it Dark Ascension? Maybe that was a little bit after they started, but I remember it being like, was it M10 or M11? It was one of those core sets they started printing in Korean again, and some of the cards were nuts. That was when I was playing Solar Flare with Sun Titan and Phantasmal Image and Liliana of the Veil. And, Sun Titan would bring back Image copies Titan, New Titan brings back, Image copies Titan, and then you bring back Liliana. And so Phantasmal Image was seeing play as like, a 2 or 3 or 4 of. So I remember Korean foil Phantasmal Image was $250 on eBay at that time. Remember, eBay was like, there was no like TCG player and all that stuff. I don't even think existed back then. But, ooh, block. Okay. Yeah, there was a crazy bubble there. The packs, the quality, like the packs were so loose and stuff. Yeah, it was a totally different type of thing. But I remember the Korean cards. Some of them were worth crazy money. Polluted Delta, foil Polluted Delta was like $200 or something. Even that was already when Cons was out, way later. But Korean foils were still just through the roof. Liliana was like $1,100. Liliana of the Veil, like when it was legal and standard, the Korean foil version was like $1,100 on eBay. Oh, the colors were off. Yeah, that's every other set looks like that. I don't know. There's so many weird. Sometimes the ink is way too like dark and like it's like everything's in bold. Other times it's faded. Like I've had so many experiences like that over the years. Sometimes it was Japanese packs, English packs, Korean packs. Like I've had that in almost every other set. It felt like for a while there. But how you doing, Yu-Chan? The card with all the stuff under it? Yeah, I don't know. Well, there's the warped zone. So if that guy's warped, the stuff off to the left there is the exiled zone. That shit's just exiled now, I'm pretty sure. So it's not anything on the battlefield. The battlefield is just what we see in the middle there. But yeah. Yeah, a bunch of stuff just died and went to exile, it looks like. Chocobo. Activate. Oh, I guess green-white does play Ba Sing Se as well, yeah. That makes sense. But yeah, demo field's easy to beat Ba Sing Se, because all you need to do is get enough time to resolve a Jeskai Revelation, and then they can't beat you. So you just need to blow up a Ba Sing Se. Sometimes you need to blow up 2, but just even blowing one of them up puts them back so far, like it takes them so long to either find another one or whatever. They don't have a lot of card draw. They can't fetch up Ba Sing Se, right? So they're just at the mercy of the top of their deck once you kill the first one. If they just don't find another one for 4 turns, you win the game. You know, it's like that kind of thing. But you think so, Dazza? I don't think you were watching me play those games back before we started looting. Oh, my loot. Where's my loot?
Could really use my loot about now.
I love that loot. It got trashed at the Pro Tour, but I think I'm going to put it down. I should go back to the deck I was playing, though. The Azorius deck that I was splashing red just for Jeskai Revelation was playing 3 Demo Field and Ultima, and all that together felt actually pretty good. The match felt just fine against Mono Green. And again, Green-White's even easier, so I think I would definitely give Control the... But again, when we say Control, there's so many deck lists. Like, when I say Control, people might think I'm talking about a loot deck or whatever... Christian Calcano played. He played a wild ass, I don't know what he was doing. That's not Control. That's not the Control deck I'm talking about, but yeah, no, I don't think it is either. Capstone is not it. It's too unpredictable. It's just too inconsistent. Sometimes you hit 2 counter spells. You can't play a deck without counter spells if you're playing Control. And so you have a bunch of dead hits with a card like that. It's just so much worse, you know. If it was like Cascade, where you could selectively avoid certain casting costs, that would be great. But it hits your counter magic and you're like, well, I cast 7 mana to do nothing. Go. I fucking lose, I guess. You know, like that's it. Blue-Black Color Storm, Stallion, Molten Core Maestro deck? Whoa. Well, the Maestro decks got trashed at this Pro Tour. There was a couple pros playing it. It was one of the... It was more than 1% of the metagame. It was like, there was at least like 6 or 7 people playing the Maestro deck, but its win rate was like sub 40%. Did not do very well. But I don't even know what it's doing. I don't know anything about it, so I don't know if you're playing something similar to that or you're playing something different. You're saying you're playing Blue-Black? I think the version I saw was Red-Black? Maybe? But yeah. But the Stallion's really good. The blue-red Stallion? That guy's great. Well, you must be playing red if you're playing the Stallion, right? But I don't even know... Oh, yeah, okay. Blue-red, not blue-black. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, that might be the deck I just saw. That deck did not do well at the Pro Tour here this weekend, but I know that, yeah, I guess a lot of people wanted to try it because it's new, right? The Maestro deck is... Like, Maestro is a new card. Like Loot, all we were doing leading up to the Pro Tour was messing around with the stupid Loot and trying to, you know, make a good control deck, but it didn't feel great, even, you know, right before the Pro Tour. So I was like, well, let's see if any of these guys broke it, and sure enough, no. There are no good control decks. Maestro deck didn't do great. Blue-red Prowess, less than 50% win rate, great. That's fine. And I mean, it's this much less. It's basically 50%, but yeah. If this deck is the best deck in Standard, that's fantastic. That's a great place to be. This deck is very easy to beat, I think. But it was a perfect deck for this metagame because they crushed Prowess, right? So this was definitely the deck of the tournament, but I don't think it's going to be the best deck in Standard for the next, like, 2 months or whatever, right? Yeah, Daza. That's one of the issues. I feel like Lightning Helix and No More Lies are so awkward to cast off a loot. Like back when we used to play with 5 mana Teferi, and back when I was playing with Joe, I think no. That was after I think I stopped playing with you by then, but you play 5 mana Teferi plus untap 2 land, have up your, counter spell. That is so good. That is so much better. The loot, you're like, tap for 4. I can leave up 2 mana, but I can't cast No More Lies. I can't cast no Lightning Helix. That's why you see a lot of those decks main deck 1 negate. Like, that's the only thing I can do is I can negate or I can get lost. That's it, off 1 mana. Even if I'm making 2 mana from my 1 land, it's like, that sucks. That is a problem. I agree. That's weird. I don't know what to tell you, Panthro. How can I don't, there's no other way that I can invite you. I'm sending you the invite. I can edit the invite link. No limit on the number of uses. Here, here, try this. I'll do it again. There's one option to, like, I went into the options this time. I made sure it's set to unlimited because I think the other one was 30 days, but either way, it should work. But yeah. Oh, dear God, Nano, you don't know what you're saying right now. Were you even playing Magic back then? If you were, you wouldn't say that, trust me. You never want Planeswalkers with passive abilities in Standard ever again. Tef 3? Are you kidding me? What? What? Narset?
You sure about that? You
No.
sure about that?
No.
You sure about that?
You don't want that, trust me. March 2012. Okay, so yeah, I was still playing after that, but Tef 3 is not fun to play with. Trust me, when you play against it, it's so fucking demoralizing. It's just a Tef 3 mirror, and when both players have it, it's so just static abilities suck. Static abilities on Planeswalkers are terrible. People miss them. Teferi was impossible to miss, but like Narset and, even some of the ones in Standard, like some of the Kaya. There's like a Kaya with a giant block of text for a passive ability, right? I hate that stuff. That the War of the Spark or whatever, all that block was full of that shit. Like every Planeswalker had this passive ability. It was a nightmare. You always forget. Oh, wait, I can't shuffle because Tameo. Oh, wait, I can't draw the extra card right. I drew because you have Narset. Oh, I can't gain life because blah, blah, blah's in play. Or I can't do this, or I can't. It's like, oh, you forget because it's this like static. They're not activating it. They're not ticking it up to do it. There's no indicator that it's on and you just forget. I hated that shit. Tef 5, I think is fantastic. One of my favorite cards. I played with it in Modern. I played with it in Pioneer. I played with it in Standard. I love it. But I think it's probably, well, you know what? It's definitely not too good for Standard, but if they put it into Standard, Control would maybe be one of the best decks suddenly. If you give me 5 mana Teferi with No More Lies and Stock Up plus Consult and all that stuff, like all the card draw that we have right now, Jeskai Revelation, I think that would be enough to make Control a Tier 1 deck in Standard, just all by itself. Teferi 5 get reprinted. That would be fun. Teferi 3, be careful what you wish for. Be careful. Trust me. Oh, Dreamy Tea, yeah. Oh, you were playing? Okay, so Dreamy Tea was that still 5 mana Teferi? Yeah, it was ECD, like Elspeth Conquers Death, and the, like, there's a couple little cheap spells that were like you make a 0/4 wall and you draw a card, get a land and all that shit. And yeah, was Tef 5 still in there? Maybe he was. I don't remember anymore now. With ECD and Dream Trawler and all that, was he still in that deck? I can't remember. I remember that blue-white control deck, though. He just rotated. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, Dreamy Tea was like the finisher of choice. And there was like ECD in that deck. What was the other powerful card now? I can't remember. There was one other really good card in that deck, and I don't remember what it was. That was Paulo Vitor Damo-de-Rosa won the Pro Tour, or Worlds. He won Worlds with that blue-white control deck. And then that's when he made Elite Spellbinder, right? Oh, with the blue land. Archon. I do remember an Archon, the triple white Archon. When it died, it would bring back your ECD, and then the ECD could bring back the Archon. Yeah, I do remember playing like one Archon, but there were versions that didn't play any. I think we got away from that at some point. But I don't remember Archon of Sun's Grace. Did it not work, Panthro? I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't get it. That's the link. That's how you join. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. But there's nothing else I can really do to like, I'm trying to think of some other way to get you in there. You could reach out to me on Discord and I could invite you on Discord. I don't know. That's weird. I mean, even just this command should take you to the Discord. That should take you to the Discord. And then it just, you click, do you want to join this Discord? Yes. And then you might not see everything initially. You go to the rules, click yes, and then in a few minutes it'll show everything. The Blue Land? Hall of Storm Giants? That was later. That was with like Alrund's Epiphany and stuff like that in blue-red control, right? Hall of Storm Giants. Was that in with Teferi and stuff? I think, yeah, you're right. Maybe it was. I vaguely remember. Not Teferi. The Dream Trawler decks. Really? Yeah, I don't know. They all blend together. Hall of Storm Giants I remember from the blue-red decks with Alrund's Epiphany and stuff. But yeah. Conquest, how you doing, buddy? It's a wrap. How's life? Let's give Conquest some love. We're watching the PT. This is the finals, everybody, of the Pro Tour. 2 really high caliber players. The former Pro Tour champion who just won the last Pro Tour might repeat. He's in the finals. The other dude is a former world champion, Pro Tour champion, and Pro Tour top 8 competitor. One of the best players in the world in the finals. This is awesome. Go give CNH Conquest some love. Do it now.
This is not a drill. Go follow him or I will ban you from this channel. Just kidding.
Just kidding, I won't ban you. But seriously, go give him a follow. He's a good dude. Hopefully your stream was good. And you were doing... Oh, you're playing Crimson Dead. Oh, yeah, you were saying you were going to play that game for the next, like, 500 hours or something, right? Is it getting better? The updates are coming fast and furious, right? TF5 would be bad for this meta. Yeah, sure. TF5 would be... and again, we're talking about, the metagame and cards that, could they put or would you want to see this card come back kind of stuff. But did he win twice? I think he won the Pro Tour and then he top 8'd another Pro Tour and he won Worlds. I think he won Worlds and a PT. I thought, right? Spontaneous, you're not my real mom. Yeah, it'll just keep going, yeah. Nice, it's incredible, good to hear. All right, so what are they doing? They're showing their sideboards? Is it over? No. I thought they were going to play one more game. No, they'd be celebrating and whatever, right? Oh, now they're sideboarding. Right, they played the first 2 matches, or the first 2 games without sideboard. That's right, because they're doing best of 5. So they're going to switch to sideboarded games now. So this is the former Pro Tour champ. He just won the last Pro Tour that just happened. And then this guy... won world championships a couple of years ago and won a Pro Tour and top 8 at a Pro Tour, I think. Or maybe he won 2 Pro Tours and Worlds. I don't think so, but yeah. Single player MMO, yeah. Narset? No! Acute Melon. No, not Narset. Narset and 3-mana Teferi? Never again. Never again. That is static ability Planeswalkers? Never again. Never. They should stop. They should never print static ability Planeswalkers ever again, and they should never print Hexproof again. Ward is so much better. Like, look at that Stallion. Isn't that Stallion a beautiful card? It's an elegant card. Ward 1 on the 3-mana 3/3 haste. That's so sweet. Early in the game like that, Ward 1 is such a fucking pain in the ass. Like, you want to kill that thing, but the 1 mana is so huge in the early game. Like, I can't double spell now, or I have to spend my whole turn killing this or whatever. Like, that is the way Hexproof should be. They should never put Hexproof on a card again. It's the stupidest mechanic ever. But static abilities on Planeswalkers, the most frustrating thing. That's another one of those things. Just super frustrating. Don't do it. No. Is Garrick coming back? Or Garuk? Who says Garuk and who says Garrick in here? I'm a Garrick main. Okay, I don't say Garuk. But I don't know, has it been pronounced officially? Did someone ask Mark Rosewater on his blog how it's pronounced? Narset's sweet. I don't want her in standard ever again. In vintage, where she's or in cube, where she's part of a combo or whatever, great. You know, when I'm playing draw sevens, great. But come on, standard? No. Yeah, instant speed stock up does sound nice. Stop tempting. No, be strong, Damien. No. You know those static planeswalkers are a mistake, Damien. Don't let them turn you. No, Nano. I don't want Narset. Good. I showed those guys. Great. Garrick's on fire. Huh? Is that a spoiled card? Something about a red Garrick or something? No trouble against static ability planeswalkers. I mean, I'm lazy. You have to understand something, Yu-Chan. I want everything to be easy and simple, and my smooth brain gets it, okay? So, static ability? Too much. Too much for this. Egg brain, smooth egg brain, okay? Garuk? You say Garuk. You say it both ways, okay. Garuk is on fire? You mean the roof is on fire? I'm sorry, the roof is on fire! Garuk is on fire! Jump 77, everyone. He's here all week. Try the buffet. Okay, these guys are about ready to go here. It's pronounced both ways, so we have no idea. Okay, great. Has anybody asked Garrick what he thinks? Garuk? Liliana cursed him. He started going demon and became the apex predator. I remember, yeah, Jace went to... Wow. Are you a lore? You're a Vorthos, Fontanius. Or is that that's what we call... You're a Vorthos. Lore keeper. I had no idea. Wow. There isn't a real problem to break with Narset. No, you're right. The draw 7, I know. But it's still annoying as hell. What if I cast Jeskai Revelation and I don't draw 2, even though I thought I would? Or I cast... I mean, look at the blue-red prowess decks. You know how many decks play cantrips in standard right now? All of those cantrips would get totally boned by Narset. That would have a big impact on standard. It's not a non-factor. Be a huge factor. But it would also be just a nightmare to track, again, because everything's a cantrip in this day and age. Is that Frank Karsten? Oh. Huh. The easy way is no fun for me. Yeah, I know. Well, if you need a challenge, stop playing Commander. Okay, great. Good talk. Stop playing Commander. Start playing real formats, real Magic, and get in some tournaments. Once you get into tournament play, it gets its hooks in you and you will not play casual again. You will be like, this is fucking amazing. This is what Damien meant by real Magic. I get it now. Trust me. Go to a Magic tournament. Maybe you don't do well. Who gives a shit? Don't have any expectations. Don't have anything. Make whatever deck you're good at Magic already, Yu-Chan. I know I've seen your lists and stuff. You know what you're doing. You could look at these decks from this Pro Tour. You could try and put something together. You could start playing Standard. And it's how you should play this game. It's fantastic. And then Draft and all the other things. Like, I tell a lot of people to learn Draft too. I know a lot of Standard. This Judge looks like he's got a Lotus for a head, and I'm loving it. Look at him. He's just... His arm looked like he was holding up the Lotus. You know, limited is another thing that I think a lot of players don't play, and I really feel like every Magic player should play limited or learn to draft at least well. You don't have to draft every set. You don't have to draft every week. You can totally play standard or whatever, but I mean, there's a reason they make all the pros have to draft twice in the Pro Tour. Otherwise, you can't call yourself a Pro Tour champion. You must be both a drafter and this is the full package. You got to be able to play limited. I don't know. It's a lost art. Plane Chase Commander Arch Enemy Tournament. The full trifecta. That would be sweet, actually. I would play in that. But it would be, what's the metagame, I wonder? That's what they should do. They should make a super wacky tournament and just have a huge prize pool. It makes no sense from the organizer perspective. Oh, that's a lot of lands. You got to put that back. Erode Elf all lands? Am I missing, or I can't tell that Japanese symbol or something? Chinese symbol? Something on the far left there. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's just a basic though. I think I tossed that. That does sound fun, actually. Yeah. Yeah, he mulls. And well, yeah, but you're good at drafting, right? Like, yeah, because you love it, you do it a lot. I know. I don't draft a ton because if I don't love the set, like for me, I'm not a degenerate enough drafter that I can overlook a lot of the flaws with the sets. You know, when a set sucks for drafting, I'm just not into drafting it, you know, and I don't draft. That's what I like. I like that I can enjoy standard and draft because when draft sucks, I play standard. When standard sucks, I play draft and I just get to do both. I feel really bad for the limited content creators who only draft and that's their shtick because there's times when the draft set sucks and they have nothing to talk about. I mean, Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles, like those kind of sets, not to mention like Phyrexia All Will Be One. It's like everybody kind of agrees, oh, well, this is just a bad draft format, so get through it and try and do this. These are the 2 decks, and that's what you do, and, you know, and next week we're going to have a grab bag episode, and you guys can ask us anything. That's when these content creators do their podcasts, and they have these, like, you know, ask me anything episodes. You know the set sucks when they're doing that for the episode. But, you know, none of them will trash the sets. Most of them are just, oh, I want that Lotus a little bit higher. Oh. Most of them will try and find the redeeming qualities and say, actually, you know, it wasn't that bad. By draft number 45, it opens up a little bit. It gets pretty good. It's like, dude, come on. It's like saying, you want me to eat 3/4 of this meal before it tastes good? The fuck are you talking about? I'm just not going to eat that shit. I'm going to eat something else. That's it. Strategy, get to Dominari? And somehow give Paradigm to Dominaria and give Paradigm to Teferi's protection. Jeez. Yeah, you could probably do that. Well, there's nothing that gives Paradigm, but I bet you there's a card in Magic that allows you to copy... I don't know. Copy a mechanic? And I don't even know. Ask CFT Sock. Maybe. Wisest wizard in Germany? What the hell is that? 3 packs, 3 beer cans. Round 1, drink your beer. Winner gets the loser's beer can. Tape them on top of each other. The winner gets the loser's beer can. So you're stacking beer cans every time you win. So, okay. A 14 can a wizard staff. Okay. You were stationed in Germany, I assume, when you came up with this game. That's pretty good. So you're basically playing for beers, and you're the winner's taking the loser's beers, okay, and building a staff. That's pretty funny. Out of the empties, I assume, and you're the wisest wizard. That's great. That sounds sweet. It's fun. I played the Booze Cube. Have you guys ever drafted the Booze Cube? It's pretty crazy. You might still be able to get it. There used to be a website where they were just like straight up updating it and like tweaking things, and we downloaded the latest version and proxied the whole thing. And it's crazy. It's like South Park references and like Jack Daniels the Planeswalker and Captain Morgan and like Hanky the Christmas Pooh and like crazy shit. Like Booze Touch. If my creature with Booze Touch, like a 2/2 with Booze Touch hits you, instead of taking damage, you drink 2 drinks. You drink either 2 shots or you have 2 sips or whatever. One of the guys in the group drafted this 1 mana black enchantment. It was a 1 black mana enchantment like Pestilence. It had an activated ability of 1 black, do a shot, target player sacrifices a creature. So when he finally drew it and cast it, and you know we're playing we had a bunch of different drafts going, but he kept doing it to everybody. And then we played multiplayer after, and he played it, and he just went, all right, activate. You sack a creature. Activate. You sack a creature. Activate. And he just did like 8 shots in a row and wiped the whole board. It was hilarious. We got super trashed playing Booze Cube. We did it twice, exactly. But we knew it went in a shop. We did it in a shop after the shop closed. The shop let us bring alcohol, and we, bought a bunch of stuff from them and whatever. It was fun. But anyway, the Booze Cube's wild. They also have like a Star Wars cube that's really good, apparently. Like they actually released like a 1.0 version a few years ago that's you know, the full thing. You can go and find it. It's free. Just download it, proxy it, and you can play. You know, it's got its own mechanics and all kinds of stuff. It's pretty cool. The Germans did, the German soldiers that you were like interacting with or something. That's funny. Guys that stand over and around the players. Yeah. So Panthro, there's judges. So there's a couple judges. There's somebody there who's recording what's happening and passing it to the booth where the commentators are to make sure they know what's going on, especially when there's conversations away from the mic. And then the guy that with the iPad thing, Frank Karsten, I recognize him. He's a former pro player. He works for Wizards. He writes articles. So he's going to be writing an article about this whole Pro Tour. So I imagine he's there just like making notes because he's going to eventually write an article about this match or whatever. So that's what you're seeing. A lot of people who are doing, you know, things surrounding the production. There's probably an audio person close by. Obviously, there's people right on the other side of the cameras that we can't see when they change to not this camera, but the other camera. There's like, it's on a kind of a, you know, a stand that goes up and down, but there's a guy operating it, right? But I used to do that for a living, man. I used to be an actor, so I would go to a TV commercial set with like 80 people, like multiple teams of people, teams for managing the vehicle that we're going to be using, a team that does all the lighting, a team that does all the set stuff. There's like dudes with tools that can fix things, manufacture things, build something if we have to, and just to like fix something that the director needs or whatever it is, right? There's just like all these people, huge number, and then it's nerve-wracking. You go up and now it's your turn. You have to do the thing. Everybody shuts up and it's totally quiet, and you hear the director, hi, cue, and you do the thing, and you hope you don't screw it up, and sometimes you do, and you're like, oh god, and everybody's like, okay, reset. You know, nobody says anything. Everybody's a professional, but you're like, oh, these people are probably going, this guy's a fucking idiot. God damn it. You know, it's a lot of pressure sometimes, but I can't even imagine what it's like working on an actual big movie or something. I mean, some of the productions I worked on were like $500,000 or more than $1 million, like some big Samsung TV commercial or whatever. But a big movie, like, oh my god, you keep, you know, making a mistake or whatever. I mean, remember that recording of Christian Bale losing his mind at some boom mic operator who's the mic went into the shot? Like, that kind of fuck up is just like everybody has to do their job over again, like, you know, resetting everything, and it's just like, oh. So when the actor screws up, it's hard, but a crew member screws up, it's hard. But like, he was an asshole for reaming that guy out, you know. It's because everybody makes mistakes, it just happens. But that's who's around them, all those kind of people. Oh no shit, Panthro. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, I was an actor on television and movies for, I don't know, 12 years or something. I was voice acting for about 6 or 7 of those years as well, full time. Like, as an actor, you would do a whole bunch of shit. I was doing theater at the end there for the last few years, just because you can, and you end up meeting a lot of other actors, and they do stuff, and you get into that, and you get into this, and you're doing, you know, it's all the same shit. Voice acting is just acting, but TV work and all that stuff was something else. That was a crazy time. We kept trying to bring you bulk BS. I'm an actor now, really? I don't remember that. What? Really? Bulk BS? I don't remember what you were giving me, but yeah, you remember that, right? But like, as somebody who did, you know, worked on I'm not saying I'm an A-list actor, but worked in the same kind of environments. It's the same kind of job. Like, it's the same set. It's just a different scale. We're not famous, but it's all the same. The process is the same. I mean, the cameras they're using are like $20,000 cameras. Like, you've never seen a camera like that until you've worked on a production like that. You know, there's even the IMAX cameras are nuts. Like, the ones Christopher Nolan uses, they're like over $100,000. It's crazy. But like a Red Dragon Pro 5.0 or an Aria or whatever, they're like gorgeous cameras, and you look at them and you're like, holy shit, they've got built-in fans and everything to keep them cool, and just like, it's this super just gorgeous. That's how you know you're on a real set. And then sometimes you go to a job that your agent sends you to, and the dude's got a Canon 5D or an EOS D or whatever, and you're like, oh, it's gonna be that kind of a day, huh? Is there a stylist? No stylist. I'm assuming there's no food truck either. No, of course not. What are we having? Oh, kimbap. Great. At some point as an actor, I stopped doing that kind of work, but I did a lot of little low-end jobs as I, you know, slowly made a name over there for, you know, doing that kind of work. But once you get a reputation, like that's a people business. Once you get a reputation as a professional, he does a good job, he's good at it, he shows up on time, he's not hard to work with, you know, all these factors. Then agencies start putting you on their short list and you start getting more work and you start getting bigger work, and then they start recommending you to people, and then those jobs get you more work and blah 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 blah. But at first it's hard. You're like, you know, doing shit jobs. I've been put in positions where I almost had to risk my life, and I was just like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, there's no unions over there, right? It's so different than if you've worked in that industry in the States or Canada or many other countries. You have all these unions and everything and rules, and it was the Wild West over there. None of that shit existed. So payment and, you know, people trying to rip you off, and then unsafe conditions in a lot of jobs and things like that. I mean, hell, the kids show I did for we did 72 episodes of this kids show. Which was a big deal, and at the time it was like this big kids thing or whatever, and we had multiple animals die on set. Like, it was, you know, there's no PETA people are not there on set making sure the animals are getting taken care of. Losing to ninjas? No. When you're on Landfall, ninjas probably has a good match against Landfall though, right? But yeah, difficult industry. Oh, very. Here, well, yeah, it's different every country. Exactly. You got to join the unions. Like, I mean, you don't have to, but you're never going to do big work. You eventually should, and yeah. But to join the union, you've got to be able to do. You've got to be doing work. You've got to be hired for a job where now the job that's hiring you is going to get you into the union so that you can do this job. Do you know what I mean? You first have to get the job before you can get in the union. That's what's tricky. And it's hard to get in a job if you're not union and they have to get you into the union via this job to do the thing. You better be really good. Like, you better nail, like, yeah, that's great. They did that for me in Korea for my visa. I demanded when they said you got the job for this kids show, I went to audition with a bunch of other dudes, and I got it, and they were like, you know, so we're going to talk about pay and all that. And I said, I want this, and we negotiate. And I said, one of the things I'm adamant about is you got to give me a visa, a full visa, not the shitty 3-month visa that I'd been doing for like every 3 months. There's this entertainment visa that was only 3 months. So every 3 months I would go on a trip, get a new entertainment visa, come back, do another, you know, commercials and all that shit. I was traveling like every 3 months to a different country in Southeast Asia. But so I said, I want a proper visa. It's 1 year, and then you can renew it without leaving the country. So that's what I did after that. It was great. But again, for the first 2 years, 3 years, 2 years, I want to say, I was like every 3 months going to get a new visa. It was crazy. I was doing like the shittiest TV shows too to get it. Like, Surprise TV show, which is like, I have clips of that show if you want to see my stellar performances on that show. That's the other sad thing. None of it, all the stuff I did hundreds of commercials, hundreds of like advertising campaigns and all kinds of shit. All of it is gone because it's in Korea, owned by, you know, companies. I never got a copy of anything. I'm never ever able to access. My agent is never going to ask for that on my behalf. They're taking a bathroom break? What's happening right now? Is this game 5? But yeah, lots of reasons it's hard to get into. It's a hard job. The pay is shit at first and very inconsistent. When I quit teaching English and I started doing that, I went from making like pretty good money every month, like quite good, to barely anything. And at first I thought, oh my God, like, you fucking idiot. What did you think you were doing? Like, you know, the phone's not ringing off the hook. Like, what did you think was going to happen? And, you know, and then you get one job, and then the next month I get a couple more. And then when I'm on that job, I meet another guy and he introduces me to another agent. I reach out to them, and then a week later I hear from them. And so the next month it goes up a little bit, but it just kept going up. And then by the time I stopped doing it, like, I was making quite good money. Like, I was making 6 figures a year I was a freelance actor. So consider that. I mean, it's not because the jobs I were doing were always big money, but I was doing so much work. In Canada or the US, I would have much more competition. But over there's not many people doing it like me who have the visa, who are, you know, that's another thing, that when they're looking for people to fill roles that are non-Korean people, there's very few people to choose from. So that's another reason I was able to do it. Back here, I would have had to go to some, you know, acting school and be able to show that I, you know, and that's just all networking, right? When I came back here, I showed them a lot of the stuff I've done. I'm like, I'm a very experienced voice actor. I've done 2,000 hours of in-studio voice work, like with big companies for big stuff. Like this is, you know, and they're just like, but like, do you know anybody? Like, do you have an agency? Did you go to school here? Did you have anything? No. Well, you should do some workshops then. And when you do the workshop, you get put on a list, you know, but the people in the workshop. And I'm like, yeah, but the workshop's like $800 or $500 or whatever. Like, you're saying you want me to pay to do some fucking introductory workshop? I'm telling you, I've been doing this for like 7 years full time. Like, what do we? It's just pay to play. Like, that's what I hated about the voice work here. You just have to pay. The websites are like this, Voices123 and Voices.com. You have to pay. If you're not paying at the top tier, you're not going to get the auditions. They're just not going to come to you. It's very much pay to play over here. It sucks. And the casting directors and all the studios and people, they know. They just won't work directly with anybody that doesn't come from their person who hooks them up or whatever it is. I don't know. It's weird, man. But it's different everywhere. Yeah, unions change it a lot, but there it is. Isn't that from... oh, that's from Wilds of Eldraine, right? Lots of side events people are going to go play, I assume. But anyway. Yeah, it was good times. I miss it, but I'm glad I'm out of there. It's stressful, and there were attempts to unionize, and it was impossible to get anybody to join on because people were so scared they were going to get blacklisted, and multiple times there were a bunch of you know, expats, basically foreigners over there from the States, from Canada, from the UK, from Australia, wherever, who got together to try and say, like, this industry is a shit show. Like, we have to try and make some kind of organization to fight for rights, you know, on our behalf against agents. And there's just so many horror stories of agents ripping people off and all this shit. And we tried, we had a meeting, and we tried to get a bunch of the more prolific actors, like the people who were doing all the work. Many of them I still see on Netflix, actually, a lot of the Korean TV shows. You know, Squid Game had a couple friends of mine and stuff like that. And I remember at the meeting, like, one girl showed up and she was so nervous, and she was wearing a mask and she was a hat, and she's like, if anybody knows I'm here, like, that's it, I'm finished, and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, relax, like, it's not... This is the thing. Like, if we're all scared like this, then yeah, that's how they win. They keep us scared and divided. We have the power here, you know? Like, I realized that when I started saying no to jobs. Like, when people started lowballing me and I would say no. And sometimes they would come back and go, okay, fine, we'll give you this much. And it was very clear they were just lowballing me, seeing if I would take a shitty amount of money. Once I knew what I should be getting, I never accepted any less, and I never had any problem getting work. But other people would... New people just coming into the scene would always ask me, like, how do I get them to, like, pay me better? I don't want to do these shitty jobs. Because I'm like, say no. You have to say no. And they're like, but I need to pay rent. I need to, you know, I need to work. But it's like, if you say yes to a shitty job that is giving you way less money than you know you should be getting, they're always going to see you as that level of actor. Like, oh, this is the person who's going to take the job that is super low budget that nobody else is going to take. And they're going to give those jobs to you. That's it. You know, I don't know. Everybody's different, but yeah, in the unionized countries and stuff, you don't have to worry about any of that. But over there, it was always just a constant fight for not get ripped off by your agents. It's crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, the crew and everything are the same. Like, they're so overworked over there. Like, you know, again, if you're unionized, you're getting overtime, you're getting all this stuff. There's certain limits. They can't make you work, you know, this many hours in a row, whatever. Korea has none of that. So sometimes they're working like 24 hours in a row. I've done 24-hour shoots, and I'm the actor. The crew was there hours before me, and they're going to be there hours after I'm gone, cleaning up, breaking it down, right? So, and they're not getting overtime. I don't know what they're getting. There's basically none of that. It's just, you got to work your ass off sometimes, and you hope that doesn't happen every shoot, you know? But yeah. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. The talent agencies there don't work for the actors. They work for the clients, not you. So, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, Samsung and LG and Hyundai and, you know, these big companies that are doing a lot of advertising, when they want to use a foreigner in their advertisements, they'll contact a specific agency and ask them. That agency might make $1 million a year off their partnership with Samsung. Every time Samsung needs actors, they contact this agency. They're making like 10, 20 grand a month or whatever. Not million a year, maybe too high. I don't know. Whatever they're making off these jobs, it's huge. They are more worried about their relationship with Samsung than they're worried about their relationship with me. So they're not on your side in Korea. The talent agencies, they are on the side of the person, the company that's paying to make the commercial or whatever. So whatever they can, if they can save the money for them, for the company, they're going to do it. They're going to take it out of my salary. They're going to try and pay me nothing. Samsung, they're going to tell Samsung, we're going to pay Damien $5,000 for this commercial. Then they'll try and pay me $700 in actuality, and they'll just keep the rest. Or they'll say, you know what? Normally Damien would be $5,000, but because we like you guys and you give us so much work, we're going to give them to you for $3,000 for this commercial. Isn't that great? The girl and the other guy, we're going to do for $1,000 each because they're smaller characters or whatever. And then when they come to me, they call me, hey, Damien, guess what? You got the job. It pays $800. That's how it works over there. The agents are absolutely not on your side. But in America and Canada, it's the opposite. Yeah, they take 15, 18% of your pay and they represent you. And their job is to get you work. And if they get you work, they make money. But in Korea, it's the opposite. It's insane. Like I said, it's crazy. It's totally different. Agents will forge your signature. There was a guy I worked with that had his signature forged. Agents will lie to you. They'll do whatever they can to keep as much as they can from you. That's it. That's how all of them. And I worked with dozens of agents because you don't sign a contract over there. You're just freelance. I had like 30 different agents all giving me work at different rates, you know, some not in terms of money, but in different frequency. Like one agent, I would get a job every 6 months. Another agent, I was working with him like every couple of weeks. Another agent I wouldn't see for a month, and then I would do a job, wouldn't see for a few months, like it was off and on. But you throw it all together and it's enough work to make a good living. But you couldn't just work for one agent. So a lot of the agents were scummy and their rates were all over the place. And I would say, look, like if you tell me you want me for this new Samsung commercial, I can say, you know, to you, look, I need this much money. And if you say no, I'm going to go to the other agent and then they're going to do it for this much money. So I'm not going to do it for less than this. Because if you don't pay me this much, the company wants me to do this commercial. They don't care who they get me from. You know what I mean? When my profile is in with like 5 different agencies that Samsung knows, they know they can go to whichever agency they want and get me to do the job. So, you know, the agent, at that point I had leverage and I was able to dictate pay and stuff, right? This is a crazy match. Are they going to the final game? They're joking with each other. Yeah, the judge is on the left, the other guy's on the right, and then there's some commentators in the back. What's happening here?
The audience, right? Yes,
doing it for me too. I'm enjoying this as much as all of you.
We're definitely part of the audience here in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us here from Las Vegas. We just have one more game to play.
They went to the last game?
One of these two players is going to
Mossborn Hydra, yeah. Yeah, it ends up being good with erode, right? It's very powerful because if erode lets you double trigger landfall at instant speed. On a card like that, it can come out of nowhere and just kill you. Especially if you have an enchantment in play with 4 counters on it that gives trample, right? It's over. It's not over. Last one, Nano. Yeah, this is crazy. Let me grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right. Mini golf and shit. This is a Magic Con. Can you believe it? Crazy. Magic tournaments used to have none of this stuff. Now this is all it is. The Pro Tour is happening in the back corner. Nobody gives a shit. Everybody's here for the cosplay and the Commander and the Gavin Verhey event. Yeah, there's the Pro Tour in the back corner. Keep those fucking stinky competitive players away from everybody else. Dear God. Yeah. Because if you play an Erode on a land, a creature that's a land, in other words, you play the Badger Mole Cub, you have the enchantment that anything that earth bends, whether it's Badger Mole, the enchantment, there's one other way. Oh, Basing Say, any of that. You end up having lands that are creatures. And if you erode your creature land, you get a land from the erode, and then you get another land from the land coming back off of Earthbend. So, yeah. Well, erode is insane in these decks. You would never play Get Lost in these decks. But, yeah. I don't know why. Again, you're talking about in a bubble, like you like Get Lost more, but if somebody asked me, like, what's your favorite removal spell? I would say, well, what am I trying to beat? What deck am I playing? Get Lost is better in a control deck, but you would absolutely never play Get Lost in a low-to-the-ground aggro deck or a deck that cares about landfall. Erode is much, much better, right? But, so, it just depends what deck you're playing. Like, I don't know. I prefer whatever is the best removal spell for my deck. That's really my answer. I don't have any preferences past that. So whatever makes the most sense for the metagame or the thing I'm trying to do or whatever it is. So Erode is an incredible... That's why this deck has the highest win rate out of all the most commonly played decks in the tournament. It's bananas. Yeah, and Path to Exile was a great card. Yeah, I think don't sleep on Erode. Yeah, Erode in control and other stuff, it might not be ideal because you don't really want to give your opponent a bunch of lands, but 1 mana wipe creature planeswalker. It's creature or planeswalker, right? Yeah. I think that's very good. You're going to see that in like Vintage Cube and stuff like that, but yeah. Lightning Helix, there you go. No! Lightning Helix? Okay, you win.
Pardon me, Mr. Perfect!
Lightning Helix. Unbelievable. But yeah, that's why it's weird. You look at a card and go...
is immeasurable.
Really?
And my day is ruined.
Is your day ruined, Jub? Totally ruined. Christopher Larson looking to repeat what he did last Pro Tour. Take it all down. This was a great Pro Tour top 8. Look at this. Look at the semifinals. CFT Sock, Larson, Stoyer, and Matt Nass. That is a crazy stacked top 8. That's great. Zevin, another guy, he's top 8 at a couple of Pro Tours already. It's cool.
I didn't do fucking shit. I didn't rig shit.
You don't rig it? Erode triggers land entering. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah. You don't play it against landfall decks, but you play it on your own stuff to double trigger. It's very powerful. For 1 mana, getting 2 landfall triggers, that's game winning. If you're, trying to do a bunch of damage with Mossborn Hydra or the Harmonizer or whatever, like that's 20 damage with Harmonizer on a 5/5, right? So for 1 mana, it's an insanely powerful card in these decks because yeah, a lot of times you're not using it on your opponent's creatures. So you don't play it against the landfall deck. You play it in the landfall deck to shoot itself, right? But again, it's very good against prowess. So yeah, if you're in the landfall mirror, great. I shoot my own stuff. If I'm playing against blue-red prowess, I shoot their shit. It's great. You need a way to kill the Slickshot show off. It's very hard to kill that card because it comes down with haste. You need an instant speed removal. These decks play Seam Rip and stuff like that. That's not good enough. It has to be instant speed, cheap, and able to kill, a creature. That's a tall order for a green-white deck, Like, there's a lot of shitty fight spells and shit like that. You don't want any of that. You want something unconditional that doesn't require you to have anything else going on. So, Erode fits the bill. Because, again, when you're fighting the mirror or or the mono-green version, any landfall deck, you just point the Erodes at your own guys, and it's very powerful. So, it ends up being the absolute correct choice for these decks, but... in other decks, you're not seeing, the blue-white tempo deck play Erode, right? You're not playing, or I don't know, I don't think they do. You're not seeing the control decks play Erode. You're not seeing, It just depends on context. Everything in Magic is like that. That's why there's no best anything. There's no worst anything. That best worst always shifts constantly, right? But yeah. Target creature. Yeah, any creature, even your own, right? Yeah, or yeah, sure. Yeah, and if worse comes to worse, if they're about to kill you with a double Might Form Harmonizer trigger on a land that's now doing 20 damage, you just use it on that or whatever, you know, like that's fine. It's totally, you know, I'll give them a landfall trigger in that case to stop me from dying. But yeah, like a 1-mana instant speed removal spell that kills anything, it's powerful even if you give them a landfall trigger. You don't want to do that in this matchup, but if it comes down to you surviving or not, you still do it. But anyway, ideally you're using it on your own. That's how they're using it. Yeah. Right, but when you say against my opponent, what deck are you playing Get Lost in? Like that's what I mean. It depends on the deck you're playing it in. And you didn't tell me that part, so maybe Get Lost is the best thing to play in the deck you're talking about, but maybe there's something else. Being fluid is my best quality? I'm full of fluids. You'll try anything? There are limits to what I will try. I'm not trying heroin. I think I'm good on heroin. I've never tried heroin, but considering what I know about heroin and heroin addiction, I really have no desire to even try it. I'm good. Puff on some THC and drink some beer, have a glass of wine. It's good enough. I used to do, you know, other stuff like shrooms and things like that. I haven't done shrooms in a long time, but I had the opportunity to do some recently. A friend of mine was like, "Yeah, we got shrooms. You want to?" And I'm like, "Shrooms? Holy shit!" Like, what are we back in like university? But I didn't end up doing it, but I was kind of tempted. I'm like, you know, because shrooms, like, that's harmless, and I've done that a bunch of times. That's nothing. But like, there are things I am not super crazy about trying. There's other things I won't mention. Is this thing? It's not puffing very well. That's the thing about these carts. They're so inconsistent. Some of them are fantastic. Some of them are shitty. Weird. This one's being weird. Oh, I love hookah, yeah. I had 2 in Korea. We had 2 hookahs. We had a big one and a small one. We had a huge thing of shisha in our freezer, like giant bag full of smaller bags of different flavors. Because a guy left it to us. A guy gave it all to us for free. It was awesome. But Korea had a bunch of shisha bars too, right? Like in Hongdae, and there were a bunch of places, Fontainius. You remember going to places in Itaewon and stuff, and they had hookahs and whatever. It was cool. You have a few drinks, have a hookah, share it with people. Each person has like a different nib to put into the hookah thing, so you're not sharing you're not putting your mouth on the actual hookah. Lots of different flavors, and you know, it was cool. They went out of business. Oh shit. But it is a lot of nicotine. Yeah, like we smoked a lot of hookah, and it's yeah. But some of the flavors were fantastic. I really loved the different flavors and stuff. Like at least it didn't taste like shit, like, you know, smoking a cigarette. But yeah. Overlord, what? Those cards printed? No. The cards these guys are using? What do you mean by printed? Like, these are real Magic cards that they're using. So, yeah, like, they were printed by Wizards of the Coast. Oh, no. Yeah, they're all real. Yeah, they're all real cards. The sleeves might have been given to them. I imagine the ones he's using were probably the one. Usually, any big tournament, they give you sleeves. Like, when I went to the regional championship, they give you sleeves. Or you go to a GP back in the day, you would always get sleeves with a little, like, goodie bag of shit. Like, maybe a plastic deck box. Or, can't remember what I got for GP Thailand. I got some pin or something, like it's probably kicking around here somewhere. But no, they're all real cards, yeah. They shake again. What? Oh, because they both mulliganed or what? Holy shit. He's on 4 and Nathan's on 5. They both mulliganed super low. What a ridiculous final game. This is going to be crazy. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's tough, Haiku. I would, you have to be disciplined then. Oof. Nathan has a big advantage here. I mean, despite mulling to 5, you know, he's on the draw. So, you know, the other guy mulled to 4 and is on the play. That is rough. Yikes. How do you play this? Bossing say fight. Yeah. I was just going to say, Bossing say fight the Badger mold, get in, and then set up for the Might Form plus Fable double trigger next turn. That's lethal. But Nathan knows that that's something that could happen here. So I don't think he's going to leave multiple... He's going to have multiple blockers back here. So what does Nathan have? Nathan's got Sheltered by Ghosts. Oh, he's just got to go for that right now, I think. And, you know, play a creature, play Sheltered, and eat that Chocobo? What does he have here? He has his own Chocobo. So you could go Chocobo, and then land Sheltered, and then have 2 blockers back, and they have no creature. You know, they both have Erode, and that's where it gets weird. Like, if Nathan thinks the other guy has Erode, but the other guy has 2 cards. Yeah, so that's what I said. Chocobo, land, trigger. Oh, I guess he has to tap the other creature, but you go for the thing, right? Whatever it's called, the white removal spell. Nathan, deep in his trauma. Resting trauma face showing. Always looks very pained. Very under duress. Oh, he's not going to go for Sheltered. Okay. Yeah, 2 blockers back. I mean, he's got no enchantment ticking up or anything. There's no way to give trample, in other words. So you're not worried. Like, as long as you have 2 back, he can't, like, kill a blocker, make a Might Form, you know, blah, blah, blah. Pretty good. So now Sheltered can eat the Mistborn. But what do you do here? Do you block with the land and get that land trigger? No, take it. Okay. What did he draw? Okay, he goes for the Sheltered. Takes out the Hydra. Okay. Planning to chump with that land next turn. Needs to rip a land here, Nathan. Now we can slam Ice Till and he probably wins from there. But even if he doesn't, he's going to have to tap out for Earthbender's Ascension to get a land. That also works. He's going to pump up his Chocobo. The only thing he's worried about now is, of course, yeah, the removal spell, right? Erode. Oh, and Christopher drew a Sheltered? Oh my god. Well, the Ward 2 means he has to basically tap out for this, so crack Passage. Yeah. Get land. Did he... I'm assuming he played Might Form before cracking. He's doing this little sloppily here. But, yeah, double the Chocobo. This is weird, though, because he knows that Nathan can chump. Why not just go Fabled Passage, Ghosts, the Chocobo? That gets you... Their Chocobo gone. Their Ghosts falls off. The Mistborn comes back. Oh, but the Hydra comes in with 0 counters, I guess, but is it a 0/0? I can't remember. Let me check Mist Mold, or whatever, Mist what? Mossborn? Mossborn. Oh, it enters with a counter. Okay, so it would still come in with 1 counter, yeah. That's, wow. Play Might Form, pump Chocobo. Did he not attack? Oh, he just hardcast Might Form. I'm sorry. He just sacked Fable to hardcast it. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. And his last card is what? Sheltered, right? Huh. Maybe he's trying to let Nathan step into a trap. Like if Nathan leaves back one blocker. But I mean, as long as Nathan leaves the land back, Sheltered can't hit the land and remove it. You would have to draw Erode. That's weird. Okay, but Nathan taps the land. I guess he didn't make a land drop, so he's going to cast the enchantment. Yeah, play Fabled first so you can put the counter on that. Smart. You always want to earthbend a fetch land if you can, because then, of course, you get double triggers when you play when you crack or the fetch land or it dies or whatever, right? So he plays the fetch land first, then plays the enchantment, pumps up the fetch. That triggers the Chocobo. Now the Chocobo is threatening to do big damage. Now the Fabled Passage is summoning 6, so he passes. Because Christopher's Chocobo is much bigger, or a little bit bigger, too big. What did Christopher draw? Christopher has Bossing Say. Gonna activate here. But it's not great unless he finds a land. He does have a land. There's Sheltered. Can only target the Chocobo. Pay the ward. Okay, Mossborn comes back with a counter. And he has that land off the top to double the power. So now Saz Chocobo is a 5 power. It's going to go to 6 power and then get double the power. Or he's going to give Might Form the double and then swing both. So trigger, put Might Form, yeah. And then that guy gets a trigger from the other thing. That guy gets a trigger from the landfall, yeah. Kind of shortcutting quickly into combat there before ticking it up, but those triggers happen, can't miss them. So Might Form, I think, got the trigger from the landfall for double, got his own trigger on him. So he's an 8/4, I guess, right? It got exiled, Panthro, by the Sheltered. Normally you put it under the Sheltered by Ghosts, but sometimes, yeah, they'll put it off to the side if they don't want to get their cards mixed up. You know, they're playing the same exact deck, so. I've definitely had other people's cards accidentally end up in my deck many times in tournament Magic, and vice versa. My cards end up in their deck and we forget that, you know, and they start shuffling, and then halfway through, or as they're shuffling, they're like, whoa, that's one of yours, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah. But if you have the same sleeves or something, like, it's happened. But, so sometimes, yeah, put it off to the side. I mean, exile is supposed to be, you know, exile. But usually we'll just put it under the Sheltered, but that could get confusing maybe in a game like a matchup like this. So Nathan takes a big chunk. He's at 10. But Christopher is spent. He's praying for a land off the top. That would be his best draw. If Stoyer... So he's got Harmonizer and Ice Till. And Temple Garden. That is not enough. And a fetch. He's got to get the Ice Till going here, right? So I would play... Ice Till into Crack Fetch... Tick up the enchantment, get a counter on something, and play it again. And then the second time I play it, I'm probably leaving it in play, the Fabled Passage. He's also got a land in his hand. Hasn't played a land yet. So... Still 2 land drops here. Could play Fabled Passage twice more. He's supposed to put a counter on one of his creatures, or is it after 4 counters? I thought it was on 4. Oh, he put it on Ice Till. What am I saying? Yeah. So he plays Fabled Passage again. Okay, that's land drop number 1. So that's 2 triggers, right? Yeah, you played the land, trigger. Yeah, okay. They're just keeping track of the landfall triggers in the middle. Yeah, it's a little confusing, but basically, yeah. The 2 means that enchantment has triggered twice this turn. It was at 3. They ticked it up, but then, yeah, I don't know. The 2 is a bit confusing. They should make him take that off. So Nathan's going to have triggers. So mill trigger from Ice Till, mills 2. They're just shortcutting. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to put this in twice with Ice Till, and I'm going to... No, he's still got 1 land drop here, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's setting up for a big Harmonizer turn next turn. Now that Ice Till's in play and he's got fetch lands in the graveyard, he can get basically 4 landfall triggers at least. If he doesn't find, a way to, kill his own land or whatever else. That's a lot. 4 landfall triggers is 4 power and toughness off the enchantment. And then 4 triggers of Harmonizer is a lot. The question is, can he get through? And remember, Sheltered by Ghosts, I think, gives lifelink, if I'm not mistaken. So lifelink also skewing this race in Christopher Larson's favor. Another landfall. Yeah, so that's the 2nd land he's played. So now he's got no more land drops. But if he wants another landfall trigger, he could obviously sack fetch. Ooh, land. Okay. Bossing Say. Land. Trigger. Can't give trample though, right? Bossing Say does not give trample. Land pumps Hydra, so doubles Hydra. Oh yeah. So Ice Till is a 6/8? Huh. This is close. Because Larson knows that if he attacks all out here and he doesn't kill Nathan, he's going to die on the backswing. So if he commits, if he goes Bossing Say, power up a land, and then play my land drop, trigger, like trigger Mossborn, trigger Harmonizer, trigger the Chocobo, probably double Chocobo, but no trample here. Yeah, Bossing Say, he's going to go for it. But if he doesn't kill him here, then he knows that, Nathan can beat him on the backswing as long as Nathan has a creature after this. Oh, I think Nathan's shaking because he knows he won this game. He knows, because now they're both saying, well, look, I've got Forest, and the other guy's like, well, I've got Harmonizer. So I'm, if that's your last card... But this is crazy that they're he just showed him Harmonizer out of his hand? What are they saying to each other?
Yeah, why don't we go through it?
So it's a 9.
But it dies, right?
That's why I made it.
It's currently a 6/8.
Yeah.
So it fights the Fable Passage and becomes a 7/9 with the Earthbender Ascension.
Right.
So you keep it alive.
And then he chump blocks the Harmonizer?
Yeah.
Or the Sausage Chocobo.
Or the Chocobo, I mean.
And you take 6 damage and you go to 4.
Yeah. Like I said, if Larson can't kill him here, he can't Alpha Strike here. But now they're discussing it, which is crazy. Nathan's got his hand face up on the table.
Wow.
In my mind, this was a 6 toughness. This
I made it to a 9 exactly.
Yeah, but it makes perfect sense what I did this. Yeah.
I think Nathan got him. Nathan knows. Yeah.
Stoyer thinks he's won this. Larson is just going through the motions, but it does look like Nathan Stoyer is going to complete.
Because he can't give trample. He can't give any of his creatures trample.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And that's going to do it. Nathan Stoyer.
Pro Tour champ. Damn. Another one for this kid. Man, he's really good at Magic. Lifts him up. That's great to see. Anyway, congratulations, man. That's a tough mirror. Mull to 4, mull to 5 at that last game is crazy. But yeah, that's great. His whole team comes out, Team Cosmos or whatever. They don't want to waste time. Oh, at the end there, yeah. And when I get it. I get why they did that. But I wasn't sure, because I wasn't listening. I didn't know if he had said, I attack with everything. And that's when Nathan showed him. He didn't even tap his creatures. They started talking. And he played the land, and Nate went like, look, I can keep this guy alive. And then, this showed him his harmonizer. I didn't even think he had attacked, because if he just doesn't attack, then he can, Nate can't kill him next turn, right? But it's funny. Oh, dude, the guy, Larson's performance is incredible. He just won the last Pro Tour, and now he's finalist in this Pro Tour. That's crazy. That's an insane back-to-back performance. But Salvato, that's funny. Eli Cassis, all these pros and stuff. Anyway, great to see. I told Smoltron I was gonna play some. He's gone. I think Smoltron might have got off. I'm not sure. I was gonna play PUBG. I have been streaming for 7 hours. I think Smoltron's probably sleeping or something at this point. I'm not sure. But yeah, cool to see. And that's tough at the end there. Yeah, he knew he was dead. I was like, he can't alpha strike because he can't get lethal. He can't give his guys trample. He needed the enchantment in play to give trample, or some other way to give trample, and that would have been enough. But he thought he was going to force the Ice Till to chump. But the Ice Till doesn't have to chump. It's going to survive because that fetch land, right? And then Might Form plus the double power plus the triggers from the enchantment, that would have been enough, right? I think that's what they're saying here.
And that was really critical, because it wasn't just about surviving the turn. If he was going to win on the other side, he needed that harmonizer on the battlefield.
Yeah,
and
the
that
Ice
was
Till
the
on the battlefield,
is that he could get it all the way up to 9 toughness and not only block, but have it survive.
Yeah, and it's super crucial. Sometimes when you're going off and you have that Earthbender Ascension in play, you kind of just figure, you're like, oh, well, I have a 1/1, maybe I'll make that one bigger. Okay, maybe I'll do this one. He's like, no, I need to stack all of my counters onto the Ice Till Explorer to make sure that I have a blocker that can survive the Mossborn Hydra.
All right, well, that is going to do it.
It's good. Yeah, thinking, what is my opponent going to do on their turn if they alpha strike here? I know they have Bossing Say. Let's say they draw land. That would be, the first case he would go over in his head, because land is the most likely draw in the opponent's deck. How does that work? And then you figure it out and go, well, if I go counter from that plus counter, and then that gets to 9, that means I can block that, and then I take this much and I go to 6, and I'm still alive, and then I killed him on the backswing. So you just, that's the play, and he did it. I don't think that's the highest level, play or anything, but that's the kind of play that every player, the things that we preach on my channel a lot is like, when it comes to combat, imagine what is your opponent going to block like if you attack with everything. If my opponent attacks me with everything, how would I block if I were them, and blah blah blah. Like, always try and put yourself in the opponent's shoes, and that's what these guys are doing, right? He just basically goes one turn ahead and goes, well, on his next turn, can he kill me? I'm at 10. What is the worst thing he could draw? What if he draws a fetch land? Well, then I'm dead no matter what. What if he draws just a regular land? I can beat that, but I have to put all my counters here. Okay. What if he draws a removal spell? I can't win. What if he... So the situations where you can't beat it, you just take those possibilities right out of the equation immediately. The ones where you can win, that's what you play to. So he puts all of his counters on Ice Till there. He knows he has a fetch. He doesn't have to throw away the Ice Till to survive. So huge. Take it easy, Fontaneous. Peace. Ooh, barbecue mushrooms sounds delish. All right, I think Smoltron's probably in bed. He asked me he's like, let's play PUBG after the tournament's over. I'm like, sure. And then the tournament, that took a long time to finish there. But that was sweet. I hope everybody enjoyed the top 8, but yeah, we didn't, a lot of it was just mono green mirrors and stuff, and I don't know. It's an interesting thing, the top 8, but I should pay more attention to the games. We get into all these other discussions because I'm not actively playing anything, so I just end up chatting with people forever about other stuff, and we're totally ignoring the Pro Tour at some point, but... Let's see. Who do we have? I've rated all these people many times. Trying to look for somebody new to raid. Maybe I'll just raid some random person in Magic the Gathering. Let's go give somebody some love. It's been a long time since I've raided someone random in Magic the Gathering, but let's see here. Not a ton of people streaming Magic on a Sunday. Not a lot of people watching the Pro Tour either. Huh. Oh. Nova Charter? There's some people I haven't seen in ages on here. What do you guys want to see? There's a lot of stuff going on Twitch. We could raid. I'm not sure. Let's find somebody though. Let's just give Austin some love. Austin's streaming right now. It's been a while since I've raided him. He's playing Slay the Spire. So I don't know. Oh, he's playing with somebody else too. 2 people playing Slay the Spire. Let's give Austin some love. Give him a follow. And this is the message I'm going to post at his channel. You guys can copy and paste that. If you're a sub, you'll have all those emotes. If you're not a sub, put whatever emotes you like. But give him some love. Put some emotes. This is what I'm going to post. And give him a follow. Looks like they just beat... Oh, I think they just died. Oh no, I think they just died. They're going to start another run here. Perfect timing. Let's give them some love. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be playing some Magic and some other stuff. I'm not sure what. Maybe it's up to you. We'll see. But until then, peace.